American Hegemony in the 21st Century. A Neo-Gramscian Perspective. Jonathan Pass. Contents. List of abbreviations. Introduction. 1. A Neo-Gramscian reading of hegemony. Antonio Gramsci's conceptualization of hegemony. The Neo-Gramscian Perspective, a brief overview. Towards a Neo-Gramscian Perspective. 2. Construction and projection of U.S. hegemony. Creating a new world order, from one world to free world. Reconstituting the national historical bloc. Embedding American hegemony in the European core. 3. Crisis, reconstruction and reassertion of U.S. hegemony. Pax Americana under threat. Financialization, neoliberalism and the of class power. Reassertion of American hegemony. 4. Change and continuity under Bush and Obama, and beyond. Bush's new imperialism. Bush's old imperialism. Yes, we can. Crisis in the heartland. 5. The China challenge. The geopolitics of Chinese economic statecraft. Sino-American relations. Dynamics of China's passive revolution. Conclusion. Index. Introduction. For mainstream international relations theorists of the realist/neorealist approach, states remain the principal actors in international society. The position each one occupies in the hierarchically structured interstate system depends upon their relative power or distribution of capabilities, one which, while taking into consideration population/territory size, resource endowment, economist strength, and political stability, remains determined in the final analysis by military prowess. Since the global system lacks an overarching political structure to impose order, states' innate power maximizing 2 or security maximizing 3 propensities tend to reproduce the pervasive systemic anarchy. Working within this framework, some international political economy scholars envisaged the possibility that such a Hobbesian perpetual war scenario could be avoided if one state were to possess such enormous capabilities to exercise hegemony over the rest, understood as being analogous to dominance, encouraging interstate cooperation by providing common goods. 4 Many mainstream American liberal internationalist scholars concurred with their realist counterparts on the validity of this hegemonic stability theory, reiterating the multiple universal benefits of the U.S. exercising its power responsibly and underwriting a liberal international order, although often preferring leadership to hegemony and replacing coercion with consent and hard power by soft power. 5. Whether from a realist or liberal perspective, debates over American hegemonic decline have been omnipresent in mainstream academic circles for over 30 years. 6 In the late 1980s, the focus was on the threat posed by Japan, while at the turn of the millennium some identified the European Union post-Euro launch, and later the BRICS countries. These predictions all proved to be premature. As we approach the end of the second decade of the 21st century, however, there appears widespread agreement amongst IR scholars, economists, military strategists, and political pundits that American hegemony is on its last legs and we are witnessing a historic power shift within the world order towards the People's Republic of China. 7. The main aim of this book is to try to shed some light on this assertion, but whose conceptualization of world hegemony differs considerably from those advanced by mainstream IR/IPE theorists. To achieve this objective, we considered it to be indispensable for carrying out 3 ancillary tasks. Developing a novel theoretical framework capable of offering a more convincing conceptualization of world hegemony and social change within the WO. Utilizing the theoretical framework to uncover the causes and expressions of the evolving nature of American hegemony, from its original establishment and passing through periods of crises and restructuring. Examining the significance of the rise of China, its interrelation with, and effect on, American hegemony, and set against the backdrop of its own ongoing passive revolution. Roughly speaking, task corresponds to Chapter 1, is tackled in Chapters 2, 3, and 4, and is addressed in Chapter 5. To complete the first of these tasks we have considered it appropriate to adopt a historical materialist perspective, drawing heavily on the work of Antonio Gramsci. This sparks two immediate reflections. First, it may appear a rather arbitrary decision to construct a theory of world hegemony based upon the ideas of a Marxist philosopher/dissident commonly held to be more concerned with Italian history/class struggle than external relations. Second, explicit references to hegemony in Gramsci's magnum opus, The Prison Notebooks, are rather fragmentary, scattered across the 2,000-page compendium of unpublished notes and essays produced during his incarceration. 8 Furthermore, the context in which the PN was written 9 and the fact that Gramsci was denied the basic luxury of being able to re-edit and systematize his thoughts poses challenges for the reader and has led to diverse and often erroneous interpretations of his ideas. In order to clarify Gramsci's understanding of hegemony, it is expedient to follow his own methodological guidelines. In an essay entitled Some Problems in the Study of the Philosophy of Praxis, Gramsci urges scholars seeking to study the birth of a conception of the world which has never been systematically expounded by its founder to reconstruct the process of intellectual development of the thinker in question in order to identify those elements which were to become stable and permanent, to search for the leitmotif, for the rhythm of the thought as it develops. 10 At the same Gramsci warned against turning a thinker into a prophet, a shepherd wielding a crook/messiah. 11, but to utilize those key concepts and ideas in a modified form to help illuminate ongoing processes in the contemporary historical conjuncture. Applying this methodology to Gramsci himself, Chapter 1 begins by briefly exploring the evolution of his political life prior to imprisonment, beginning with his arrival in Turin in 1913, spanning the Biennio Rosso, the establishment of the Partito Comunista Italiano and the rise of fascism, until his imprisonment in 1926. Once incarcerated and forced to limit his energies to the purely intellectual, the nucleus of Gramsci's research project revolved around the question of why attempts to provoke a working-class revolution, and establish a socialist state in advanced capitalist countries had hitherto proved unsuccessful, despite orthodox Marxist theory. Gramsci ridiculed the naivete of Stalinist-inspired determinism, auguring the inevitable and terminal collapse of capitalism circulating the Comintern in the 1920s. It was in this search to account for the structural vigor of capitalism that led him to develop a sophisticated class-based conceptualization of hegemony, the establishment of which, he observed, passed through three temporally differentiated relations of force, or moments of the collective political consciousness. The first refers to the relation of social forces, the second to relation of political forces, and third to the relation of military forces. 12. These three moments of hegemony will be a constant touchstone throughout this monograph, as will his reconceptualization of the state, the integral state. Related to the second moment, Gramsci would also enrich political discourse with a whole new range of categories, helping renew and expand Marx's notion of ideology and with it, and implicitly, supply vital tools for the comprehension of the dynamics of the global system. Indeed, a common criticism of Marxist thought is that it pays insufficient attention to the realm of ideas. The absolute dread of liberal idealism means its approach to language, culture, and ideology often digresses little from a deterministic reading of the base structure paradigm. One of the paradoxes of Gramsci's imprisonment, however, was that it permitted him far more intellectual freedom from Stalinist orthodoxy than most of his left-wing contemporaries, and able to draw on ideas from non-Marxist thinkers in order to theorize on the bourgeois theme of culture and assess its relevance for working-class consciousness and subsequent political organization. Consistent with his own Giambattista Vico-inspired 13 absolute historicism, 14 Gramsci deemed it possible that ideas may transcend their original socio-historical context if they remain relevant to the real world. Moreover, as Chapter 1 emphasizes, he remained an unrepentant historical materialist, constantly referring to the political economy and acknowledging the primacy of production. All ideas had to be materially grounded to be politically relevant, coinciding with Marx and Engels' line of reasoning in Theses on Feuerbach. 15 This document, in fact, along with Marx's preface to the contribution of the Critique of Political Economy, was constantly cited throughout his PN, both forming the basis of Gramsci's particular philosophy of praxis. Finally, In response to the above Italian centricism accusation, Chapter 1 underscores Gramsci's eminently international-orientated perspective. Faithful to his Marxist heritage, he insisted that the same social processes occurred at both, and across, the national and international level, in keeping with a global capitalist system beset by uneven and combined development. Coinciding with Lenin, Gramsci considered the interstate system as hierarchically structured, dominated by hegemonic powers, at the top of which could sit a world hegemonic state. 16. In the elaboration of the book's theoretical framework, Chapter 1 will also draw upon perspectives inspired by Gramsci, notably the so-called neo-Gramscianism, founded by Robert W. Cox, who sought to update, systemize, and extend the activists' conceptual framework in order to analyze world hegemony in the late 20th century. 17 Top of Cox's agenda was to critique mainstream IR theory, held to be incapable of explaining structural transformation due to erroneous ontological suppositions and positivist epistemological underpinnings. As an antidote, he favored a critical theory of IR, an historicist approach which emphasizes the contingent and conjunctural nature of all contemporary social/power relations, dominant norms and practices, institutions, which include states, and woes, etc. By studying their origins and evolution, Cox held, it would be possible to ascertain if they were subject to change, and in the case of the woe, for example, identify those social forces likely to develop a project for a new and fairer woe in keeping with their stated emancipatory agenda. 18. Broadly speaking, this book adheres to this historicist method. As Gramsci discerned, very historical phase leaves traces of itself in succeeding phases, which then become in a sense the best document of its existence. The process of historical development is a unity in time through which the present contains the whole of the past, and in the present is realized that part of the past which is essential. 19. To understand the dynamics of contemporary U.S. hegemony, it is vital to study its origins and establishment and historical evolution. Furthermore, as stressed in Chapter 1, the theoretical framework adopted here owes a huge intellectual debt to neo-Gramscian thought, elaborating key concepts and categories, shedding light on the dynamics of world hegemony, and exploring how historical national and transnational social processes have dialectically interacted with, and shaped, American hegemony. Unfortunately, and despite their major contributions, neo-Gramscian theory, especially in its Coxian version, is guilty of ontological inconsistencies. Their absolute aversion to any underlying logic results in them historicizing structure, effectively reducing it to intersubjective relations. As Chapter 1 indicates, this over-reliance on agency as a motor of change not only confounds the neo-Gramscian original critical theory objective, but significantly, given the objective of this book, signals a severance from their professed historical materialist perspective, coupled with a tendency to depict hegemony in ideological/consensual terms and downgrade coercion. Hegemony, however, as repeated throughout this book, necessarily includes both domination/coercion and consensus/leadership. This incomplete reading of hegemony explains why some neo-Gramscian predictions, the weakening of the state, the end of U.S. hegemony, the consolidation of a transnational capitalist class, have proven rather premature. To develop a more convincing, i.e. structural, theory of hegemony, we return to Gramsci himself, reviewing his reading of the structure-agency debate, which, in terms of meta-theory, is shown to be compatible with critical realist philosophy of science, first propounded by Roy Bhaskar. 20 Within Bhaskar's ontological stratification model, Chapter 1 identifies Jonathan Joseph's materialist theory of hegemony with its differentiation between structural and surface hegemony as the critical realist approach, most closely resembling with Gramsci's understanding. It is this emergentist materialist understanding of hegemony which serves as the basis for the neo-Gramscian theoretical framework presented here. We adhere to the classic Marxist line that the capitalist mode of production is inherently anarchic and unable to reproduce itself without state regulation and intervention, effectively underwriting the accumulation process. Nonetheless, The contradictory nature of the said process means capitalism is subject to perennial crises manifested in a tendency towards declining profit rates. 21 Although both part of the same historical process, Gramsci saw fit to distinguish between conjectural and organic movements, the former resulting from immediate contingent triggers and the latter generated by long-term deeper structural causes. 22. When a crisis hits, the capitalist state plays an important role in trying to lessen, delay, or counter its effects and restore profit rates over the medium term. This can be done by injecting liquidity, redrawing space, serving as consumer of last resort, and restructuring social relations of production, often via coercive means. Since capitalism is necessarily global in its scope, crises traverse national borders. The justification for a world hegemon, and the fundamental basis of its intellectual and moral leadership, we argue here, is its ability to carry out similar functions to those of the state but at the global level, underwriting a profitable regime of accumulation. This chimes with Giovanni Arrighi's systemic cycle of accumulation, which we have incorporated into the book's NNG perspective. The SCOA highlights the crucial role played by the hegemonic state in underwriting successive cycles of development, providing both international leadership but crucially a sufficiently large container of power for global capital to bury its surplus value in. Capital's endless accumulation needs, Arrighi claims, has meant that every period of material expansion has been bigger and more complex than the last, requiring an ever larger container of power and politico-military capacity to enforce the system. Particularly relevant to Chapter 3, the SCOA holds that eventually intercapitalist competition will result in a realization crisis and a weakening of the hegemon's position, who may see out its autumn years generating profits sitting atop a new financialized regime of accumulation, corresponding to Marx's shortened capital circuit before its eventual demise and the system is engulfed in chaos. 23 Tantamount to Gramsci's organic movement. While recognizing the utility of the SCOA meta-narrative, we share the traditional Marxist view that history is not made by abstract models or theories but by real people, locked in real class structures and engaged in real class struggles. World hegemony, as both Gramsci and Cox have insisted, is class-based, emerging out of the hegemon's historical bloc and exercised primarily to forward those class interests, but it has to guarantee sufficient benefits flow to foreign bourgeois classes, albeit with coercion omnipresent. It is in this context, and following Gramsci's 3 moments template, that we analyzed the establishment and evolution of American hegemony from the mid-1940s onwards. Since hegemony is understood as a social process emergent from underlying social structures, evidently shifts in the accumulation process will generate social forces predisposed to challenge dominant systems of governance. Chapter 3, for example, studies how, by the late 1960s/early 1970s, the internal contradictions of exercising world hegemony actually undermine the US-led regime of accumulation, manifested in declining profit rates, widespread economic and political malaise, a serious loss of intellectual and intellectual leadership, and a growing inability to restrain friend and foe alike. The world, it seemed, was undergoing an organic movement. In the end, as Chapter 3 explains, class mobilization helped to revitalize US hegemony, launching both a new regime of accumulation to restore profit rates and discipline subaltern classes. And, no less importantly, the Second Cold War. By the turn of the millennium, however, American hegemony once more was running out of steam. The Clinton-era globalization euphoria had started to lose its luster, a victim of the underlying class contradictions afflicting neoliberalism/financialization, while Washington's desperate search for a legitimizing hegemonic vision, grand strategy, to replace anti-communism had proved fruitless. Against this background, Chapter 4 studies the importance of the neocon shift under George W. Bush, focusing especially on the War on Terror. The chapter examines to what extent the Bush Doctrine constituted new imperialism, and therein a significant departure from hegemony and associated established practices of governance, as many IR scholars avowed. As part of this assessment, the Bush administration's policies will be compared and contrasted to those of his predecessors and immediate successor, Barack Obama. In the end, rather than unilateralism, heightened militarism, loss of intellectual and moral leadership or imperial overstretch, Chapter 4 questions if the real challenge posed to the U.S. hegemony in the first decade of the 21st century was due to the bursting of the latest financialized asset bubbles. The advent of the global financial crisis might have actually bolstered Washington's power in the short to medium term, but, we maintain, it revealed severe structural class contradictions of the neoliberal regime of accumulation which in the long term indicated the U.S.'s growing inability to act as the consumer of last resort, let alone the global container of power. The crisis of political legitimacy of neoliberalism, later personified in Donald Trump, was the basis of the loss of American intellectual and moral leadership. If the SCOA was anything to go by, we were witnessing a Gramscian organic movement and the advent of a period of global economic, political, and possibly military turmoil. In his last major work, Adam Smith in Beijing, Arrighi concurs with mainstream contemporary IR theorists and media pundits in identifying the PRC as the most likely future world hegemon, but based on his own appraisal of the country's capacity to act as a container of power. 24. Chapter 5 is devoted to the China challenge, evaluating the importance of the emergence of the Asian power for the U.S. hegemony through the NNG lens. Sadly, given the vastness of the topic and the space available, it has proven impossible to engage in an extensive study and address all of the facets of the Sino-American relationship, covering what it considers the most significant aspects. The chapter begins by examining the economic and geopolitical effects of China's rise in developing countries and its neighbors. Pointedly for the U.S., market penetration has been accompanied by China engaging in multilateral institution building, considered by Cox as a key indicator of incipient hegemony and consistent with Gramsci's second moment. In this context, the chapter will also weigh up the significance of arguably Beijing's most audacious bid for regional hegemony, and possible alternative to a US-led financialized world economy, the launching of the Belt and Road Initiative. The complexities of Sino-American bilateral relations are then examined, as well as Washington's hegemonic strategy to deal with an ever-powerful contender state, a combination of evolving carrot and stick measures, a central pillar of which consists of reminding Beijing of the one domain U.S. hegemony still remains supreme, military capacity. Chapter 5, therefore, pays special attention to the US containment strategy across the Asia-Pacific region, centered on those areas China considers most sensitive, its territorial unity and surrounding seas. World hegemony, as reiterated throughout this book, depends upon social forces emanating outwards from within a country's HB. Whether China will be able to exercise said function, ultimately, is contingent on the dynamics of its internal class relations within the context of a hierarchically structured global capitalist economy. The final section of Chapter 5, therefore, explores the complexities of PRC's evolving, and contested, passive revolution. In so doing it will dispute the claim made by Arrighi that the Chinese state, supposedly yet to convert itself into a fully capitalist state, is pioneering a progressive, egalitarian, and ecological model of economic organization by fusing together market-based, non-capitalist development with Western-style capitalism in a neo-Smithian Marxism. Finally, one might pose the question as to why the book chooses to concentrate on China at the expense of other countries. What about the EU or Japan? Have not they the capacity to replace the US as the global hegemon too? As hopefully will become clear in the following chapters, these options must be discounted, at least for the medium term. At this juncture, citing a few basic reasons will suffice. First, both are firmly ensconced in US-sponsored security arrangements, the EU with NATO and Japan its Treaty of Mutual Cooperation and Security, with American bases located on their soil, which severely limits foreign and security policy independence. Even in the unlikely event that Washington would voluntarily forego its empire of bases 26, Japan lacks sufficient military capacity to patrol the global capitalist system, while the EU is beset by major internal divisions and lacks a unified worldview. Second, the EU's recent euro/sovereign debt crisis not only showed the degree of the region's integration into, and subordination to American finance hegemony, but also revealed a continent beset by uneven development, economic inequality, and political fragmentation. The refugee crisis, Brexit, and the rise of right-wing popularism only reinforces this impression and belies the notion of a unified, integrated political space. Third, the smallness of Japan's internal market, standing at around 127 million people, coupled with its high propensity to save and low consumption levels, makes it highly unlikely it would ever be able to offer global capital a sufficiently large container of power to bury its surplus value. Increasingly dependent economically on its giant to the west, whose GDP surpassed its own in 2011, Japan presently faces numerous economic, political, and social challenges, not least what to do about its public finances. Alternatively, one could suggest the book should contemplate the possibility that the next container of power could consist of a group of countries, a multipolar world hegemon. Yet historically such arrangements have proven impossible, uneven development, geopolitics, and interstate rivalry tending to undermine attempts at closer cooperation. The BRICS coalition is a case in point. Despite noteworthy policy and institutional initiatives aimed at challenging US-led financial order, the BRICS Association, at least at the time of writing, has failed to develop into a coherent counter-hegemonic political force, remaining largely Sinocentric in its economic orientation. As we discuss in Chapter 1, many neo-Gramscians would favor abandoning the idea of state-centric hegemony altogether, preferring to talk of a woe governed by a transnational capitalist class and including a transnational HB.27, but such affirmations lack empirical evidence to support them, remain incongruent with the nature of the global capitalist system, and drift into non-Gramscian territory, akin to Koskai's ultra-imperialism. 1. A neo-Gramscian reading of hegemony. Antonio Gramsci's conceptualization of hegemony. Antonio Gramsci's earliest influences were Italian, and of a predominantly liberal orientation, notably Giovanni Gentile, Benedetto Croce, and Luigi Pirandello, who impressed on him the importance of culture in political life. What leftist ideas he did harbor arrived via the socialist Antonio Labriola, whose work on the structurally exploitative relationship between the dominant industrial North and the subservient agrarian South made sense to a Sardinian native. Nonetheless, even this relationship tended to be analyzed by the young Gramsci from an idealist nationalist perspective. Only on arrival in Turin, Italy's industrial capital, in 1913, did he become aware of the importance of social class, the basis of the complex interregional dialectic which actually underpinned the aforementioned North-South dichotomy, and political organization. Inspired by the adventurism of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, one Gramsci threw himself into political activism, joining the Partito Socialista Italiano and writing regular columns and theater reviews for the Psi Weekly Il Grido del Popolo and the Turin edition of Avanti, amongst other initiatives. 2. For the 3 years following the Bolshevik Revolution, a period he later described as his voluntarist phase, Gramsci, along with other Psi members, worked tirelessly to mobilize and consolidate the exploited classes into a collective will, en route to a revolution from below, compatible with the objectives of the Third International and guided by Karl Marx's theses on Feuerbach 3. In an article entitled The Revolution Against Capital in Il Grido del Popolo, on January 5, 1918, for example, Gramsci denounced the Mensheviks for their procrastination and adherence to deterministic historical laws of capitalist development and raw economic facts. One had to live Marxism thought, understand it as men in relation to another, not cling to some rigid interpretation of the master. 4. This amounted to what posteriorly Gramsci termed the philosophy of praxis, the fusion of theory and practice, or history. In action. 5. To that aim, and to raise working-class consciousness. Gramsci co-founded the influential revolutionary journal, L'Ordine Nuovo, Rassegna Settimanale di Cultura Socialista in April 1919, which provided the most important ideological support for the Turin proletarian struggle, and was largely based on Soviet-inspired factory councils, as opposed to traditional trade unions. 6. The extent of urban and rural unrest in Italy during 1919-20, its biennio Rosso, appeared to indicate that revolution was within reach. From September 1920 to May 1921 the optimism began to seep away, however, as Gramsci came to comprehend the structural power of capitalism and the organizational weakness of the left. Officially endorsed by Lenin, 7 Gramsci and fellow L'Ordine Nuovo members founded the Partito Comunista Italiano to coordinate and organize the revolutionary forces. 8. It was not just the Italian left that was undergoing a tactical revaluation. 3 months after the German Communist Party had its adventurous seizure of power, the March action, unmercifully crushed by state coercive forces, Lenin announced the new official strategic line at the Third Congress of the Communist International. Under the slogan "To the masses," communist parties everywhere were encouraged to exercise hegemony over other rival left-leaning parties, trade unions, and working-class associations, in order to form a united front to fight against capital. 9. After years of internal opposition, the PCI finally succumbed, adopting the official United Front strategy in the spring of 1923. 10 Gramsci would spend his remaining years in Liberty attempting to promote solidarity amongst left-wing/progressive factions, encouraging labor to set up factory groups, worker and peasant committees, drawing on many of the ideas developed in the L'Ordine Nuovo 11 and even helping to boost PCI membership. 12. In its final important strategy statement before being driven underground by Mussolini, the PCI presented what was later known as the Lyons Theses at their Third Congress in Lyons, in January 1926. 13 In his intervention entitled The Italian Situation and Tasks of the PCI, Gramsci for the first time discussed hegemony, reiterating the critical leadership role of the PCI in organizing and unifying the proletarian vanguard, working class, and peasantry as part of a broad leftist anti-fascist/imperialist united front. Once imprisoned, and deprived the right of political activism, Gramsci directed all his energies to intellectual theorizing, to give a focus to inner life. He confessed. 14 The fundamental research question he sought to answer was why it had been so difficult to provoke a revolution in an advanced capitalist country. In doing so, Gramsci would reassess the naivete of his earlier voluntarism. 15 And develop a better understanding of the structural nature of capitalist power. The latter, he later reflected, lay behind the shift in official Comintern strategy from a war of maneuver in March 1917 to a war of position in March 1921. 16 Resembling Marx's earlier call for a permanent revolution. 17 The greatest impediment to working-class emancipation, Gramsci had concluded in the Lyons Theses, was the resilience of the modern state, the key instrument of bourgeois class power. State formation, thus, occupied a central position in the prison notebooks. Gramsci opens up his notes on Italy history, for example, with the line, historical unity of the ruling classes is realized in the state, and their history is essentially the history of states and of groups of states, while lamenting subaltern classes, by definition, are not unified and cannot unite until they are able to become a state. 18 But what was the source of the modern capitalist state's ongoing stability and resilience? For Marx, the modern state was necessary capitalist, whose principal functions were to defend private property, guarantee accumulation, and maintain an exploitative class system. Nevertheless, the appearance of the state was based on two interconnected fictional dichotomies, economic versus political structures, 19 and state versus civil society 20, which were purposely designed to depoliticize the subaltern classes. The reality was, of course, that socialism could never be achieved via the ballot box within the confines of the bourgeois parliamentary system. The central question remained, therefore, as to why the working classes would consistently support a political system which so clearly clashed with their objective class interests. To resolve this conundrum, Gramsci returned to the idea of hegemony. Hitherto, his understanding of hegemony varied little from Lenin's United Front conceptualization, reflected in the Lyons theses. Years of arduous political struggle, however, made it clear that building working-class hegemony in an advanced capitalist country would be no easy task. Any talk of proletarian emancipation required the prior examination of the underlying dynamics, structural stability, and self-reproduction tendencies of bourgeois hegemony. This divergence in focus meant Gramsci's reading of hegemony was far more complex than Lenin's, and drew upon sources from outside the classic Marxist tradition. In this endeavor to comprehend power dynamics, he turned to the most classic master of the art of politics, Niccolò Machiavelli, 21, whose recommendations regarding the founding of a new state seemed relevant to his own project. But instead of an elitist cabal leading social construction, Gramsci envisioned a vanguard party, supported by the mass public consistent with the Lenin's United Front line, a modern prince. What particularly attracted Gramsci's attention was Machiavelli's depiction of the dualist nature of power, famously drawing on an analogy of the mythical Greek centaur to illustrate how consent and coercion interplay. 22 For a state to be successful, Machiavelli declared, it was fundamental that the ruler not only maintain the prestige said office demanded, but that he works to gain the active consent of his subjects, including the establishment of a fair legal and institutional framework, for when a prince has the goodwill of the people he must not worry about conspiracies. 23 Where compliance of the dominated could not be guaranteed solely by consent, however, coercion was recommended. Nevertheless, Machiavelli only considered the ruling class truly hegemonic to the extent to which they were able to control subordinate groups via the consensual aspect of power. 24. From this, Gramsci interpreted that social groups manifested their supremacy in two ways, domination and intellectual and moral leadership. The former involved the liquidation or subjugation of opposition elements by coercion means, the latter, however, saw elites directing kindred and allied groups consensually. 25 He illustrated this distinction historically, contrasting state formation in late 18th century France, led by a hegemonic Jacobin force, with that in mid-19th century Italy. 26, exemplifying domination without that of leadership, dictatorship without hegemony. 27. Gramsci also shared Machiavelli's assertion that not all forms of state were the same, a lesson painfully learned during the failed March action. A war of movement could never prosper in advanced capital countries such as Germany, he reflected from his prison cell. The underlying reason was the embeddedness of ruling class power across the two major superstructural levels, civil society, referring to the ensemble of organisms commonly termed private, and political society or the state. 28 Unlike in the East where the state was everything, civil society was primordial and gelatinous, in the West there was a proper relationship between state and civil society, hence, when the state trembled a sturdy structure of civil society was at once revealed. So even if the advanced capitalist state was breached, it represented merely an outer ditch behind which a powerful system of fortresses and earthworks, constituting civil society, would repel revolutionary action. 29. Such affirmations have been seized upon by some leftists to question Gramsci's Marxist credentials. Arguably, the most celebrated is Perry Anderson's 1976 article in the New Left Review, which censured what it identified as important antimonies and idealist tendencies at the heart of PN. Thanks to the influences of Croce and Machiavelli, Anderson charged, Gramsci was guilty of philosophical dualism, reducing the social world to a series of simple dichotomies, state/civil society, political society/economic society, domination/hegemony, coercion/consensus, and war of movement/war of position. 30 This categorization inferred that ruling class hegemony over subaltern classes within civil society was purely cultural, and could be overcome by a peaceful ideological war of position within the framework of a capitalist state. Liberals and social democrats might share this view, along with Frankfurt School critical theorists and post-Marxists such as Ernest Lacan and John Talmouth 31, but it was a complete anathema for Gramsci and other Marxists. To clear up this misunderstanding and fully appreciate the complexity of Gramsci's conceptualization of hegemony, we must re-examine his reading of the structure-agency debate. A necessary starting point, here, is Marx's preface to the Critique of Political Economy 1859, which Gramsci considered the most important authentic source for the reconstruction of the philosophy of Praxis 32, and whose central message was, it is on the level of ideologies that men become conscious of conflicts in the world of the economy. 33. Contrary to Anderson's intimations, Gramsci remained a lifelong historical materialist, ridiculing Croce's speculative philosophy and overly idealist ethico-political account of history. 34. Numerous sections of the PN are dedicated to the study of capitalism, both at the national and global level. 35. David Ricardo was praised for introducing new methodological canons, developing the science of economics, notably the discovery of the formal logical principle of the law of tendency, leading to the scientific definition of the fundamental economic concepts of homo economicus and of the determined market. 36. Which he defined as determined relation of social forces in a determined structure of the apparatus of production, this relationship being guaranteed by a determined political, moral, and juridical superstructure. 37. Further manifestations of Gramsci's conceptualization of structure agency can be found in his analysis of the way hegemony was established via three temporally differentiated relations of force, or moments of the collective political consciousness, which, given their key importance for this book, it is worth summarizing. 38. The first moment, the relation of social forces, arises out of the structure and is objective, independent of human will and scientifically measurable. Each of these social classes engendered by the material forces of production carries out a particular function and occupies a specific position within production itself, a refractory reality. Hegemony must necessarily be based on the decisive function exercised by the leading group in the decisive nucleus of economic activity. The second moment constituted the mediating phase, where a group of people become aware of their common objective interests and form a self-conscious social class. It consists of three levels. The first and second levels are of an economic corporative nature, where members of a certain professional group feel solidarity with other members, organizing themselves collectively, and an awareness which subsequently develops into class consciousness. Critically, at the third stage, groups seek to transcend the corporate limits of the purely economic class and can and must become the interests of other subordinate groups too. Considered the most purely political phase, this marked the decisive passage from the structure to the sphere of the complex superstructures and involved dominant groups not only bringing about a unison of economic and political aims, but also intellectual and moral unity, framing all questions on a universal plane. In this ideological struggle, the hegemonic apparatus, including organic intellectuals, was pivotal. The third moment consists of two different forms of oppression and which from time to time is directly decisive in the struggle for hegemony, since historical development oscillates continually between the first and the third moment, with the mediation of the second. The use of coercion remained fundamental to hegemony, along with corruption/fraud. From this it is evident that Gramsci considers the second ethico-political intersubjective moment as emergent from the first moment, objective social relations. Indeed, the underlying objective in the PN was to analyze how the historical movement is born out of the structure manifested in the formation of active political groups and whether these groups are capable of bringing about social transformation and establish their hegemony. 39. Bearing in mind these and other passages, it becomes clear that Gramsci conceived structure and agency as being ontologically distinct, temporally differentiable, and inseparable. What Anderson did not fully appreciate, according to Peter D. Thomas, was that while Gramsci was drawing a methodological distinction between socio-economic relations and political, ethical, and cultural practices/relations, there was also a dialectical unity between them, expressed in the historical block, The complex, contradictory and discordant ensemble in the superstructure is the reflection of the ensemble of the social relations of production. 40. The same differentiation applied to the state. The traditional organic distinction was erroneous. In effectual reality, Gramsci affirmed, civil society and the state identify themselves. 41 Again, a methodological or analytical distinction was made, this time applied to the two major superstructural levels, due to the different functions they carried out. To civil society corresponded the function of hegemony, which the dominant group exercised throughout society. Political society, on the other hand, referred to direct domination or command exercised through the state and judicial government. 42. But while Gramsci referred to the respective functions of political society and civil society, he did not consider they occupied separate political spaces, purposely choosing to bracket each term within quotation marks to underscore the highly qualified nature of their separation when, in fact, they were intricately connected, engaged in a dialectical and non-exclusionary relationship. 43. Gramsci was, in fact, forwarding a new and sophisticated conceptualization of the state which Anderson, amongst others, failed to discern. This enlarged version, the integral state, was composed of the entire complex of practical and theoretical activities with which the ruling class not only justifies and maintains its dominance, but also manages to win the active consent of those over whom it rules. 44 And amounted to hegemony protected by the armor of coercion, or alternatively as dictatorship plus hegemony. 45 Any attempt at separating social forces within civil society from power in political society was futile. It is in this context that Gramsci's affirmation that in actual reality civil society and the state are one and the same can be better understood. 46. This conceptualization of the state has two important corollaries for hegemony. First, it makes it impossible to locate it solely in just one of the two superstructural levels, but instead, as a practice traversing the boundaries between them, a particular practice of consolidating social forces and condensing them into political power on a mass basis, the mode of production of the modern political. 47 As Thomas explains, hegemony elaborated within civil society, also impacts upon that other superstructural level of the integral state, political society or state. This was unsurprising, he continues, because political society itself and the power concentrated in it are integrally related to civil society and its social forces, as their mediated, higher forms. 48 Hegemony thus tended to reproduce itself. Working as it does across both superstructural levels, it can bolster certain social forces within civil society and their subsequent consolidation into a coherent political force, which, in turn, would then help reinforce the position of said social forces within civil society, ad infinitum. At the same time, as noted in Gramsci's first moment, ethico-political hegemony was necessarily materially rooted. Second, and contrary to Anderson's dualist depiction, it was not a question of hegemony or domination. Coercion was implicit to hegemony, explicitly recognized in the third moment relations of forces. Nor was its use just reserved for antagonists, but applied to society as a whole, even for allies, especially when spontaneous consent fades away. 49 The normal exercise of hegemony on the now classical terrain of the parliamentary regime, Gramsci elucidated, is characterized by the combination of force and consent, which balance each other reciprocally, without force predominating excessively over consent. Furthermore, when it is used, the attempt is always made to ensure that force will appear to be based on the consent of the majority, expressed by the so-called organs of public opinion, newspapers and associations. Located between consensus and coercion was corruption/fraud, resorted to in those circumstances when it is hard to exercise the hegemonic function, and when the use of force is too risky. 50. Coercion was not limited to political society either. As a Marxist, Gramsci was also acutely conscious of the inherently conflictual class relationship between the bourgeois and proletariat within a capitalist mode of production. Market mechanisms, which liberals locate in civil society, were necessarily reliant on coercion, corruption, and fraud, in order to extract the surplus value from workers. The state played a vital role here in guaranteeing ongoing capital accumulation, often resorting to coercive means within economy society to protect private property, restore profit rates, discipline the subaltern class, or help restructure social relations of production, etc. Even laissez-faire economics was introduced and maintained by legislative and coercive means. 52. In short, consensus and coercion were dialectically integrated and operated right across the integral state, while Gramsci applies the term hegemony to refer to two different moments. 53. Thus, hegemony equals domination * plus hegemony * including coercion, corruption, and fraud. Political hegemony, hegemonic activity, or intellectual and moral leadership. Another critical responsibility of the bourgeois state in civil society was its role as an educator, to shape the civilization and morality of vast masses to the necessities of the continuous developments of the economic apparatus of production. 54. Nevertheless, the principal means the hegemonic class sought to shape intersubjective forms of consciousness and thus exercise intellectual and moral leadership was via the hegemonic apparatus, alluded to above, a complex opinion-forming network of autonomous clubs, associations, and societies, the media, religious groups, educational organizations, and theatrical, literal, and general artistic circles, etc. within civil society. 55. The realization of a hegemonic apparatus, insofar as it creates a new ideological terrain, Gramsci explained, determines a reform of consciousness and methods of knowledge. It is a fact, a philosophical fact. 56. Cultural hegemony, he held, had to be exercised before the seizure of the state. 57. This hegemonic apparatus was inseparable from a particular dominant social class who established it and is in turn whose class identity and hegemonic project were consolidated by it. For Thomas, the hegemonic apparatus was the class-focused complement to Gramsci's new notion of the state, such that if the latter seeks to delineate the forms and modalities by which a given class stabilizes and makes more or less enduring its institutional political power in political society, the concept of hegemonic apparatus attempts to chart the ways in which it ascends to power through the intricate network of social relationships of civil society. 58. In other words, it constitutes the means by which a class's forces in civil society are translated into political power. 59. The social power in civil society was, therefore, of an intangible nature and took a diffused and capillary form, mediated through various organizations. 60. The key institution responsible for the formulation and diffusion of ideas within any society, and thus the construction of hegemonic apparatus, were the intellectuals. 61. Gramsci saw fit to distinguish between traditional and organic intellectuals, with the latter, emergent from, or allied to, a particular SROP, the most politically relevant. 62. The function of organic intellectuals was threefold: consolidate a genuine class consciousness in a dominant social group, assimilate and conquer the traditional intellectuals. 63. And galvanize support amongst the subaltern classes for the former's hegemonic project. This then raised the issue of language, a critical element in any future philosophical struggle between competing hegemonies. Venturing into terrain later developed by post-structuralists such as Michel Foucault and Jacques Derrida, Gramsci held that language was not just a collection of words grammatically devoid of content but a totality of determined notions and concepts which convey a specific conception of the world. 64. And ultimately the medium through which class projects were consolidated. Though organic intellectuals emerge in the history on the back of a particular economic structure, they tend to use pre-existing social categories. 65. Language never keeps up with social transformation, remaining metaphorical with respect to the meanings and the ideological content which the words used had in preceding periods of civilization. 66. The subaltern classes would, hence, have to develop their very own concepts freed from the historical baggage. Before the working class could do that, they had to overcome the single most important obstacle to their acquiring class consciousness, and the cause of their political inactivity, their uncritical acceptance of common sense. Common sense was a product of history, the traditional popular conception of the world and comprising of beliefs, superstitions, opinions, ways of seeing and acting expressed in conservative popular culture. Self-consciousness and political identity were the products of the historical process which deposited in an infinity of traces, without leaving an inventory, reducing the individual to walking anachronism, a fossil. In order to develop a critical coherent conception of the world, therefore, the subaltern class had to historicize its common sense, to become aware that it was the product of historical processes. 67. Instead, the new organic intellectuals, emanating from within the ranks of the working classes, which would form the basis of a new type of political organization and oppositional culture replacing common sense with good sense. This would require them nurturing their own social myths. 69. This was the role of the modern prince, a new democratic revolutionary party, the proclaimer and organizer of this working class intellectual and moral reform. 70. And helping fashion the national popular collective will towards the realization of a superior, total form of modern civilization. 71. Although much of his political and intellectual life was focused on domestic affairs, Gramsci fully understood that the same social forces at play in the national sphere were also acting internationally. The bourgeoisie, after all, was an international class and must necessarily wield across national differences and pursue its class interests. 72. Though hegemonic projects began at the national level, their perspective was necessarily international. 73. In an early pre-prison article in Avanti, entitled The Return to Freedom, Gramsci discussed capitalism as a world historical phenomenon and how its uneven development means that individual nations cannot be at the same level of economic development at the same time. 74. It was this uneven and combined development of capitalism 75 which made modern Italian state formation implicitly, at once both a national and international phenomenon. The historical fact cannot have strictly defined national boundaries. History is always world history, and particular histories only exist within the frame of world history. 76. To the question, do international relations precede or follow fundamental social relations, Gramsci responded that they necessarily followed, with innovations in the social structure modifying absolute and relative relations in the international field, even the geographical position of a national state. At the same time, however, international relations react both passively and actively on political relations. This complex interplay between the relation of internal forces, international forces, and the country's geopolitical position was precisely because the class struggle was not merely a national phenomenon. Class relations within a hegemonic system at the state level were inextricably linked to relations between international social forces that constitute the combinations of states in hegemonic systems. Intracapitalist competition at the international level created the same hierarchies and system of slavery as in the national sphere. 77. Under this exploitative international division of labor, the great, or hegemonic, powers, having all undergone a complete social revolution, were able to penetrate and appropriate the surplus value produced in weaker underdeveloped ones. Nevertheless, a degree of consensus did underpin this self-reinforcing corporifery relationship. 78. A hegemonic power became the chief and guide of a system of alliances and of greater and minor agreements, shaping the interests of peripheral states so these concur in a decisive way to form a system and an equilibrium, to the benefit of particular internal factions. 79. And possibly provoking a passive revolution 80 expressed in Caesarism and /or transformismo. 81. Ultimately, it was a global competition that drove the impetus for progress, leaving peripheral countries little choice but to assimilate core countries' material and intellectual conquests. 82. And, in what superficially appeared to be a concurrence with contemporary mainstream neorealism Gramsci argued that the relative power a given integral state occupied within the interstate hierarchy, could be calculated, taking into account its extension of territory, its economic power, military power, and the ideological position a country has in the world, in being a representative of progressive forces in history. 83 He also agreed with Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg that in its drive to overcome the tendency of the rate of profit to decline, capitalism was likely to provoke imperial expansion and war between the great powers. 84 In short, Gramsci made little conceptual differentiation between hegemony at the international level and hegemony at the national level. In both cases, it referred to the domination of a hegemonic character. 85 The uneven and combined development of global capitalism manifested itself in a hierarchical system of states, with the hegemonic states exercising significance over relatively weaker states. Just as, in a certain sense, in a given state history is the history of the ruling classes, so, on a world scale, history is the history of the hegemonic states. The history of the subaltern states is explained by the history of hegemonic states. 86 Furthermore, Gramsci contemplated the possibility of a country becoming a world hegemonic state if it were able to imprint upon its activities an absolutely autonomous direction which all other powers, great and minor, have to feel the influence. 87 The global politico-economic system of Anglo-Saxon world hegemony, he observed, was bringing about the colonial subjection of the whole world to Anglo-Saxon capitalism. Indeed, colonial populations become the foundations on which the whole edifice of capitalist exploitation is erected. 88 The Neo-Gramscian perspective, a brief overview. The Neo-Gramscian perspective will be forever associated with Robert W. Cox, who, in a couple of pioneering articles and Book 89, drew on Gramsci's conceptualization of hegemony to forward what he deemed a more convincing account of the dynamics of the international system than that offered by mainstream problem-solving neorealist IR theory. 90 Denounced for its epistemological and methodological defects and implicitly conservative orientation. 91 Alternatively, and more conducive to the furthering of social emancipation, Cox opted for an agency-focused critical theory, based on a historicist epistemology, which does not take institutional and social power relations for granted but calls them into question by concerning itself with their origins and how and whether they might be in a process of changing. Not only were all truth historically contingent, theory is always for someone and for some purpose, but also any concepts used had to undergo continual modification to reflect the changing reality. 92 Cox's epistemological differences with problem-solving theories had deeper ontological roots, specifically regarding the structure-agency debate. While rejecting agency-based perspectives, such as idealism and pluralism, Cox was especially critical of structuralism and their associated inner essence or logic, which he considered mitigated against social emancipation. 93 Critical theory required the elaboration of a structurally grounded, yet non-determinist, explanation of social change, and with agency very much at the forefront. Cox's solution was to historicize structure itself. So-called historical structures are a particular combination of thought patterns, material conditions, and human institutions which has a certain coherence amongst its elements. They constitute a non-deterministic framework for action, imposing pressures and constraints, which social actors could work with or attempt to resist but could not ignore. Moreover, even where agents are able to resist a prevailing historical structure, they are obliged to buttress their actions with an alternative, emerging configuration of forces, a rival structure. 94 As indicated, Cox held historical structures were formed by the reciprocal, non-determinist interaction of three categories of forces, namely 95 material capabilities, considered productive and destructive potentials, existing in both dynamic form as technological and organizational capabilities and in accumulated form as natural resources transferable by technology into stocks of equipment and thus wealth. Ideas, which are divided into two types, intersubjective meanings, defined as those shared notions of the nature of social relations which tend to perpetuate habits and expectation of behavior and are broadly common throughout a particular historical period, and collective images of the social order held by different groups of people may be several and opposed, thereby creating the intellectual space counter-hegemonic ideas. Institutions, understood as particular amalgams of material capabilities and ideas, which they help shape. Institutionalization stabilized and perpetuated a determined order, mirroring power relations at their launching, and nurturing collective images for their reproduction, while providing ways of dealing with conflict so as to minimize the use of force. In time, however, institutions might take on their own life, becoming a battleground of opposing tendencies. Clear parallels exist between this institutionalization and the third level of Gramsci's second moment. Cox then applied the method of historical structures to three particular levels or spheres of activity. Similarly, these three spheres were engaged in a dialectical relationship with each other and represented schematically, in a triangular format. 96. Social forces, the principal collective actors engendered by the production process, SROP, which encapsulate certain configurations of social class forces and operate within and across all spheres of activity. Forms of states, derive from Gramsci's integral state concept. These are considered as historically contingent state-society complexes resting upon certain configurations of social class forces as a result of internal political struggles. The state is thus the condensation of hegemonic relations between dominant classes and subordinate class fractions and expressed in the establishment of an HB. 97. World order, defined as the particular configuration of forces which successively define the problematic of war and peace for the ensemble of states, allowing critical theorists, such as Cox, to envision the possibility of other alternative forms of woe. Order here meant the way things usually happen, rather than the absence of disorder. 98. Although each of these spheres was, in theory, made up of its own particular configuration of material, ideational, and institutional forces, the reality was that none of these spheres existed in isolation but reciprocally interacted with the other spheres. Changes in the organization of production, Cox elucidates, generate new social forces which, in turn, bring about changes in the structure of states, and the generalization of changes in the structure of states alters the problematic of woe. 99. World hegemony had its origins in an outward expansion of the internal hegemony established by a dominant social class. As a result of this internationalization of domestic social forces, economic and social institutions, the culture, the technology associated with this national hegemony becomes patterns for emulation abroad, causing a restructuring of domestic SROP and associated HBS. Chiming with Gramsci, Cox affirmed that in peripheral countries this would most likely take the form of a passive revolution. 100. By promoting a particular accumulation regime through the woe, a would-be hegemonic class was consciously consolidating its position at both the national and international level. But there could be no hegemonic woe without both a global hegemonic class and tacit support of key classes/fractions of classes within the receiving states. Cox repeated Gramsci's idea that world hegemony was not just an interstate relationship, rather an order within a world economy and dominant mode of production which penetrates all countries and links into the subordinate modes of production, connecting different social classes, establishing links and alliances between civil societies across national frontiers to form a globally conceived civil society. The historic bloc underpinning particular states, he explained, become connected through the mutual interests and ideological perspectives of social classes in different countries, and global classes begin to form. World hegemony, thus, was, at once a social structure, an economic structure, and a political structure, providing an institutional, moral, and ideological context to mold thoughts and actions. 101. World hegemony had to be constructed. Cox essentially repeated Gramsci's second moment arguments that the would-be hegemonic state/class had to exercise intellectual and moral leadership over subordinates, and frame its particular interests in terms of universal or general interests. 102. The new woe established had to be acceptable to a wide range of very different state-society complexes, or at least the most advanced ones, who felt their interests were compatible with, and furthered by, said hegemonic power, with whom they enjoyed an equal relationship. 103. Extending his historical structures model to the global level, The key mechanism for promoting, maintaining, or transforming a particular woe was the founding of international organizations. Operating predominantly on the basis of consensus, their essential function was to embody, promote, ideologically legitimate, and socially embed those universal rules, norms, practices, and values most favored by dominant economic and social forces, and with it expand said hegemonic woe. 104. Importantly, and again following Gramsci, Cox emphasized how these international organizations help to legitimate certain national policies/institutions and marginalize others, while seeking to assimilate oppositional tendencies through conceding economic corporate concessions, opt-outs, and derogations from the norm. 105. Such a process was especially important in co-opting the political elite from peripheral countries. Transformismo. 106. By way of summary, one can affirm that world hegemony for Cox constituted a historical fit, an expression of broadly based consent manifested in the acceptance of ideas and participation in universal international organizations, though underpinned by a configuration of material power. Though it might manifest itself in a hierarchical interstate system, world hegemony remained a form of class rule, different nationally based social classes linked together by the dominant mode of production penetrating all countries in dialectical interrelation with subordinate modes of production. Combining his method of historical structures with work carried out by the Broadel Annals School, Eric Hobsbawm, and world system scholar Immanuel Wallerstein, Cox identified just two periods of world hegemony, Pax Britannica and Pax Americana. 107. Cox dedicated much of his empirical work to analyzing the establishment of American world hegemony in the post-war period. Through a process termed the internationalization of the state, he explained how Washington set up a complex set of institutional machinery to oversee the application of the system's norms, harmonious national policies, and reconcile domestic social pressures with the requirements of a world economy. In essence, this meant helping the Western countries restructure their SROP. HB and hence FOS compatible with the new US-directed system of global accumulation. 108, while at the same time, respected natural divergences, a compromise John Ruggie termed embedded liberalism. 109. Key in this process was the arrival of huge foreign direct investment from the early 1950s onwards, facilitated by the above IOS, resulting in deeper international economic integration, or what Cox termed the internationalization of production. Since the 1970s, direct investment was being joined by portfolio investment, which together reshaped the dominant mode of production at the national level, mobilizing social forces, which in turn provoked a dramatic reconstitution in traditional systems of governance. 110. Indeed, a central thesis forwarded by neo-Gramscians is the idea that the transnational social forces unleashed by this globalization process served to undermine both the post-war economic development model and U.S. hegemony itself. According to Cox, new transnational social forces and associated class struggles began to emerge from 1965 onwards. Consequently, it was increasingly pertinent to think in terms of a global class structure alongside or superimposed upon national class structure. Situated at the apex of this emerging global class structure was the transnational managerial class, consisting of transnational corporate executives and investors, the most internationalist branches of state government/bureaucracies, and heads of key international organizations and think tanks. 111. This new transnational class had developed its own ideology, strategy, and institutions of collective action, now constituted, in Marxist terms, a class both in itself and for itself. Pursuing its own transnational agenda and ideological indoctrination via its chosen international institutional architecture, etc. 112. The modern state, accordingly, was being transformed, with transnational and local levels competing with its traditional monopoly of authority and loyalty. 113. Replacing the post-war Keynesian welfare state was a weakened hyper-liberal state, little more than transmission belts from the global into the national economic sphere. 114. And which willy-nilly became more effectively accountable to a nebulae use personified as the global economy. 115. The core was not completely devoid of conflict, but these were largely limited to tensions between transnational and national capital, and amongst sections of the subaltern classes. 116 The classic Westphalian interstate woe has been superseded by a new medievalism in what amounted to a transnationalization of the state. Despite their differences, all subsequent neo-Gramscians broadly share Cox's transnationalization thesis. Stephen Gill, for example, has carried out important work on the formal/informal socialization processes promoted by forums such as the Trilateral Commission 117 and their role in nurturing a transnational identity and shared consciousness amongst the members. 118 Coinciding with Cox, Gill has heralded the advent of a new self-aware transnational capitalist class, committed to the progressive transnationalization and liberalization of the global political economy. 119 The emergent nebula jus, Gill avers, is imposing its supremacy 120 over the lower classes via augmented surveillance measures termed disciplinary neoliberalism. 121 Which have been socially embedded through the quasi-legal restructuring of state and international political forms known as new institutionalism. 122 New constitutionalism, Gill elucidates, is a doctrine and associated set of social forces which seeks to place restraints on the democratic control of public and private economic organizations and institutions. 123 That is to remove or insulate substantially the new economic institutions from popular scrutiny or democratic accountability. 124 State autonomy, in effect, was being limited to those fiscal and monetary policies favorable to the unhindered transnational flow of global capital as articulated in the Washington Consensus, embedded in the newly restructured Bretton Woods institutions and various regional integration processes. Neo-Gramscians of the so-called Amsterdam School 125 have also been drawn to the process of transnational class formation within an emergent transnational civil society. 126 Underscoring the importance of organization channels such as corporate interlocks and elite socializations in transnational forums and planning groups. 127 For prominent Amsterdam scholar, Kees van der Pijl, the process of transnational capitalist class formation dates back long before the 1960s, being ongoing in the English-speaking West since the 18th century onwards, nurtured by the web of haute finance, and expressed in transnational imagined communities such as the Freemasonry and later the Bilderberg Group and the Trilateral Commission. Taking inspiration in Cox's FOS classification, Van der Pijl's model depicts a woe beset by a centuries-old conflict between Lockean and contender/Hobbesian state-society complexes, currently manifested in their respective hyper-liberal and neo-mercantilist developmental forms. 128 According to Van der Pijl, the Lockean states represent the true bourgeois political formation, consisting of largely self-regulating civil societies dedicated to protecting private property at home and abroad. 129 As these merge, the contemporary world is increasingly resembling a Lockean heartland, a free space for capital, created with the help of states but shielded from democratic politics. 130 With transnational class formation and the international socialization of state functions. 131 Transgressing national border. This development has rewritten international relations. The traditional forms of world politics, Van der Pijl insists, have now been replaced by the struggle for hegemony between fractions of the bourgeoisie, through which the general tendency of the transnational ruling class asserts itself nationally and between the different states within and outside the Lockean heartland. 132 Outside lay the contender states, characterized by a weak bourgeoisie class. Conforming to Gramsci's passive revolution analysis, economic development in these countries is directed by a powerful state class, who employs all manner of neo-mercantilist industrial policies to catch up with the Lockean states. 133 Fellow Amsterdam scholar Bas-Jan van Apeldoorn has similarly been drawn to the process of transnational capitalist class formation, but with special attention being paid to the transformation of European capitalism and consolidation of a European transnational HB within the heartland. According to Van Apeldoorn, this was largely achieved through the deepening of regional integration from the 1980s onwards. According to Van Apeldoorn, this process was driven by the competitive interaction of three rival hegemonic projects represented by the transnational neoliberal globalists, the neo-mercantilist Europeanists, and the supranational Social Democrats. Despite the early victory of Europeanists, reflected in the quasi-neo-mercantilist Single European Act, it was the globalists' faction, Van Apeldoorn maintains, which eventually was able to exercise hegemony over the other rival projects manifested in the neoliberal nature of the EU from the Treaty of Maastricht onwards, and most clearly set out with the launching of the Lisbon Strategy by the European Council in March 2000.134. The variances between Anglo-Saxon neoliberalism and this EU-level version, termed embedded neoliberalism, Van Apeldoorn Ventures, is explainable as a direct consequence of the interaction of the original projects, and crucially the wide-ranging social and regional/national concessions conferred by the globalists, as befitting their hegemonic role. 135. Nonetheless, these differences within the Lockean heartland were not to be overstated, Van Apeldoorn insists. Recognizing that by the Treaty of Lisbon embedded neoliberalism was closely resembling its Anglo-Saxon counterpart. 136. Towards a neo-Gramscian perspective. We are indebted to neo-Gramscians for their groundbreaking research and for broadening traditional IR theory. The contributions include encouraging a rereading of Antonio Gramsci's work, demystifying and broadening the definition of the state, stressing the importance of the ethico-political/intersubjective realm within a theory of hegemony, forwarding a model for understanding the dialectical interaction between socio-economic and ideological political factors at the national level, helping shed light on some of the important social forces underpinning, and institutional characteristics of, Pax Americana, clarifying the dynamics of the transnationalization process and specifically transnational class formation and the complexities of regional integration, elaborating a useful set of concepts and analytical tools for theory construction. Nevertheless, for all the fine work carried out by neo-Gramscians, some key inconsistencies undermine their ability to provide a coherent explanation for the functioning and changing nature of the international system. The root of the problem is ontological, fundamentally Cox's original handling of the structure-agency debate. As noted above, guided by his critical theory objective to revitalize political agency. 137, Cox chose to historicize structure. These historical structures were not out there, constituting an objective reality, he claimed, but intersubjective and socially constructed. They become part of the objective world by virtue of their existence in the intersubjectivity of relevant groups of people. The objective world of institutions is real because we make it so by sharing a picture of it in our minds. 138. In reducing structures to historically contingent intersubjective relations, not only was Cox taking ideology and subjectivity as causal within the production and reproduction of woe, but also crucially, he was denying any ontological difference between structure and agency. They are made by collective human action. 139. Thus hegemony, as a particular historically defined structure internalized by social agents, is defined as a structure of values and understandings about the nature of order that permeates a whole system of states and non-state entities and is derived from the way of doing and thinking of the dominant strata of the dominant state or states. 140. As Margaret Archer has indicated, the main problem with this merging of the structure with an agency 141 is that it prevents any real dialectic interaction between the two and hence hindering practical research. 142. Gramsci, we have seen, did consider structure and agency ontologically distinct, temporally differentiable but at the same time inseparable, locked in a dialectal materialist relationship with the other. This conceptualization dovetails with Margaret Archer's morphogenetic approach. 143 and Roy Boscar's transformational model of social activity. 144, both situated within a critical realist philosophy of science. In order to further a better understanding of the social world, it is helpful to briefly underscore the main characteristics of critical realism which, in its underlaboring 145 capacity as a philosophy of science, is specifically designed to clarify key ontological and epistemological questions and thus facilitate theory construction. Critical realism, according to its founder Roy Boscar 146, sought to reaffirm the primacy of ontology over epistemology after centuries of neglect. Drawing on Immanuel Kant and Louis Althusser, Bhaskar differentiated epistemologically between intransitive and transitive dimensions of science, the former referred to objects of knowledge external to us, the latter to our knowledge of said objects, which was filtered through our socially constructed cognitive framework. Point 147. The reason for this intransitive-transitive incongruence, Bhaskar maintained, was that reality was hierarchically structured, divided into three vertically interrelated ontological domains, with higher levels emergent from, though not reducible to, their lower ones. At the base were non-observable underlying generative or causal structures/mechanisms out of which arose intermediate objective, subject-independent events, who then expressed themselves as observable/measurable experiences at the surface level. Point 148. Importantly, in this ontological stratification model, none of the domains emerged at a higher layer in their original form, modified as they were by the interaction of multiple, and often conflicting, emergent causal mechanisms operating within open systems. Since underlying structures and processes are simply imperceptible at the surface level, those epistemological traditions which conflated reality with our conception of that reality, be it by empirical measurement, or intersubjectivity, Bhaskar affirmed, were guilty of the epistemic fallacy. Statements about being could not be transposed into statements about knowledge of being. Point 149. Given ontological stratification, an underlying generative mechanism/causal law could only be deduced via retroduction. 150. A complex dialectical process of theorization and study of events, involving a movement from concrete to abstract, abstract to concrete. 151. With the criterion for testing the truthfulness depending on its superior explanatory power compared to competing hypotheses. Point 152. Despite having no particular theoretical attachment, critical realism was, as Jonathan Joseph noted, especially compatible with Marxism. Point 153. Marx subscribed to the depth ontology thesis. 154. His life's work was spent studying the underlying generative mechanisms of capitalism, and how these found their expression in certain institutional and ideational forms, resulting in the false separation between the economic and political spheres. Point 155. It was in his quest to shed light on how social structures are reproduced and occasionally transformed within an overdetermined, ontologically stratified open system that Marxist thinker, Jonathan Joseph, drew on the structure-agency conceptualizations of Gramsci, Bhaskar, and Nikos Poulantzas. The resultant materialist theory of hegemony serves as a touchstone for this monograph. Hegemony, Joseph holds, has a dualist nature, analytically differentiable between its structural and surface characteristics. Point 156. The structural aspect, Joseph posits, carries out the key function of securing the reproduction of social structures pertinent to a particular mode of production. Importantly, such structural reproduction occurs predominantly unintentionally, unconscious practices by agents serving to reinforce structure. That said, the complex emergent nature of the social realm means this process could never be taken for granted. The organization and reproduction of capitalism, for example, depended on a wide range of overt political, economic, social, cultural, and juridical mechanisms, with the state absolutely pivotal here. Joseph's surface hegemony, or political moment, exhibits clear parallels with Gramsci's second moment. Emerging out of structural hegemony, here conscious dominant groups mobilize around hegemonic projects to conserve 157 advance or transform particular political programs via societal reorganization. The aforementioned hegemonic apparatus is crucial. Said projects remain dependent on underlying structural hegemonic conditions, which strategically determine access to resources and the options available but are not mere functional expressions of it, however, enjoying their own set of mechanisms, properties, and powers, and hence expression/agenda. This lack of direct correlation means hegemonic projects may not fulfill the vital function of reproduction, or, in the case of a genuine transformational struggle, could actually seek to undermine it, engendering conflict, crisis, and potentially systemic change. Ideas and culture, therefore, do enjoy a degree of autonomy, but for them to be politically relevant they would have to be integrated into a hegemonic project anchored in underlying forces/relations of production. Dialogues would be arbitrary and individual fancies without the material forces, 158 Gramsci emphasized, whereas in reality, they are real historical facts and instruments of domination. 159. Once a critical realist philosophy of science is adopted, and specifically, the materialist theory of hegemony, the shortcomings of Cox's original ontological position become only too evident. Evidently, on a basic level, Cox was guilty of committing the epistemic fallacy. The assertion that historical structures can be inferred from observable historical patterns of conduct 160 involved collapsing ontology into epistemology. Generative mechanisms, as noted, lay at a different level from, and hence unobservable at, the surface empirical level. Cox's decision to define historical structures in purely intersubjective terms, furthermore, was tantamount to central conflation, making it impossible to explore the interaction of structure and agency, and therein precluding any serious conceptualization of social change, his original critical theory objective. And while claiming his critical theory was rooted in a production paradigm 161 reiterated by fellow exponents 162, it is very difficult to square Cox's method with that of Marx. Not only did he refuse to grant causal primacy to any one of the three categories of forces, material capabilities, ideas, and institutions, each one enjoying the same autonomy and generative capacity. 163 He denied capitalism constituted a single capitalist mode of production. 164 Or that it was driven by an underlying logic or set of tendencies external to agents' consciousness. 165 Instead, Cox along with many other neo-Gramscian opted to historicize the economy. 166 Locating causation in the social context of production. 167 Within a particular HB with the focus on how surplus was distributed, not how it was generated. 168 The problem with neo-Gramscian historicism was that by abandoning deep structure they implicitly relinquished any possibility of theorizing on the dynamics of global capitalism or class reproduction/formation. Instead of capital-labor class conflict constituting the motor of change, political mobilization now depended upon intersubjective elements within unique HBS, each based on its own particular SROP and associated accumulation strategy. While such a method might have its virtues at the micro level for analyzing the dynamics within a discrete HB, at the macro level it lacked the necessary tools to conceptualize systemic change across a large number of different HBS. Unfortunately, by assuming or simply ignoring the capitalist mode of production, neo-Gramscianism was not only foregoing any possibility of analyzing its structural tendencies but implicitly any hope of transforming it, therefore, impeding the realization of Cox's original critical theory objective. Once capitalism's underlying contradictions are sidelined, neo-Gramscian accounts of woe transformation are forced to rely on the voluntaristic intersubjective conjunctural level in the form of top-down ideological hegemonic projects. 169 It was not just the capital-labor conflict that was downgraded in the transnationalization thesis, therefore, but also coercion and power politics, signaling a departure from Gramsci and a slide into the methodological dualism denounced by Perry. Anderson. Even the Amsterdam school falls foul here. This is typified by van der Pichel's decision to classify the woe along a rather simplistic Cox-inspired ideal-type binary categorization, contrasting Lockean state-society complexes with their Hobbesian antagonists. 170 Such dualism results in two over-exaggerations. On the one hand, it overplays the distinctions between the two FOS, Lockean states, for example, clearly exhibit many Hobbesian attributes and vice versa. On the other hand, it overstates the degree of harmony within the Lockean heartland. As Adrian Budd has discerned, the latter scenario of core states cooperating with each other for mutual benefit 171 gravitates dangerously close to Koski's ultra-imperialism. 172 And while much of his empirical analysis challenges such a view 173 van der Pijl is at least guilty of inconsistency, contending elsewhere that, transnational capitalist class hegemony had effectively suppressed interstate rivalry and class conflict within the core. 175 Struggles for hegemony between bourgeois factions had now replaced struggles between states, and hegemonic control was based on frameworks of thought and practice, a la Cox. 176. As already indicated in the review of Anderson's critique, the risk of depicting hegemony as a purely ideological phenomenon is that it implies that once the modern prince had won the ideological battle within civil society, it could assume political power via the ballot box and embark on radical social transformation, a revisionist program dismissed as naive by Marxists such as Gramsci, who, as observed, considered the modern state the key instrument of bourgeois power. Unsurprisingly, the Coxian lack of ontological depth manifests itself in an inadequate theorization of the state, depicted as an intersubjective social relation, contingent on its particular HB 177 located external to, and enjoying independence from, the economy 178, increasingly powerlessness within the global economy, and reduced to a transmission belt 180 between the national and international sphere. The theoretical framework adopted in this book does not abandon neo-Gramscianism but seeks to give it a firmer ontological grounding. This must involve placing Gramsci back within the Marxist tradition where he belongs, not least in order to reaffirm hegemony's essential structural underpinnings, compatible with the emergentist materialist philosophy of science set out above. Whilst neo-Gramscian analysis of transnational class formation has much to commend it, we remain unconvinced that this process is actually undermining the capitalist state 181, which is vital for the reproduction of deep structure and ongoing capitalist accumulation. As studied in Chapter 3, the nurturing and ongoing management of neoliberal globalization relies heavily on the vital supporting role of states, not least Washington 182, and often in an overtly coercive fashion. Indeed, a direct corollary of the neo-Gramscian downgrading of the state's importance has been insufficient attention being paid to geopolitics, coercion, and militarism in theory construction. And yet, as Chapter 2 reiterates, anti-communism, the construction of a national security state, the setting up of a global network of security umbrellas and military bases, and participation in over/covert military operation, were as much a part of Pax Americana as the Bretton Woods institutions and the Marshall Plan. The uneven development of capitalism and the complex dialectical interplay of national and international social forces, as Gramsci observed, are reflected in a hierarchical system of competitive states. One thing is to assert U.S. world hegemony promoted a degree of intra-corps consensus and allayed military conflict within the heartland during and after the Cold War. Quite another is to claim it all but eliminated interstate rivalry altogether. As the subsequent chapters in this monograph will argue, tensions within the core have always existed, be they social, economic, political, military, or cultural, and not least within the European Union itself. Having made the case for the restoration of the state to its key position within WO, it is fitting to conclude this chapter by examining a little further the role of the world hegemon within the global capitalist system. To do so, however, it is necessary to comment briefly on some of the latter's structural tendencies. Although driven by its perpetual thirst for endless capital accumulation, 183 capitalism is prone to internal contradictions and systemic crises. The classic Marxist accumulation circuit consists of two basic stages. First, the extraction of surplus value from labor generated in the production process, and second, the sale of said commodities at a profit, articulated in Marx's systemic cycle of accumulation MCM. A breakdown in either of these stages, i.e. the inability either to extract sufficient surplus value or to sell the product profitably, the so-called realization crisis, would provoke a systemic crisis. During such periods, businesses might opt to hoard capital or to speculate in financial markets, using its idle money to generate interest-bearing or fictitious money. 184 entitling the holder to some kind of future royalty or right to trade financial assets in the financial sector expressed in Marx's shortened capital circuit MM rather than directly investing in the productive economy. 185 while successful at devaluing of constant capital. 186 and appropriating the assets of the lower classes. This new financial aristocracy did not manage to return the economy to its earlier productiveness. Most Marxists follow Gramsci, Lenin, Hilferding, and of course, Marx himself, and identify overproduction/overcapacity stemming from intercapitalist competition as the underlying cause of these crises. Other motives have been cited, however. Rosa Luxemburg, for example, blamed underconsumption, a direct corollary of the exploitative nature the capitalist system. 187, while Giovanni Arrighi flipped Luxemburg's argument, highlighting certain circumstances of where the exploitation of labor is too low. 188, thanks to the strength of institutionalist organized labor, producing a profit squeeze from below. All agreed, however, that capitalism suffered a tendency for the rate of profit to decline. 189. Contrary to arguments forwarded by teleological Marxists, this did not signal the end of capitalism as a mode of production, since permanent crises do not exist. 190, Marx himself acknowledged that this tendency could be checked, retarded, weakened by a series of counteracting forces, which included augmenting labor exploitation, investing in new technology, declaring bankruptcies, accessing foreign markets, and formation of monopolies. 191, and again, concomitant with structural hegemony. The state had a pivotal role here, which including acting as a consumer of last resort, of which military and other waste spending. 192 were particularly important. According to David Harvey, one recurrent solution to falling profit rates has been for capital to keep moving. Continuing the work carried out by Marx, Lenin, Trotsky, Luxemburg, and Gramsci, amongst others, Harvey linked the reproduction of capitalism historically to uneven development and the creation of space, the demands of endless accumulation driving capital to seek out new, ever larger areas into which it could bury its surplus. Harvey referred to this geographic restructuring as a spatio-temporal fix. 193, with the word fix carrying a double meaning. On the one hand, the invested capital was fixed in the land, embedded in physical and social infrastructures in a given territory/temporal setting. 194. On the other hand, to fix its need to guarantee continual accumulation, capital was driven to, in the words of Marx, strive to tear down every spatial barrier, to exchange and conquer the whole world for its market and annihilate this space with time to create a new geographical landscape, only to destroy it and rebuild a wholly different landscape at a later point in time in a geographical variant of Joseph Schumpeter's process of creative destruction. 195. There was, therefore, an implicit tension between the double meaning of fix, between immobile and mobile. If capital did move to a new spatial configuration to bury its surplus capital, it would leave behind a trail of devastation and devaluation in the region, undermining the value and associated monopolistic privileges embedded within the old spatial fix. But if it did not, the accumulated capital would start to be devalued directly through the onset of deflationary recession or depression. 196. The relocation process thus was not a foregone conclusion. An impasse, or switching crisis, could occur, where deeply entrenched territorial alliances within given social infrastructures put up resistance to conserve privileges already won, to sustain investments already made, to protect itself from the chill wind of spatial competition. 197. Obviously, the stronger this territorial alliance and more powerful the state, within the prevailing woe, the more likely such relocation could be delayed. Arrighi incorporated Harvey's spatial theory into his particular world systems analysis, which also drew on Gramsci, Marx, as well as Fernand Braudel, to elaborate his own systemic cycle of accumulation. 198. Historically, the stages of global material expansion occurred due to the emergence of a particular block of governmental and business agencies capable of leading the system towards wider or deeper divisions of labor. 199. In keeping with the materialist theory of hegemony set out above, the ability this particular block to launch a hegemonic project ultimately depended on underlying social forces. The consensual component of hegemony, it will be remembered, was activated when a dominant actor appeared to be operating in the general interests of the other. Given capitalism's crisis tendencies, a powerful state could exercise intellectual and moral leadership over other states, were it to successfully underwrite a mode of regulation and regime of accumulation, conducive to its own capitalist model, which increased returns to capital invested in production and trade, and therein helped restore profit rates. For Arrighi, This involved an implicit vertical relationship. A state could become world hegemonic when it could credibly claim either to be the motor force of general expansion of the collective power of rulers vis-a-vis subjects, or that the expansion of its power relative to some or even all other states is in the general interest of the subjects of all states. 200 Applying this logic specifically to American hegemony, Harvey considered it imperative that sufficient benefits flowed to the propertied classes in enough countries to make U.S. claims to be acting in the universal interest credible and to keep subaltern groups gratefully in line. 201. According to Arrighi's SCOA, every period of material expansion was marked by a steady increase in the size, scope, and complexity of successive regimes of accumulation on a world scale. 202 Historically, each hegemon distinguished itself from the previous one by offering an ever larger territorial container of power for capital accumulation, running from 13th century Italian city-states, Britain nation-state colonialism, to the continent-sized US 203, and boasting the sufficient military power to enforce the system. This roughly coincided with Hannah Arendt's assertion that a never-ending accumulation of property must be based on a never-ending accumulation of power. The limitless process of accumulation needs the political structure of so unlimited a power that it can protect growing property by constantly growing more powerful. 205 In a competitive, hierarchically structured interstate system, therefore, the hegemonic state is inevitably driven to extend, expand, and intensify their military capabilities/reach in an attempt to regulate the capital accumulation and surplus value extraction process to its favor. In this context, Harvey referred to capitalist imperialism, made up of a contradictory fusion of two components, the politics of state and empire, and the molecular processes of capital accumulation in space and time. Although ontologically distinct, each driven by its particular logic of power, be it territorial or capitalist. 206 They enjoyed a complex, dialectical relationship, albeit one in which the latter was dominant. According to Arrighi, recourse to the politics of state and empire became particularly acute during periods of overproduction/overcapacity in the productive sector manifested in increasingly hostile interstate competition and declining profitability. Considering Marx's systemic cycle of accumulation MCM a recurrent pattern of historical capitalism as a world system. 207 Arrighi claimed that in this context the incumbent hegemon will prefer to hold their capital in liquid form and generate profits purely from financial operations concurrent with Marx's MM. 208. For Arrighi, this new phase of financial expansion, financialization. 209, portended a signal crisis. 210 of both a regime of accumulation and its accompanying hegemonic system of governance. During this Belle Epoque period politics and empire also increased as did the hegemon's wealth and power, but this was only fleeting since the process of financialization tended to deepen rather than resolve the underlying overaccumulation crisis. Primarily, Harvey held, it offered financial means to rid the system of overaccumulation by the visitation of crises of devaluation upon vulnerable territories, the sinister and destructive side of spatio-temporal fixes with the state entering into an unholy alliance with financial capital to form the cutting edge of vulture capitalism, involving cannibalistic practices and forced devaluations. 211 Updating and amending Marx's original concept, Harvey termed the seizure of a set of devalued valuable assets at minimal costs accumulation by dispossession. Unfortunately, history has shown that financial expansions are unsustainable, drawing in far more capital than could be profitably managed, generating speculative bubbles and crashes. To contain the possibility of global economic meltdown, it was essential that the hegemonic power be prepared to intervene by organizing bailouts for local/region crises, either directly or via allied institutions. Coercion was omnipresent, not least to quell possible domestic opposition to the massive redistribution of wealth towards the upper classes which financialization engineers. Nonetheless, in true hegemonic style, the new accumulation system had to be constructed with sufficient consent amongst the leading capitalist agencies. Though Marx's aforementioned counteracting forces could temporarily help to boost profitability, Increasing turbulence in high finance and devaluing investments indicated the system was entering into its terminal crisis. 212 Historically, Arrighi noted, the overaccumulation of capital in the hegemon led to the transfer of surpluses to the emergent centers of capitalist development in return for claims on assets or future incomes paid in the form of interest, profits, and rents. In the short term, these payments reinforced the incumbent's position, but eventually, the debtor-creditor relationship was reversed, with capital pushing for a new spatial fix of even greater scale and scope. The hegemonic transition process was characterized by interstate conflict and even often war, as countries fought to prevent the devaluation of their capital, but eventually, the new container of power that emerged as the headquarters of the leading capitalist agencies prepared to launch a new SCOA. 213. 2. Construction and projection of U.S. hegemony. Creating a new world order, from one world to free world. Prior to the Second World War, and despite its evident economic and military prowess, the US's geopolitical priorities remained focused on its enlarged sphere of influence. The State Department and even the powerful pro-international business think tank, the Council of Foreign Relations, conceived of U.S. foreign and economic policy in terms of a grand area encompassing the Western Hemisphere, East Asia, and the Pacific, as expressed in 1914 by then Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Franklin D. Roosevelt. Our national defense must extend all over the Western Hemisphere, must go out 1,000 miles into the sea, must embrace the Philippines and over the seas. Wherever our commerce may be. One participation in the World War II too, however, caused a radical rethink in the American worldview. First, there was a strategic aspect. Protected by the Atlantic Ocean on one side and the Pacific on the other, the U.S. was not only spared expensive war damage but could base its entire military strategy on an offensive tactics. It was the only country in World War II who could truly claim to have fought on a global scale, possessing the capabilities to project its power at great distances, either to the west or east, and facilitated by a global system of communication. This had major effects on the formal state structure. Thanks to the enormous logistics required, all departments of the state were involved in planning and coordination activities, though the key ones were the White House, the State Department, and the War Department. What set post-World War II apart from previous periods was that now the heads of the armed forces, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, occupied the upper echelons of power, enjoying a pivotal role in forming U.S. policy, constituting an enduring transformation in American civil-military relations. The U.S. now possessed a global military economic political infrastructure, encompassing a worldwide network of military installations, which elites were eager to take advantage of. At the front of the queue was American capital, which relished the possibility of tapping into hitherto inaccessible energy resources, minerals, and other raw materials. Increasingly, from 1945 onwards, Washington ceased referring to foreign policy in favor of the broader, more militarist, national security policy, defined in global terms. It no longer appears practical to continue hemispheric defense as a satisfactory basis for our security. Army Chief and Harry S. Truman's future Secretary of State, George C. Marshall, explained, "We are now concerned with the peace of the entire world." 3. The grand area thus expanded to take in Western Europe, the Middle East, and the former British Empire. The State Department now prioritized strategic conditions and geopolitics alongside its traditional concerns for economics and diplomacy. Fighting World War II, of course, also had major economic effects. The estimated $300 billion spent on equipping its military between 1941 and 1945 represented a massive boon for all productive sectors. 4. Between 1939 and 1945 the U.S. GNP increased by 2/3, ending the war with almost 2/3 of the world's industrial production and over 70% of its gold. 6. The state became universally recognized as a key economic actor, not just in mobilizing resources but even substituting for market processes via strategically planned debt-financed industrial policies. Keynesian-style pump priming universally credited with dragging the U.S. out of the Great Depression. Truman's Secretary of Commerce, Avril Harriman announced in 1946, "People in this country are no longer scared of such words as planning. People have accepted the fact that the government has got to plan as well as individuals in this country." Point 7. All American capital did benefit, but perhaps no group more than the industrial sector. In a speech delivered to the Army Ordnance Association in January 1944, Charles E. Wilson, president of General Electric and the vice executive chairman of the War Production Board, called for an institutionalist war economy and that every corporation should have a liaison representative with the military, binding businesses and the military together in single military-industrial complex. Point 8. This semi-command economy, directed by corporate executives in liaison with military chiefs and paid for by the public, represented a significant shift away from traditional liberal capitalism. Yet despite enjoying a position of relative power and security unparalleled in human history, the single most important challenge facing State Department planners and corporate leaders alike, one that would underpin all aforementioned geopolitical objectives, was how to sustain/increase present output levels. With the winding down of the war and declining sales, Washington was haunted by the real fear that systemic overproduction/capacity and rising inflation could drag the U.S. back into a depression. As early as 1943, a future Nobel Prize economist warned of the possibility that the U.S. could experience the greatest period of unemployment and industrial dislocation which any economy had ever faced. Point 9. The New Deal capital-labor compromise would simply collapse under the strain of class conflict. Maintaining demand in the post-war period would require, at a minimum, a continued large export surplus and improved access to foreign markets as guaranteed under the Lend-Lease program. As Under-Secretary of State Dean Acheson put it to a special congressional committee in 1944, "The United States has unlimited creative energy. The important thing is markets. We have got to see that what the country produces is used and is sold under financial arrangements, which make its production possible. You must look to foreign markets." Point 10. The future health of the national economy, therefore, was intricately connected to the ongoing stability and continuing expansion of the global economy, tantamount to President Woodrow Wilson's open door. Point 11. This, in turn, depended upon the U.S. creating, in the words of Marx, a world after its own image. 12. Exporting the American capitalist model abroad, as it were. In reality, this had long been underway. The social forces emerging out of the U.S. huge economy of scale were dramatically shaping foreign social relations of production in accordance with Harvey's capitalist logic of power analysis. By the end of the First World War, the American vertically integrated corporate model had already replaced the British system of business enterprise as the dominant form of capitalist organization. Point 13. But what truly transformed the capitalist world was when these corporations adopted Ford's revolutionary mass production methods and a scientific exploitation of the labor force. For Gramsci, Fordism went beyond a shift in SROP. It constituted socio-political regime designed to nurture a new type of worker and man who accepted their subordinate, assimilating the corporate ethos in return for concrete benefits. This was achieved, in true hegemonic fashion, with the tempering of compulsion with persuasion and consent. Not only would the latter offset political radicalism, but higher wages would help enable workers to purchase the goods they were making, therein helping offset capitalism's perennial overproduction problem. Point 14. Throughout the 1920s/30s, the huge productivity gains meant Ford's regime was copied by the most important sectors of U.S. industry, marking the emergence of a consumer society. Point 15. Global competition meant the basic characteristics of Fordist mass production system, noticeably Taylorism, started to appear in core countries and even the USSR, either by imitation of American foreign direct investment. In those countries beset by antiquated economic and social basis, with a weak bourgeoisie, Americanization could only be achieved by a passive revolution. Point 16. Fordism evidently developed out of the US unique social history, so its full socio-political regime, social institutions included, remained largely an American phenomenon in the 1940s. Social forces also colluded to promote the American way of life at the level of civil society. Gramsci noted the American bourgeoisie sought to impose a network of organizations and movements under its leadership, 17 such as the Rotary Club, and the Young Man's Christian Association, to shape intersubjective forms of consciousness and make the world safe for expanding markets and foreign investment opportunities. The American culture industry was also having its influence felt. Nowhere was this more powerfully demonstrated, perhaps, than regards cinema, Hollywood projecting glamorous images of the joys of mass consumption and the American societal model in the most glamorous manner imaginable, which, in tandem with a cutting-edge marketing and advertising industry, had a huge effect in stimulating foreign demand for U.S. goods and services. But these processes, however important, were ad hoc and uncoordinated. If American capitalism was going to avoid post-war depression and guarantee market access, and it was vital to launch a new us-centered regime of accumulation and institutionalist world hegemony. As Cox indicated, the best way to do was by setting up international organizations and agencies. It was time to resuscitate Wilson's One World liberal internationalism. As early as the spring of 1943, Council of Foreign Relations directors, Hamilton Armstrong and Normal H. Davis, forwarded a plan for a supranational organization to Secretary of State, staunch free trade advocate, Cordell Hull. 18 State Department officials realized they had to sell the new international institutions to policymakers and public alike as forming part of an ethical and moral crusade for the promotion of global peace. In July 1943, the U.S. State Department released the first draft of its Constitution of International Organization, paying special attention to classic liberal ideals of peace, freedom, equality, and opportunities accessible to all. In the following months, U.S. officials worked to flesh out the composition of this United Nations, adhering to two basic tenets of the League of Nations: a universally accessible organization, composed of equal sovereign states, and a renewed dedication to peace and security for the resolution of armed conflicts, though this time, crucially, with an enforcer remit. In addition, the proposed entity would recognize self-determination as a guiding principle of international law and a general commitment to human rights protection. Unlike the League, however, the United Nations would be hierarchically structured. At the lower level, there would be a General Assembly of sovereign states, including many formal colonies, which would constitute an institutionalist forum for dialogue and problem-solving and, it was hoped, facilitate countries' economic integration into an open international economy and draw them away from pre-war ideas of spheres of influence or autarky. Real authority in the UN, however, would lie at the upper level, the Directorate, built upon the wartime political military Grand Alliance coalition of the Big Three. Roosevelt's idealism was always tempered with a fair degree of realism when it came to power politics. 19. Though the UN order was officially set up in a 2-month period, culminating in its charter launched at the San Francisco Conference, the fundamental decisions were taken at the Dumbarton Oaks Conference in September 1944 and at Yalta, February 1945. 20 In his classic study of the negotiations at Dumbarton Oaks, Robert Hildebrand reveals that the main diplomatic challenge for the U.S. was to try and convince the Allies of the benefits of the UN's universal structure when both Britain and the USSR were more interested in maintaining regional arrangements. 21. London was understandably suspicious of Washington's internationalist ambitions, considering the UN's dual principle of self-determination/sovereign equality of states, like Lend-Lease conditions, as directly aimed at dismantling the British Empire, and thus undermining its leadership in Europe. 22 Instead, Churchill proposed dividing the UN into regional councils, thus leaving South Asia, the Middle East, and Africa unregulated. 23 After certain deliberation, 24 FDR rejected the latter's regionalist sphere of influence suggestion as being incompatible with U.S. long-term open-door objectives. The Soviet Union's regional concerns, however, were more focused on security, having suffered massive military and civilian deaths at the hands of the Germans, and suspicious of the Allies' reticence to open up a second front until 1944. Any post-war institutional arrangement, Stalin insisted, had to buttress the geopolitical security of the Soviet state. This involved having its 1939 recognized, the establishment of a series of buffer states in Eastern Europe, and Germany neutralized and demilitarized 25 to offset what it imaged would be a US-dominated Europe. 26. At the Yalta Conference in February 1945, the basic outlines of the post-war period were laid out and the limits of US globalism were most clearly revealed. The UN would comprise of a Security Council, based on the Grand Alliance, but the Soviets would be granted regional security arrangement it demanded in Eastern Europe, reparations from defeated Germany and a veto in the Security Council. Not only had the Red Army liberated all of Eastern Europe from fascism, but most importantly, the US believed it still needed Soviet cooperation and power to defeat the Japanese and subsequently prevent the re-emergence of Germany or Japan in the post-war world. To clarify any possible doubts, the new president, Harry Truman, dispatched his aide Harry Hopkins to Moscow in spring 1945 with the message that Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Austria, Yugoslavia, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia etc. makes no difference to US interests. 27. Thus, when 46 countries sent delegates to San Francisco in April 1945 for the establishment of the UN, it was FDR's last Secretary of State, former Director of U.S. Steel and Ford Vice President, Edward Stettinius, who banged out a final agreement with the other great powers at his penthouse in the Fairmont Hotel. Article 51 of the Union Charter on Self-Defense was kept purposefully vague, while the General Assembly would be stripped of any real significant policy-making competence, and power would remain squarely with the Security Council. It was tacitly agreed that the US would exercise hegemony over the Western Hemisphere and Western Europe, while the Soviets would be granted their security belt in Eastern Europe. 28. Roosevelt's One World vision also came under attack from within the US, where powerful conservative forces questioned whether such liberal idealism was conducive to US power projection in the post-war capitalist world order. One of the central tenets of the UN, for example, the principle of absolute sovereignty, sat uneasily with Washington's desires to reorganize advanced capitalist states' SROP, form of state, and eradicate alternative development models. Thanks to World War II, after all, the US now had both the resources and capabilities to intervene wherever it chose. Second, vehemently anti-communist, this conservative coalition harbored deep animosity to the inclusion of the USSR into any global community of states. The inflection point came with the successful testing of the nuclear bomb in New Mexico on July 16, 1945. Another beneficiary of wartime military expenditure. 29. The Manhattan Project constituted a new order in international relations. 30. Shifting the global balance of power dramatically. Truman immediately sought to renegotiate the terms of Yalta and the San Francisco Conference with Stalin. Churchill described Truman as a changed man at Potsdam in July 1945, who told the Russians just where they got on and got off and generally bossed the whole meeting. 31. From that moment, Churchill told the House of Commons, our outlook on the future was transformed. We were in the presence of a new factor in human affairs, and possessed of powers which were irresistible. 32. Opposed by most U.S. military chiefs, the decision to drop the bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki was taken overwhelmingly for political reasons, to reshape the post-war geopolitical woe. First, it would keep the Russians out of Japan, leaving the US as the sole occupying power, affording them absolute freedom to shape the country's reconstruction and base for American hegemony promotion in East Asia. Second, Soviet cooperation was no longer required in Europe. Indeed, the nuclear show of strength was the backdrop for Washington to reverse many of the provisions agreed in Yalta with regards to Germany. 33. Anti-communist forces were gathering momentum. Determined to intervene to support conservative forces in the Greek Civil War, Truman acted on Dean Acheson's advice to scare the hell out of the country. 34. Delivering his famously doom-laden eponymous doctrine speech to Congress on March 12, 1947. Warning of the imminent dangers of the spread of communism through the Mediterranean, Truman pledged American support for free people everywhere, converting George F. Kennan's containment policy telegram into official State Department, despite the fact that the USSR was financially bankrupt and undergoing a rapid mass demobilization of the Red Army. 35. Debates over Washington's Grand Strategy 36 had been settled. In the clash between competing hegemonic projects, Roosevelt's inclusive liberal internationalist one world vision, and its accompanying emphasis on self-determination, equality of states and human rights, had lost out to Truman's regionalist free world paradigm, with its stark choice between good against evil. The friend-foe construction that had proven so successful throughout American history was back with a vengeance. While 19th-century continental expansion was justified as a fight against a national enemy, the Native American Indians, international expansion was now to be justified to U.S. citizens and foreigner alike as a struggle against a global enemy, communism. It was just the manifest destiny myth transposed to the worldwide scale. 37. Just 4 months later, the National Security Act was signed in July 1947, representing a major reconstruction of the military and intelligence agencies. A new Department of Defense was created, while the Joint Chiefs of Staff structure was recognized as vital and permanent part of the U.S. foreign policy establishment, formally institutionalized within the National Security Council. This setting up of National Security State, or Garrison State 38, finally launched what American industrial corporations had long been demanding, a permanent war economy during peacetime, to stave off declining demand and profits. 39. It was a recognition that the civilian economy by itself would be incapable of generating sufficient national growth by itself. Furthermore, the benefits of military rather than classic Keynesianism as far as large American capital was concerned, was that it did not crowd out the private sector. A vision shared by hawkish Republicans, military chiefs, and intelligence services. Ideologically, the Cold War left societies with a stark choice. Inside the American-led free world there was liberty, democracy, individual rights, peace, and prosperity. Outside there was nothing but dictatorship, coercion, war, and poverty. Thus, though U.S. hegemony was fundamentally expansive, concerned with promoting market access, and helping underwrite a regime of accumulation, it was always justified in narrow security terms as a defensive arrangement to protect national democracies. Security rather than free trade became the ideological touchstone of American hegemony. The conceptualization of national security was now limitless, and necessarily expansionist, just like the frontier myth it drew upon. 40 in its name, and in true Orwellian style, Washington could justify all manner of foreign military and covert operations abroad and establish its empire of bases. 41 dotted around the world, closely matching Yale geostrategist Nicholas J. Spigman's Rimland theory recommendations. World hegemony depended upon exercising military hegemony over the three key areas of wealth creation of Eurasia's maritime rimland, Western Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia. 42. Taking the 1945 Act of Chapultepec as its prototype. 43. Washington set up a whole series of collective defense arrangements to formalize its politico-military dominance over key regional powers. In terms of the most important centers of capitalism in Eurasia, Western Europe, and Japan, this found its expression in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and the US-Japan Mutual Security Treaty. Under these security umbrellas, the U.S. would underwrite the respective regions' political stability and national security in return for agreeing American bases on their soil and, tacitly, the abandonment of an independent foreign policy. This regional political alliance strategy represented the definitive blow for the authority of the UN and any dream of liberal universalism. While American anti-communist discourse was popular with Western European capital, to which communism did genuinely constitute a threat in the immediate post-war period, the huge disparity between the U.S. productive model and the decimated state of its own meant there was little political support for the open door. Apart from Reconstruction priorities, Western Europe's developmental programs were heavily reliant on state planning and macroeconomic management policies designed to prioritize full employment, economic stability, and protectionism. Accordingly, the fundamental objective of American state planners, especially from 1947 onwards, became the rehabilitation and reconstruction of other advanced capitalist states' economies, which, given the acute post-war malaise, was enthusiastically received by most European economic and political elites. But anti-communism was never just about legitimizing the international projection of American hegemony and militarization of the state, it was, first and foremost, about forwarding the class interests of capital. In the U.S., its fundamental utility was to attack and weaken the labor movement, which had begun to threaten profit rates. Furthermore, the Roosevelt's New Deal historical bloc harbored strong isolationist tendencies, most notably amongst the unions, who opposed any international commitments that could jeopardize Keynesian demand management programs to maintain full employment. It was fundamental to reconstitute the National HB. Reconstituting the National Historical Bloc. Since the introduction of the National Labor Relations Act of 1935, sections of corporate America had launched a counter-offensive to claw back some of the New Deal gains won by the unions. Between 1937 and 1945 they fought and won a long series of legal battles in the Supreme Court to reduce the scope of permitted industrial action. Moreover, wartime was also used by companies to impose wage freezes and extract voluntary no-strike pledges from union heads while they recorded unprecedented profits. But labor did not take this lying down. Unhappy with stagnating wages, the no-strike pledges, working conditions and management labor relations in general, around 6,770,000 industrial workers took matters into their own hands, participating in a record-breaking 14,000 strikes during World War II. 44. Capital-labor relations became even more fraught in 1946, by which time union membership had hit its all-time high, more than double its pre-World War II rate, representing around a third of all workers. 45. The unions staged a virtual general strike, demanding large wage increases to compensate for lost wartime earnings and the removal of no-strike clauses. The whole country was brought to a halt as workers in the industrial sector were joined by those in transport, communication, and public sectors. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics qualified the first 6 months of 1946 as the most concentrated period of labor management strife in the country's history, estimating the number of strikers at around 3 million, rising to 4.6 million for the whole year. 46. Of particular concern to both corporate and union bosses was the increase in wildcat industrial action. The labor movement, the White House maintained, was getting out of hand. Writing in his memoirs, Truman explained, "It was clear to me that the time had come for action on the part of the government." After fact-finding boards set up to negotiate with strikers failed, the president authorized the direct seizure of the industries including the railways and the mines, and seeking injunctions against the unions. "We used the weapons that we had at hand in order to fight a rebellion against the government," he clarified. Apart from the United Mine Workers, who were fined $3.5 million, all the workers in the major industries did return to their jobs once their industries were seized, though not without securing an average 18% pay increase first. 47. This horrified capital. Though under institutionalist Fordism wage rises could actually help bolster aggregate demand, American corporate leaders only thought in terms of mounting production costs. Already they had successfully lobbied the conservative coalition which dominated Congress to make sure that Truman's Employment Act only set full employment as an objective rather than a formal commitment, as was originally planned, which represented yet another blow for classic Keynesianism. With the congressional elections in November 1946, an alliance between conservative groups launched a backlash against the working class, reviving Woodrow Wilson's Red Scare campaign to denounce unions, workers, and independents as communists, accusing them of the worst crime imaginable for a public brought up on manifest destiny, being un-American. The Republicans decided to run their entire campaign on an anti-strike/anti-communist line. "Had enough," the Republican campaign slogan asked, referring to both the scale of nationwide industrial action as well as Truman's considered the inept handling of it, warning the public that they were now in the midst of a war, communism vs. Republicanism. 48 The campaign message and the Republicans' pledge to cut organized labor's growing political and industrial power struck a chord with the general public. The Democrats lost control of both the House of Representatives and the Senate to the Republicans, their biggest defeat since 1928. According to founding father, James Madison, foreign and domestic policies anyway were inseparable, and the means of defense against foreign danger historically have become the instruments of tyranny at home. 49 Just 9 days after Truman pledged to support for free people everywhere, the President signed Executive Order 9835 authorizing the Federal Employees Loyalty Act. This sought to uncover disloyal persons amongst federal government employees, sanctioning the dismissal of anyone believed to be conspiring with the Soviet Union or guilty of so-called un-American behavior. Truman's Justice Department also instigated a series of prosecutions against alleged communist collaborators, including the famous Rosenberg trials. Still, the Executive Order 9835 did not go far enough for capital. Arch-conservative Senator Robert A. Taft drafted a bill, the Labor Management Act, universally referred to as the Taft-Hartley Act, which represented a major revision of the Wagner Act, and the most serious attempt of some 250 bills circulating Congress in 1947, to undermine worker militancy. Dubbed the Slave Labor Bill by union leaders, the Taft-Hartley Act prohibited jurisdictional strikes, secondary boycotts, closed shops, and mass picketing, authorized injunctions for national emergency disputes, prevented unions from directly financing federal candidates in elections, and empowered the president to declare an 80-day cooling-off period before strike action could take place. Critically, and what would be one of the opening shots of the Cold War, communists or other radicals were barred from holding union office. Though Truman publicly opposed the bill, forcing the Congress to override his veto, he nonetheless invoked it 12 times during his presidency to discipline unions/resolve labor disputes. One of the clear objectives of the act was to strengthen the position of union leaders relative to their members, offering them certain institutional benefits while making them liable for not restraining/disciplining radical elements in their midst. By the end of 1947, thanks to the Taft-Hartley Act and a flood of other such legislation enacted by Congress, including the aforementioned National Security Act, most unions had adopted a far more conservative position. The outbreak of the Cold War, as expected, strengthened still further the position of the hawks within the State Department and the national security establishment per se. In what is now considered to be the official U.S. Cold War statement, the then top-secret National Security Council official planning document, NSC 68, in April 1950, the new strategy of rollback was announced. According to NSC 68, the Cold War is in effect a real war in which the survival of the free world is at stake, and the U.S. had the responsibility of world leadership and the need to assert itself everywhere around the world. 50. The militarization of the state, of course, extended into American civil society, where citizens were to expect a large measure of sacrifice and discipline and asked to give up some of the benefits they have come to associate with their freedoms, notable cutbacks in social programs. Communism was not just an external threat, it operated within American society. In line with James Madison's thesis, NSC 68 declared the need for just suppression over institutions within civil society, notably the unions. 51 The CIO 52 underwent a deradicalization, beginning with the dismissal of any leaders suspected of being communist sympathizers and extending to the expulsion of militant left-wing unions or those who opposed the international projection of U.S. hegemony and associated granting of martial aid. But it would not be all stick for the lower classes. Ahead of the 1948 elections, Truman announced a series of progressive New Deal-type measures including the proposed repeal of the Taft-Hartley Act, the introduction of national health insurance, a public housing provision, and a civil rights program which collectively would become known as the Fair Deal. Unfortunately, for reformers within the Truman administration, the conservative coalition made sure this fair deal remained at the purely rhetorical level, except for the Housing Act of 1949. With the introduction of the Taft-Hartley Act and adherence to U.S. Cold War foreign policy objectives, the American trade union tradition laid to rest any fleeting pretensions it might have harbored of constituting a genuine class movement, especially once tripartite collective bargaining arrangements became fully institutionalized in the early 1950s. It was the Cold War, in essence, that finally stabilized Fordist SROP. Under this modified regime there was a general agreement that capital and labor had mutual interests in increasing productivity and increasing the standard of living of the workers, and the state should regulate labor and industrial relations. Unions, hence, enjoyed the right to engage in collective negotiations as long as workers accepted their subordinate position within a for-profit capitalist system. By the late 1940s, most mainstream unions in the U.S. had signed binding contracts curtailing their right to strike in return for guaranteed employment and tangible improvements in their standard of living, and by the early 1950s, almost all industrial union contracts stipulated severe penalties for strikes, which left leaving only corporatist arbitration and mediation methods. In parallel, union leaders were assimilated into elite economic and political circles, enjoying the perks of travel, high wages, and expense accounts, became little more than CEOs of business unions, which Gramsci had so vehemently attacked, politically conservative, selling labor at the highest price, while disciplining unruly rank and file. 53 Moreover, given the narrow bipartisan nature of American politics, the Democratic Party knew the union vote was guaranteed, hence having little incentive to shift leftwards. And, so it was, that industrial unions took their place as subordinate members of the post-war American HB and willing supporters of Washington's declared anti-communist foreign policy agenda. It did not mean the end of sporadic incidents of labor unrest, however. But as in the early 1930s, such industrial action would be most effective when unofficial and outside the recognized institutional framework. Apart from deradicalizing the unions and hence reconstituting the SROP, the anti-communist crusade was also vital in galvanizing support for American hegemony amongst the general public, and curtailing isolationist and protectionist preferences. Truman depicted the global war on communism in Jeffersonian terms, as bringing good government to the rest of the world. This legitimation was important because projecting and maintaining American hegemony would be a costly business paid for by a notoriously fiscally conservative citizenry. The existence of an external threat was pivotal. As Hobsbawm noted, if America was not safe, then there could be no withdrawal from responsibilities, and rewards, of world leadership, as after the First World War. 54. Yet ultimately the American post-war national HB could not be constructed solely on coercion or communist scapegoating. The key here was the promise of access to unprecedented affluence. The promise of democracy was that of plenitude. 55 Under collective bargaining arrangements, unionized industrial workers would be able to negotiate rising real wages, linked to productivity growth and or the cost of living, in addition to New Deal sanctioned social insurance, pensions, and state aid. The Cold War pledge to labor was that only liberal capitalism could deliver individual rights, prosperity, and a better quality of life. Even Ford, that notoriously vehement anti-union company, accepted tripartism as an integral part of the Cold War American business model, which was to be a beacon to the rest of the world. Right now the peoples of many nations are faced with a choice between communism and democracy, and they are looking to us for help and leadership. They are looking at the promise of individual reward that has stimulated American invention and business enterprise, at American technical progress which has performed miracles of mass production, at American workers free to organize, to bargain collectively with their employers, and constantly increasing real wages for shorter working hours. 56. On the back of the post-war boom, institutionalized Fordism, and a dramatically extended credit system, genuine mass consumer society was born, helping to hold disparate social classes together within the American HB. Despite the fact that 20th century business concentration had squeezed out many small businesses, reducing many capitalists to salaried employees, these could still be considered middle class, liberals argued, if the category was defined in terms of consumption of hitherto inaccessible goods and services rather than productive property. Mass consumption represented the drive to democratist desire, a good life based on material abundance available to all. It was in essence, the fulfillment of the American Dream 57, a promise that would remain central to U.S. hegemony. So, by the late 1940s, the fundamental elements of a true HB were in place. Productive capital and moderate labor were institutionalized in corporatist structures within a Fordist accumulation strategy and particular FOS, a welfare warfare state. Holding the HB together was a unique American hegemonic culture based on liberalism, consumerism, and anti-communism. Its continual reproduction required access to foreign markets, full employment, and sustainable high growth, which in turn depended on the U.S. exporting its socio-economic model abroad. The essence of American post-war hegemony, in short, was driven by social forces emerging out of its evolving HB who attempted to realign the free world, if not exactly in its own image, then at least conducive to its interests. This necessarily involved leading foreign capital into a new dynamic period of sustained accumulation. Embedding American hegemony in the European core. According to Paul Nitze, assistant to Truman's Secretary of State, Dean Acheson, American foreign policy in the late 1940s was dominated by the belief that U.S. interests and security had become directly dependent on the creation and maintenance of some form of world order compatible with our continued development as the kind of nation we are. 58 Truman's abandonment of Roosevelt's one-worldism did not in any way imply the eschewing of international organizations per se, on the contrary, those geared to promoting the new liberal economic order played a vital role in helping restructure other capitalist countries' SROP and FOS, compatible with Cox's analysis discussed in Chapter 1. The construction of this new, American-centered WO was completed, according to Nitze, by 1953. Nominally, this process of international institution building was carried out within the context of the UN. Washington's blueprint for a global trading and financial system had been presented at Bretton Woods in July 1944, out of which were born, the ill-fated International Trade Organization, a multilateral free trade regime, the International Monetary Fund, promoting monetary policy and currency convertibility, and International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, commonly referred to as the World Bank, and charged with offering aid for reconstruction and balance of payment problems. The U.S. elite remained divided regarding the exact nature of the post-war trade and monetary system, however. On the one hand, the State Department backed by Wall Street prioritized trade liberalization, capital movement, and greater international monetary/fiscal discipline. On the other hand, the Treasury Department and the New Deal coalition, the planners, insisted on preserving a directing role for the state in the economy. Furthermore, there were many powerful voices in the Congress and even in the executive that remained wary of substantial financial commitments by the U.S. to an institution over which it would not have full discretionary control. British economist John M. Keynes believed that a compromise was possible between these two positions, proposing a clearing union which, while preserving national autonomy in economic policy, committed states to international cooperation arrangements, both in the creation of credit and in the avoidance of measures that would export inflation. Moreover, Keynes' clearing union offered a solution to the perennial problem of BOP disequilibria by obliging not just the deficit countries, but also the surplus countries, to adjust their exchange rates. In addition, countries could settle outstanding balances or conduct international trade with a new supranational currency, banker, whose value would be based on a basket of the major currencies. Keynes' final plans were backed by Britain, Europe, the Commonwealth, and Latin America. Anticipating major trade surpluses, any forced revaluation of the dollar was unacceptable to Washington, however. U.S. Treasury Department negotiator Dexter White rejected Keynes' proposal out of hand. "We have been perfectly adamant on that point. We have taken the position of no, on that point." 59 When the IMF was finally put into place in March 1946, it was not Keynes's internationalist scheme that prevailed but White's hegemonic version in which exchange rates were to be fixed onto the dollar, convertible into gold at a fixed price, and loans from the fund were made conditional upon the adoption of national economic policies facilitating a return to payments equilibrium. Nevertheless, some concessions were made to both Keynesians and Wall Street/the city. First, aware that countries had low reserves of gold and foreign exchange and the currency convertibility was still a while off, the US agreed to introduce capital controls without which welfare states were unsustainable. Keynesian economic theory, after, was all based on a relatively closed economy, where trade was considered a leakage and free capital movement disruptive of governmental control of savings, investment, interest rates, and ultimately full employment. 60. Second, although Wall Street and the city favored returning to the gold standard, hegemonic ambitions and practicalities 61 induced the Treasury to adopt the more flexible dollar-gold standard, which would, in principle, prevent excessive dollar printing while at the same time allow deficit countries to settle international balances in greenbacks. Obviously, this meant that despite aforementioned restrictions on general capital flow, the US itself would have to allow a sufficient flow of dollars abroad to supply global liquidity in order to function as the global reserve currency. But at the same time must maintain confidence in the greenback. This quandary was known as Triffin's dilemma. 62. The agreement on global free trade was an even more complex issue. The proposed ITO aimed to regulate and reduce restrictions on international trade, while establishing global rules on tariffs, trade preferences, quantitative restrictions, subsidies, and raw material price agreements. 63. It drew upon two sources, the 1934 Reciprocal Trade Agreements Act and its famed Most Favored Nation Clause, and Article 7 of the Wartime Lend-Lease Agreements with the Allies, which stipulated that any state receiving aid had to agree to the elimination of all forms of discriminatory treatment in international commerce, and to the reduction of tariffs and other trade barriers. 64. With regards to the rest of the capitalist world, the main concern centered on the timing and extent of liberalization given the massive productive capacity of American manufacturing and agricultural sectors. 65. The US government ceded to European demands that trade liberalization be postponed in the short term so as not to undermine domestic reconstruction exigencies. 66. In addition, and to the annoyance of Washington, countries such as Britain and France still maintained preferential trade arrangements with their soon-to-be ex-colonies. Less developed countries too demanded trade concessions to aid development programs. Ironically, and despite government lobbying, American capital remained ambivalent on the virtues of full trade liberalization. Apart from high-profile internationally orientated corporations, most U.S. firms were domestically based and opposed to opening themselves up to foreign competition. Furthermore, even those firms that were export-driven remained skeptical that the ITO could guarantee foreign market access during the Reconstruction period. 67. Domestic political concerns over the loss of national sovereignty and tensions between the executive and the Congress over who executed political competence in the area meant a comprehensive multilateral trade agreement was doomed. Nevertheless, the American elite did agree that reciprocity and non-discrimination in trade relations could form a foundation for mutual benefits from international trade in a climate of ongoing liberalization. 68. These basic principles were generally acceptable to the rest of the world provided they were permitted certain opt-outs and a reasonable transition period to open up with domestic objectives and national sovereignty. Thus, the trade pillar of Bretton Woods was abandoned to be replaced by a watered-down, derivative version, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, a set of rules and a sufficient basis for intergovernmental cooperation on trade. The first multilateral round under GATT took place in Geneva 1947. But these trade debates were largely academic, at least in the short term. The extent of war damage, the state of public finances, negative trade balances, and the desperate need for dollars, meant that no country could seriously contemplate making their currencies freely convertible, let alone liberalize trade. With the US committed to high levels of exports, there seemed a little possibility that the so-called dollar shortage would be solved any time soon. British Chancellor of the Exchequer, Hugh Dalton, complained in 1947. The Americans have half the total income of the world, but won't spend it in buying other people's goods or lending it or giving it away on any sufficient scale. The fund and the bank still do nothing. How soon will this dollar shortage become a general crisis? 69. One other problem worrying the post-war European elite, alluded to above, was of a more political nature. When Churchill gave his famous Iron Curtain speech at Fulton, Missouri, March 1946, he was not just denouncing Soviet continental expansionism or upping the ante to secure Britain a huge post-war loan from Washington 70, but expressing genuine class concern over the rising support for far-left political parties across Europe, markedly in West Germany, Italy, and France, a situation that would be magnified following the terrible harvest and appalling winter of 1946-47. All Western European governments, ranging from the Social Democrat left to the conservative right, were vehemently anti-socialist/communist, and urged Washington to forward aid to help economic recovery and to stem this leftward shift. Truman's doctrine speech constituted the US reply. The seeds of totalitarian regimes are nurtured by misery and want. They spread and grow in the evil soil of poverty and strife. They reach their full growth when the hope of people for a better life has died. We must keep that hope alive. 71. Less than 3 months later, the Marshall Aid was announced. In his speech at Harvard University, June 5, 1947, U.S. Secretary of State, George Marshall, declared that the U.S. should do whatever is able to do to assist in the return of normal economic health to the world, without which there can be no political stability and no assured peace, and while stressing that it was not directed against any country, but against hunger and poverty, desperation and chaos, he set as its aim the establishment of free institutions. 72. Drawing on a Council for Foreign Relations study entitled Reconstruction in Western Europe, co-written by New York lawyer Charles Spofford and Chase Manhattan's David Rockefeller, the Marshall Plan, on a basic level, was an example of international Keynesian stimulation, designed to counter the leftward shift in European politics. When addressing American business, Marshall was more candid, justifying the foreign pump priming program in more national self-interested terms, either as a way for the U.S. to get rid of its present surplus production, or the need to build up future markets for its exports. Marshall told U.S. News, the real idea behind the program, thus, is that the United States, to prevent depression at home, must put up the dollars that it will take to prevent a collapse abroad. 73. If the Bretton Woods system was going to be a success, and the greenback converted into the global currency/main form of global liquidity, it was vital that the U.S. redistribute funds to resolve the aforementioned dollar shortage. Not only would this help European economies recover and help curb political radicalism, but it would also offset U.S. overproduction by creating stable guaranteed markets abroad. The Marshall Plan. Other key long-term ambitions. The Truman administration had the very real worry that European elites could, at any time, actually eschew American hegemonic multilateralism, restrict international trade and investment, and opt instead for national/autarkic capitalism. Speaking in January 1948, Marshall urged decisive action. It is idle to think that a Europe left to its own efforts in these serious problems of recovery would remain open to American business in the same way that we have known it in the past. 74. Indeed, excepting some sectors of large capital and high finance, the majority of European business leaders, politicians, state officials were skeptical about free trade, favoring national economic autonomy. As in the U.S., World War II vindicated the role of the state in the accumulation process, helping the private sector in numerous ways, undertaking those tasks not considered profitable, offering financial aid, and even nationalising key industries, as in Britain, France, Italy. The American New Deal FOS had its parallel in the European post-war national welfare state. Although each had its own version, most Western European countries adhered to some variant of Keynesianism, the existence of a welfare state. 75. With trade unions institutionalized in collective bargaining arrangements, sometimes extending to the state. While the state in Europe remained capitalist, and therefore concerned with capital accumulation, the greater complex of its social history meant market activity was embedded in a different socio-politico-judicial framework than in the US. The main objective of these welfare nationalist states was to try to enhance the power of national capital and preserve some of the social commitments required for the reproduction of their respective HB, though always located within competitive global capitalist economy characterized by uneven development. The challenge for Washington was how to get European countries to adjust their economies so as to be compatible with the American capitalist model and hence US hegemony. This is where the Marshall Plan comes in again. Its long-term objective was to provide the sufficient funds, technological assistance, and incentives to stimulate reconstruction and enable state elites to modify their respective SROP, HB, and FOS, in line with the Bretton Woods framework. It was, in Gramscian terms, essentially a Europe-wide passive revolution. The US had already a template to follow. Under the terms of the Lend-Lease and Anglo-American Loan Agreement, Washington had tied aid to London, to the latter meeting a series of tough conditions: high interest rates, scrapping of import controls, dismantling its imperial preference system, and full convertibility of sterling. Similarly, Marshall aid would only be given to countries that adhered to American stipulations and committed to an open and expanding capitalist world economy. Following established practice, the first step was to incorporate countries into a multilateral institutional framework. 76 Hence, to receive funds from the European Recovery Plan, the 17 participating countries had to first integrate into the newly formed Organization of European Economic Cooperation 77 and negotiate with each other, and then collectively with the US, rather than on a bilateral basis. In accordance with Cox's International Organization analysis, membership of the OEEC would bestow benefits but at the same time delimit political options. Vital aid would be forthcoming in return for governments agreeing on a series of measures compatible with American capitalist model and the social transformation underway stateside. These measures included reducing trade barriers on goods and services en route to multilateral trading, steps towards trade liberalization, meeting Bretton Woods monetary policy objectives, and only permitting moderate trade unions to form part of tripartite industrial relations negotiations. 78. The Marshall Plan had huge symbolic value for US hegemony, reinforcing its intellectual and moral leadership over the European core. It was also largely successful in alleviating short-term resource shortages, opening markets for American businesses hit by chronic overcapacity, and setting in motion the desired social transformation. Unfortunately, it did not have much effect on the continent's economic growth, which remained sluggish. 79 Nor did it resolve the dollar shortage, since so few dollars actually crossed the Atlantic. 80. As Keynes had warned, any country printing the global reserve currency would have to run a large BOP deficit to stimulate global demand and assure international liquidity, but the US trade surplus with rest of the world showed little sign of relenting. The turning point came with the heightening of Cold War tensions in 1949, following the proclamation of the People's Republic of China. In the context of the Korean War, the US launched a massive rearmament program, almost quadrupling its military budget from $12.2 billion in 1951 to $46.3 billion in 1954.81. It was only after Washington International Keynesianism to International Military Keynesianism injected unprecedented liquidity into the global economy via direct military expenditure abroad and military aid to governments, that industrial production really took off in advanced capital countries and the dollar shortage was reversed. It is no coincidence, Giovanni Arrighi notes, that the so-called Golden Age of capitalism coincides directly with the beginning and end of the Korean War and Vietnam War, respectively. 82. No country benefited more economically from this pump priming than Japan, converted into the US industrial base for both conflicts. Following the loss of China, Tokyo became Washington's key ally in East Asia, whose security it underwrote in return for permanent military bases and direction of its foreign policy. Due to the exigencies of rapid industrialization, Japan was permitted a higher degree of protectionism, restrictions on FDI, and state intervention than would be tolerated elsewhere, which included resuscitating the imperial age vertically structured zaibatsu conglomerates in the form of keiretsu corporations. This mix of U.S. military spending, protectionism, and preferential trade access to the American market would prove hugely successful 83 and provide a prototype developmental model to follow for other East Asian countries. The final and definitive push in reconstituting Europe's SROP, HB, and accompanying FOS, however, would only take place with the large-scale global expansion of the American Fordist multi-divisional administrative corporation. Concerned about overproduction and inflationary pressure, the Treasury Department had long been offering American businesses generous fiscal incentives to go global, but the latter were reticent, given the political instability, fragmentary nature, and size of foreign markets compared to the U.S. From the early 1950s, American multinational corporations did start to set up branches in Europe. The key here was the role of U.S. institutions, notably the OEEC, which pushed European reconciliation and cooperation and lowered tariff barriers across the region, and NATO, which guaranteed their political and military protection. The new American invasion of Europe began in earnest, however, following the launching of regional integration projects, namely the European Coal and Steel Community, but above all and the European Economic Community, which dovetailed perfectly with Washington's desire to revoke Yalta and reindustrialize and reintegrate West Germany back into Europe. 84 The granting of full currency convertibility in 1958 and the adoption of the Code of Liberalization of Capital Movements 85 by the newly enlarged OEEC in 1961, saw US FDI in the region rise from $1.7 billion in 1950 to $24.5 billion in 1970.86 The arrival of capital-intensive industries and service providers drew Europe further into American circuits of capital, compelling companies to restructure their business model along similar lines. US hegemony was always about creating a world in our image, getting the rest of the capitalist world to emulate your corporate model, and associated business culture was an essential part of that. As economic growth increased, the post-war leftward thrust in European politics was stemmed. The boom of the 1950s was presided over, almost everywhere, by center-right governments, reflecting the internal restructuring of countries' FOS. This did not mean state planning or Keynesian demand management were abandoned, but states now formed part of regional security alliances and their economies were more dependent on international trade and access to foreign resources. Nominally, all the main social actors shared the same industrial paradigm: rising production, growing foreign trade, full employment, industrialization, and modernization involving government control and management of mixed economies. Under institutionalist tripartite collective bargaining arrangements all could be winners, it seemed. Capital had its right to healthy profits recognized, privileged institutionalist industrial labor could enjoy production-related wage increases and fringe benefits, such as a welfare state, while the government got to guarantee capitalist accumulation and social stability via macroeconomic demand management programs, albeit within the constraints of a dynamic global economy. Moderate unions were led by conservative leaders well versed in the importance of BOP considerations and the need to keep export industries internationally competitive. 87. During the Reconstruction period, the Bretton Woods objectives of trade liberalization, currency convertibility, and BOP correction were adhered to only to the extent they were compatible with the Keynesian state's domestic commitments and macroeconomic management programs. But as Cox indicated in Chapter 1 from the 1950s, this IOS process gathered pace, reinforced by emergence of transnational economic structures, increased international trade, and a growing web of international economic interdependence amongst domestic firms. This reciprocal relationship would find its political expression, as we saw in Chapter 1, in a modification of core countries' FOS, as they became part of a larger and more complex political structure that is the counterpart to international production. 88 Leo Panich and Sam Jinden summarized the change as a state's acceptance of responsibility for managing its own domestic capitalist order in that contributes to managing the international capitalist order. 89 A good example of this how, from the 1960s, the advanced capitalist economies were also expected to engage in mutual consultation and criticism of each other's national monetary and trade policies in the different international organizations they were party to. By the mid-1960s, U.S. hegemony was at its height. As reiterated throughout this chapter, the basis of American intellectual and moral leadership as far as the capitalist class in the core were concerned, political stability and security guarantees aside, was Washington's capacity to underwrite a profitable regime of accumulation, which in this case involved privileged and non-reciprocal access to the US's vast and highly lucrative domestic market and wartime technology. American corporations, meanwhile, were now free to tap into markets and resources throughout Western Europe, Latin America, East Asia, and the Middle East, described by Dwight Eisenhower as the richest and most strategically important area in the world. 90. Under Pax Americana, advanced capitalist countries experienced a huge post-war boom between 1950 and 1973, a Belle Epoque reflected in rapid industrialization, record high rates of economic growth and soaring global trade. 91 American cultural hegemony, transmitted through the hegemonic apparatus, found its expressions in multiple forms and mediums, especially potent in popular culture. Overwhelmingly, these cultural expressions celebrated the American marketplace society, of which the most potent image was of Eisenhower's Consumers' Republic, a middle class of material opulence and promise of social advancement and outward trappings of success: house, cars, refrigerators, TVs, telephones, and other consumer durables. For subaltern classes in the core capitalist countries, US intellectual and moral legitimacy was indirect, dependent on increased standards of living, near full employment, and consumption of opportunities. The reality, of course, was never so benign. Consistent with Gramsci's conceptualization of hegemony, the US would never actually abandon recourse to coercion in order to persuade or subjugate both allied and antagonistic groups alike, be it at home or abroad. The militarization of the American state not only afforded the mica level of economic and political power that even outgoing President Eisenhower saw fit to censure 92, but conforming to Madison's truism, it was increasingly projected into domestic civil society. The Senate Select Committee's report of 1976, the so-called Church Committee Report 93, indicated the extent to which the NSS, via the various intelligence agencies, used anti-communism as an ideological smokescreen to undermine civil liberties of a wide cross-section of political and social groups. Subversive domestic elements, including civil rights/black activists, leftists, rebel rousers, anti-war demonstrators, or feminists, were all subjected to heavy surveillance operations and multiple dirty trick campaigns to soil their public image. 94. And not all capitalist countries fell under the spell of U.S. hegemony. At the Bandung Conference, a group of newly decolonized Third World countries opted out of the Cold War framework, opting for state-driven national economic policies, state import substitution industrialization, under a different FOS, neo-mercantilist developmental state, to lead to a catch-up with the West and liberate themselves from free trade imperialism and colonial oppression. Ultimately, Pax Americana would not work for everyone, nor would the US-led regime of accumulation bring an end to the class conflict or resolve the internal contradictions of capitalism. American hegemony was entering a period of crisis and restructuring, before emerging into a different form. 3. Crisis, reconstruction and reassertion of U.S. hegemony. Pax Americana under threat. Declining American power. As we have seen, anti-communism was the ideological glue that kept Pax Americana together, the basis of U.S. intellectual and moral leadership. Washington represented the principal guarantor of international private property rights and ongoing process of capital accumulation, establishing a global defense shield for a capitalist world under threat from Soviet/communist incursion, which usually transposed into disciplining opposition elements at home. As part of its war on communism between 1948 and 1991, Washington spent an estimated $15 trillion or $342 billion PA on arms, military interventions, military aid, and a massive bureaucratic security apparatus. 1 This military deficit spending became structural to American hegemony by enabling vital state reconstruction both at home and abroad, offsetting domestic industrial overcapacity, subsidies scientific research in new technology which not only managed to keep the U.S. at the forefront of modern weaponry but whose vanguard know-how was appropriated by the civil sector to develop new lucrative production lines. Officially, the U.S. shunned Harvey's territorial logic of power, adhering to a Thomas Paine-inspired democratic republicanism espoused by the Founding Father. The reality, of course, as we have seen, is that Harvey's two logics are inseparable. Indeed, conforming to the critical realist ontological stratification model set out in Chapter 1, it is best to conceptualize the territorial logic as being emergent from the capitalist logic. Arrighi's earlier observation on the more frequent recourse to politics of state and empire during periods of overproduction/overcapacity was borne out by the American colonies' perpetual expansion westward followed by incursions into the Caribbean and Latin America. Historically, the solution squaring this circle has been to justify U.S. power projection in Republican missionary terms. The country had a moral obligation, Thomas Jefferson insisted, to bring freedom and the good life to foreigners and establish an empire of liberty. The U.S., John Quincy Adams declared in 1821, goes not abroad, in search of monsters to destroy, she is the well-wisher to the freedom and independence of all. 2 American imperialism, Harold Innis summed up in 1956, has been made plausible and attractive in part by its insistence that is not imperialistic. 3. In the post-war European countries were pressed to decolonize in the name of self-determination, democracy, and universal civil and political rights, but this did not prevent Washington itself from resorting to the territorial logic of power as part of its war on communism. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, the State Department, the Pentagon, and the Treasury worked together with the various intelligence agencies to install or bolster the position of pro-Western authoritarian/dictatorial regimes, quell national independence movements, and overthrow dangerous governments throughout the periphery/semi-periphery. 4 In terms of officially recognized wars, however, there were just two, the Korean War and the Vietnam War, which constituted such a political, ideological, military, and economic disaster for the U.S., it appeared to signal the beginning of the end for American hegemony. On a domestic level, Vietnam threatened the stability of the historical bloc. Public demonstrations opposing the war began as early as 1964 but shot up from 1968 Tet Offensive onwards, when an increasingly critical media began to report and relay images of the true horrors and scale of destruction. 5 Middle classes eager to avoid the extended draft joined students, peace activists, political liberals, civil/black rights campaigners, the New Left, feminists, environmentalists, and workers' associations, unsurprisingly the very same groups targeted by the national security state, according to the Church Committee report, to protest against both U.S. militarism and imperialist interventions abroad and the lack of social justice at home. This upsurge of progressive political activism, fueled by anger over the deeper underlying contradictions of American society, poverty, inequality, systemic racial discrimination/ghettoization, greatly concerned conservative social forces, fearful it could consolidate into genuine counter-hegemonic HB. At the international level, the Southeast Asia campaign did untold damage to American intellectual and moral leadership. Not only for the dubious nature of the conflict, destruction waged, and attrition tactics, but it shattered the myth of American military invincibility, a fundamental pillar of Pax Americana. Despite dropping more tonnage of high explosives on Indochina than during World War II, the Viet Cong could not be defeated. 6 For the very first time, serious doubts over Washington's military hegemony began to arise, specifically its ability to protect advanced capitalist allies against Soviet attack and impose order in the periphery, symbolized in their forced abandonment of Laos, South Vietnam, and Cambodia. Worse still, by 1969, the USSR had reached nuclear parity with the US, boasting around 1,000 intercontinental ballistic missiles. A state of mad now existed. 7 Furthermore, Moscow was determined to push ahead with an anti-ballistic missile system program which would undermine Washington's strike capabilities and force them to embark on a new highly expensive arms race. It was against the backdrop of this political military malaise Nixon was forced to extend the olive branch to Moscow, proposing the superpowers engage in strategic arms limitation talks, which began in November 1969 and concluded in May 1972 with the SALT I Treaty on limiting the development of anti-ballistic missile systems. This period of superpower détente reached its zenith with the signing of the Helsinki Agreement, at the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe in 1975, which formally recognized the legitimacy of the USSR's hegemony over East Europe 30 years after Yalta. A sign of its relative decline, détente would prove disastrous to US hegemony. Freed from the threat of imminent nuclear war, the Allies were afforded a degree of foreign policy autonomy from Washington, which they had not experienced since World War II. At the front of the queue were hitherto client states Japan and the Federal Republic of Germany. Uneasy at improving Sino-American relations under Secretary of State Henry Kissinger's rapprochement initiatives, Tokyo proposed expanding bilateral trade relations with Moscow, seeking to gain access to the latter's energy, mineral, and agricultural resources, in exchange for capital, technology, and capital-rich manufacturing/consumer goods. 8 Similarly, West German Chancellor Willy Brandt launched Ostpolitik, re-establishing diplomatic links with its estranged Eastern Bloc neighbors, and crowned with the ratification of the Basic Treaty. In direct contradiction of the US-endorsed Hallstein Doctrine, Bonn formally recognized the East German sovereignty claim, and established obligations on all parties to seek nonviolent means to resolve problems. Transatlantic relations also hit a post-war low in the early 1970s. For the first time, in almost 30 years, Europe publicly chastised Washington for Vietnam, the demise of Bretton Woods, its involvement in the Arab-Israeli War, while the European economic communities rejected new general agreement on tariffs and trade proposals. Such was the extent of the rift that the Nixon administration felt it necessary to designate 1973 the Year of Europe, with Kissinger subsequently calling for a new Atlantic Charter, offering to update and reinforce the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, while at the same time warning the continent to keep European integration within an overall framework of order managed by the US rather than consolidating into a protectionist trading bloc. 9. Liberalism was also coming under increasing attack in the semi-periphery and periphery. Drawing on Lenin-inspired dependency theorists such as Raoul Prebys, Hans Singer, and André Gunder Frank, the non-aligned movement denounced the hierarchically structured nature of the international trading system. Thanks to the limited range and low value-added nature of their exports, that the argument ran, developing countries suffered a perennial worsening in their terms of trade relative to the rich North, to which they were economically dependent, while locked in a permanent state of underdevelopment. 10 Finding institutional expression in the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the solution proposed by the so-called G77 countries was the formation of commodity cartels in raw materials, an endogenous economic growth model based upon import substitution industrialization, and by the late 1960s, the right to expropriate foreign-owned national assets on their soil. Again, it was against the backdrop détente and perceived declining American power that Third World economic militancy reached its zenith. In 1974 UNCTAD called for a radical reconstruction of international trade via its Declaration for the Establishment of a New International Economic Order, approved by UN General Assembly on May 1. Amongst its principal demands were, raising and stabilizing commodity prices, reducing rich countries' tariffs, regulating and supervising the activities of transnational corporations, and recognizing both countries' rights to choose own developmental model and sovereignty over resources. 11 This was followed in the same year in December by the Charter of Economic Rights and Duties of States, passed by the General Assembly 120 votes to 6 in December of the same year, which specifically spelled outstates rights to nationalise foreign property. Though nothing legally binding would come of these specific initiatives, vetoed by both the UK and the US, they did worry State Department officials. Such economic nationalism not only hurt American MNCs, it placed in grave danger the whole functioning of the multilateral liberal order which Washington had so lovingly nurtured. This was a direct affront to the US's hegemonic role as the global guarantor of international private property. As far as hawks in Washington were concerned, the US was losing control of the Third World in the 1970s. In addition to the retreat from Indochina, the rise of nationalist movements throughout Africa, Central America, and the Middle East was overthrowing incumbent US-maintained regimes in the name of self-determination, the most significant being Ethiopia, Angola, Nicaragua, and Iran. But the underlying problem behind the root of this political malaise ultimately was the US's relative economic decline, itself a direct corollary of the exercising of hegemony. Thanks in no small part to American largesse, Bretton Woods, political/military stability, and Washington's toleration of non-reciprocal trade practices, the core capitalist countries enjoyed a virtuous cycle of high productivity, high consumption, high investment, and high profits throughout the 1950s and 1960s. 12 Predictably, given the huge post-war disparity, by the mid-1960s the global center of economic gravity had started to shift significantly. The uneven character of capitalist development meant many advanced countries were accumulating capital at a far quicker rate than the US. Paralleling Pax Britannica in the late 19th century, the very process of exporting surplus capital and technology to other advanced capitalist countries inevitably resulted in the hegemon losing its absolute economic supremacy in the manufacturing sector. While outward dollar-denominated capital flows rose more than quadrupled between 1950 and 1966,13, the U.S. economy experienced slower growth than any other industrial economy except Britain. 14. Leading the pack of catch-up states were Japan and the FRG, both blessed with an ample, well-trained, productive, and inexpensive/largely compliant workforce. 15. High levels of state intervention, and associated endogenous industrial development models which helped to nurture efficient export-orientated oligopolistic corporate sector. By the late 1960s, these oligopolies had seized a large market share in key industrial sectors, such as automobiles, steel, textiles, electronics, consumer durables, and machine tools, areas hitherto dominated by their American counterparts. 16. German and Japanese trade surpluses rose inversely proportional to the US. 17. Where the rate of profits in manufacturing and business, in general, started to drop dramatically from 1966 onwards. 18. In addition, Washington's Go Global strategy had encouraged many corporations to set up abroad. As a part of the aforementioned internationalization of production process, American companies tripled their number of foreign branches in 15 years to around 23,000 by 1966,19, creating an international web of foreign subsidiaries, outsourcing operations, and subcontracting arrangements. But what was good for U.S. global hegemony and corporate profits rates was not necessarily good for its national economy. Since American MNCs were no longer exporting from the U.S., corporate profits accumulated in extraterritorial markets did not show up on the national balance of payments statistics, unless they were repatriated, which for the first time in almost a century started to record a deficit. 20. By the late 1960s, the U.S. was also facing a ballooning federal budget deficit. On the credit side of the ledger, there were low receipts, due to declining tax revenue from MNCs abroad and domestic businesses at home, Kennedy-era tax cuts, and the Congress's reluctance to liquidate national assets or sufficiently increase the fiscal burden. The debit side of the ledger was dominated by Vietnam War costs. 21, but it was joined by Great Society programs. 22. Between 1964 and 1969, President Lyndon B. Johnson effectively doubled public social expenditure, introducing a series of progressive measures designed to ameliorate somewhat the aforementioned contradictions afflicting American society, and with its help mollify growing bottom-up social discontent. Refusing to choose between guns or butter, Washington's solution was to offload the adjustment onto the rest of the world. After all, that was the key benefit of dollar seigniorage. Thus, while the Federal Reserve set about printing more dollars, foreign governments, central banks, and companies were coerced to accept them under threat of the U.S. abandoning the gold standard. Washington, in effect, was exporting its own inflation 23, converting national debt into world debt. 24 By the late 1960s, the 1940s dollar shortage had turned into dollar glut, which began to flow back into the U.S., aggravating demand pull inflation still further. The damage done to American hegemony was enormous, not just reducing global profit rates but gravely undermining the functioning of the Bretton Woods system itself, the very pivot of the liberal trading system. Since 1962, France had periodically been requiring Washington to honor its Bretton Woods commitment to exchange gold for surplus dollars. By 1967, these purchases augmented dramatically after Paris withdrew from the London gold pool in June 1967. The ongoing pound sterling crisis only increased pressure on the dollar. With gold pouring out of Fort Knox, Washington temporarily suspended the London gold pool in March 1968. Between 1949 and 1971, official gold stocks dropped from $25 billion to $10 billion. Meanwhile, U.S. liabilities totaled $68 billion. Germany alone held enough dollars to exhaust Fort Knox. 25. Inevitably, Bretton Woods came under attack. The ongoing IOP, the size of the eurodollar market, and the associated increase in short-term transnational capital flows, blurred the distinction between productive and speculative financial flows, a separation which Keynes had considered vital for the survival of the gold-dollar standard. As a result, the scale of the cross-border flows of private capital seriously undermined the ability of governments and central banks to maintain their International Monetary Fund-sanctioned fixed exchange rates. Keynes' concerns about the functioning of a dollar-based international monetary system were vindicated, while the Triffin's dilemma remained unresolved. With the pendulum swinging so far in the liquidity, Europe and Japan openly criticized Washington for its exporting inflation, twin trade, and budgetary deficits, with the U.S. blaming the economic malaise on its competitors for maintaining undervalued currencies and adherence to neo-mercantilist policies. The reality was that the establishment of Bretton Woods system had never been universally popular, most markedly amongst conservatives and factions of financial capital based in Wall Street and the City, who vehemently opposed the limitation on the international movement of capital. 26 Considered so necessary by Keynes and reiterated by the Mundell-Fleming model. Little surprise that these same social forces actively sought to undermine its functioning from the outset under Truman. Wall Street prevailing over the Truman administration to dilute the scheme's original financial repression mechanisms and curtail governmental intervention in financial markets. 27 Becoming key investors in manufacturing enterprises, mortgage and credit markets, mergers, and bond dealing. 28 Consequently, financial firms' profits grew a lot faster than non-financial firms' profits throughout the 1950s and 1960s. 29 American banks, as observed, were key players in the Americanization of European firms from the 1950s onwards, facilitating the explosion of US FDI on the continent, before offering their services to foreign firms too. Similar lobbying was taking place in London, where investment bankers exhorted Whitehall to weaken exchange rate control regulations in order to set the city up as an offshore dollar-based capital market center for both Arab countries and socialist states which, for political reasons, were reluctant to bank in New York. 30 Thanks to the further loosening of capital controls in Western Europe and Japan at the end of the 1950s/early 1960s, the city became the official home of the highly lucrative Eurodollar and Eurobond markets, which simultaneously exposed it to the whims of American hegemony, since at any time Washington could decide to clamp down on its offshore banking sector. Yet far from disapproving of the Eurodollar market, the U.S. Treasury tacitly supported U.S. banks setting up there, considering it advantageous as a way to sustain the value of the dollar, reinforce the international prominence of its international banks, and provide European-based funds for the expansion of its MNCs. The power of financial capital, in short, was on the rise. By 1971, Washington had drawn a line in the sand with regards to Bretton Woods, determined that the rest of the world should take the burden for currency readjustment. 31 Even talk of revaluing the other currencies and the subsequent floating of the Deutsche Mark was insufficient to stop the Nixon administration formally abandoning the dollar gold standard in August 1971 before imposing price controls and a 10% import charge on goods from countries it considered guilty of exchange rate manipulation. Following this, Nixon's shock was another lukewarm attempt to rebuild Bretton Woods via the Smithsonian Agreement in December 1971, involving a devaluation of the dollar by 7.9% and an increase in the dollar price of gold to $38, but by then financial capital had won the argument. The White House decided to follow Wall Street's advice and formally float the dollar in March 1973. This greatly angered Western Europe and Japan. As Treasury Secretary John Connally famously quipped during the Smithsonian meetings, "The dollar may be our currency, but it's your problem." 32. Thus, by the mid-1970s U.S. economic, political, military, and cultural hegemony appeared in crisis. The post-war Pax Americana system was being undermined by its own success and many internal contradictions. The very measures taken to launch/sustain hegemony were responsible for undermining it, and clear conflicts existed between the US global role and certain domestic interests. The root of the problem remained that the US-led regime of accumulation was moribund, afflicted by heightened intercapitalist competition which manifested itself in systemic overproduction/capacity in the productive/manufacturing sector worldwide. Worse still, this horizontal pressure was aggravated by vertical pressure, stemming from class contradictions at the heart of the Fordist Keynesian developmental model. Keynesianism unraveling. As indicated in Chapter 2, under embedded liberalism arrangements Western capitalist states were afforded a degree of policy autonomy to achieve domestic goals, albeit working within important external constraints established under Bretton Woods and towards the open door. For roughly 30 years, policymakers, business, and academics alike had largely shared the same Keynesian industrial paradigm: the state should assume a major managerial, entrepreneurial, and financial role in the direction of the economy in order to counter the market's tendency towards disequilibrium while promoting industrialization, improving productivity, nurturing economies of scale, and achieving full employment goals. Fordist Keynesian common sense held mass production required mass consumption, so demand had to be kept high. But aggregate demand management was a delicate balance. Increases in real and nominal wages had to be offset by an increase in levels of production, consumption, and contingent investment strategies, otherwise inflation would ensue. As Chapter 2 noted, the state's key hegemonic role within Fordist/Keynesian was to broker a corporatist social contract, or class compromise, between capital and industrial labor analogous to Gramsci's first and second hegemonic moments, with the latter offered rising wages, near full employment, access to a welfare state, and recognition of moderate unions, who could participate in tripartite collective bargaining arrangements along with governments and business chiefs. In return, organized labor had to accept its subservient role within said HB and, above all, recognize capital's legitimate right to make sustainable profits and renouncement of any genuine class transformation. 33. Keynesianism and associated embedded liberal arrangements are often interpreted by social democrats, even by some neo-Gramscians, as putting a brake on capitalism when in fact it merely constituted a different, contingent, capitalist accumulation strategy. Concomitant with Joseph's materialist theory of hegemony, Keynesianism's utility depended upon its ability to reproduce social structures and guarantee ongoing capital accumulation and profits for business. Wealth distribution towards the subaltern classes remained only a secondary objective, and then only because it was necessary to maintain high aggregate demand and in order to promote social peace by assimilating the working class within the HB. It was in this context that capital, though reluctant at first, came to accept the collective bargaining premised upon an acceptance of capitalistic control of the labor process and the prioritization of private profits as the primary social value. 34. Moderate levels of cost-push inflation were always tolerated under the Keynesian development model, considered indicative of economic growth and as an almost inevitable consequence of tripartite corporatism. Nevertheless, if inflation was to drive the country into a BOP deficit and thereby undermine its stable exchange rate within the Bretton Woods systems, it was understood that the state would then apply suitably austere fiscal and monetary policies and, together with capital, seek to impose stricter income policies on unions and promote measures to increase the productivity. During the 1950s and the early 1960s, labor's share of income in the core stayed constant, wages prevented from rising too much by high post-war unemployment, rural exodus, the baby boom, and increased immigration. Yet by the mid-1960s the cheap surplus labor had started to dry up. With profit rates hitting unprecedented rates 35, the key industrial unions did enjoy reasonable success in having their wage demands met. The Keynesian commitment to full employment had somewhat strengthened the working class political position, who now no longer feared dismissal and a return to Marx's reserve army. Indeed, sections of the core working class even began to question the fairness of production index wages which maintained the existing distribution of surplus between capital and labor. As US-generated demand-pull inflation started to spill over abroad, capital everywhere sought to augment labor exploitation by reorganizing work practices, provoking clashes with more militant factions, who also complained wages were not keeping up with inflation. 36 Following the May 1968 protests in France, where formal union membership was quite low, workers staged the first ever wildcat general strike. Labor militancy spiked in the US too, with a marked increase in non-official strikes, walkouts, and absenteeism, with capital complaining that wages were rising faster than productivity. 37 It was not long before countries began to suffer cost-push inflation as well as the demand-pull variant. In short, by the early 1970s, the capitalist world was suffering from a systemic inflationary cycle arising from a complex interplay between excessive dollar printing, monopoly capitalism 38 intercapitalist competition, and the pay explosion. The US printing dollars to underpin hegemony generated demand-pull inflation which oligopolistic corporations passed on to consumers, leading to unions to demanding higher wages to compensate for declining purchasing power, which oligopolistic corporations once again offloaded onto the consumers, ad infinitum. As a result of these circumstances, most advanced capitalist countries experienced declining profit rates in the early 1970s relative to their peak in 1960, 65-39, with Anglo-Saxon corporations particularly badly affected, losing valuable market share to their emerging competitors, and subject to the most pronounced increase in wage bills as a direct result of the conflictual nature of their industrial relations model. 40 Resolving the situation was complicated. Capital had two responses. Many core-based companies imitated the American template, seeking a spatial fix by setting up production processes and service providers outside their home state. 41 Becoming more embedded in transnational circuits of capital. Concurrently, eager to attract mobile capital, governments reiterated their commitment to the OECD Code of Liberalization of Capital Movements, especially the clause guaranteeing equal levels of protection for MNCs, regardless of nationality. The fact that the dynamics of global capitalism appeared to be moving in the direction of the open door, the US's original objective, brought cold comfort amidst a systemic crisis, and declining profit rates. The second option involved, more universal in its application, involved what Marx referred to as increasing intensity of exploitation. 42 Which involved, raising productivity, lowering costs, and engaging in investment strikes and lockouts. In the context of worldwide overproduction and high systemic inflation, however, such tactics failed to improve profitability rates, while undermining official established trilateral corporatist arrangements. With declining real wages, worsening working conditions, and rising unemployment, workers began to lose faith in official channels, participating in more frequently in non-official industrial action and nominating more class-conscious shop stewards to speak on their behalf. 43. Given rising unemployment and the scale of social conflict, Western governments then opted for an inflationary strategy, involving increased public spending and the extension of the welfare state, while simultaneously calling for wage and price controls. The Nixon shock, however, marked the beginning of the end for Keynesianism, not least by provoking the 1973-74 OPEC price hike, commonly understood as an attempt by dollar-dependent oil producers to restore profitability in light of high systemic inflation and a plummeting dollar. Quadrupling oil prices now drove the advanced economies into a deep crisis, with countries experiencing record inflation figures 44 and widespread industrial action. Most states now face serious fiscal problems as high unemployment and low growth simultaneously reduce tax revenues and spike social expenditure. 45 Worse still, traditional stop-go tools no longer served. The arrival of stagflation appeared to disprove the hitherto revered Phillips curve. There simply was no unemployment-inflation trade-off, Keynes's critics insisted, deficit spending only augmenting unemployment and inflation still further. Support for the post-war social contract, the unwritten constitution of the Keynesian welfare states HB, began to evaporate. Capital blamed stagflation on the greedy unions, collective bargaining arrangements, and the bloated welfare state. Amongst the most vocal critics were sections of financial capital, angry with low corporate profits, negative real interest rates, diminishing asset values, and reduced returns to equity. These were joined the so-called net contributors to the welfare state, small capital, private sector workers, and the middle class, who resented their taxes being wasted on the undeserving. In this general malaise, all Western governments from 1975 onwards sought to regain profitability by abandoning commitments to both full employment and index-linked salaries. Though the rhythm would vary across the core countries, mainstream unions found themselves increasingly left without a political voice, as their traditional allies, the social democratic parties, all began to eschew Keynesianism in favor of austere monetarist and fiscal policies once in government. US-led transnational business pressure groups such as the Bilderberg Conference and the Trilateral Commission also urged a return to pre-1945 liberal economic orthodoxy in order to raise profits. Appropriately, Keynesianism's coup de grace was delivered in the famous economist's home country, Great Britain, which was bordering on a fiscal crisis in 1975.46 when the value of the pound started sliding. Financial capital seized its moment. The Wall Street Journal advised investors to ditch sterling under the headline "Goodbye Great Britain." The City, the UK Treasury, and the Bank of England, supported by the US Treasury, the Federal Reserve, and Wall Street, all demanded the British Chancellor of the Exchequer, Denis Healey, to go to the IMF and solicit a bank bail. It would prove a historical moment. The austere structural adjustment program imposed on the UK constituted the first time a major country had been subject to such conditionality since the late 1940s. The terms of the SAP involved required Britain to completely restructure its economic developmental model. Under this passive revolution, strict fiscal, monetary and social conditions would require, amongst other things, an end to the full employment commitment, a dramatic cutback on the welfare state, a removal of capital controls, and the tackling of working-class militancy. 47. Britain's humiliation in 1976 represented a defining moment in the politics of globalization. Industrial capitalism had effectively accepted the argument that a finance-led accumulation strategy was the only way to beat inflation and restore their profits. Hence it was not just the university economics departments around the world that were set for a major paradigm shift. Once Keynesianism was officially pronounced, a dead major societal change was launched across the advanced capitalist world. With certain irony, therefore, the first steps towards the neoliberal revolution in Britain, so closely associated with the figure of Margaret Thatcher, were actually taken by the Labour Party. The causes of the collapse of the post-war accumulation strategy, as we have seen, were multiple, complex, and interconnected. Nevertheless, at the very least it became evident that there was an implicit class conflict between capital and labor, contrary to Keynesian common sense. During the post-war boom, most social classes in the West experienced real income growth between 1947 and 1973, and despite the conservative nature of incomes policies, there was a partial socialization of wealth accumulation, with the richest top 20% of earners seeing their relative share of national income dropping in proportion to the rise of the poorest 20%. 48 Countering this tendency would become one of the main focal points for the class-based restoration of profitability as set out in the next section. Financialization, neoliberalism and the restoration of class power. The new dollar Wall Street regime. The temporary suspension of the dollar gold standard, as noted, served immediate two connected national priorities, affording the White House greater control over its management of domestic aggregate demand, and using currency devaluation to bolster American industrial global competitiveness. The decision to formally abandon Bretton Woods in 1973, however, had a key long-term objective. The global capitalist system was beset by a realization crisis. Conforming to Arrighi's systemic cycle of accumulation set out in Chapter 1, the U.S. as the incumbent hegemon would seek to restore systemic profitability by launching a new state of financial expansion, financialization. Marx's shortened capital circuit and with its hope to reassert American hegemony. Although the end of Bretton Woods was greeted with great enthusiasm from Wall Street, the future of the greenback given the huge dollar overhang remained in doubt. It is in this context, Peter Gowan maintains, that the OPEC crisis can be understood. According to Gowan, U.S. was pondering over how to get conservative OPEC countries to raise oil prices a full 2 years before the outbreak of the Arab-Israeli War. The short-term objective of this classic piece of economic statecraft, Gowan held, was to damage the US's main industrial rivals, Gulf oil-dependent Western Europe, and Japan, Gowan to the benefit of American exporters and energy corporations. The long-term aim, however, was to forward the interests of financial capital and critically Wall Street. 49 In a similar vein, William Engdahl quotes confidential documents, revealing how the banking elite of the Bilderberg Group met in Sweden in May 1973 to discuss the benefits for the financial sector of a projected rise of 400% in the price of petroleum, this time 6 months before OPEC actually took the decision. A decision which he maintains was actively encouraged by Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, albeit in a covert fashion. 50. Whether or not Gowan and Engdahl are correct in their thesis or not, the U.S. wasted no time in exploiting the OPEC crisis to the advantage of its financial sector. Washington negotiated a deal with Saudi Arabia offering them cut-price treasury bonds, arms sales, and protection of oil fields in return to their insisting OPEC oil be purchased exclusively in U.S. dollars, therein maintaining high demand for the dollar internationally post-Bretton Woods. 51 The exact nature of this arrangement would be overseen by a Saudi Arabia Joint Commission on Economic Cooperation, set up by Kissinger in June 1974, and placed in charge of stabilizing oil supplies and price. What the Nixon administration realized was that oil-producing countries, with Saudi Arabia at the helm, would never be able to invest all the dollars they would receive within their economies. What better than investing their dollars in safe American assets and helping to refinance American current account deficit? Immediately, Nixon's Treasury Secretary, George P. Shultz, abolished capital controls to ensure that these lucrative petrodollars would be recycled through Wall Street and their affiliates in London. Aware that this signaled the end of financial repression, make them even more reliant on the dollar, and Wall Street, Western Europe, and Japan lobbied to get these petrodollars funneled through the IMF and other similar multilateral institutions, but to no avail. There were two other ways petrodollars were recycled through the U.S. One of these, as alluded to, was the commercialization of its arms industry, which Jonathan Nitzan and Shimshon Beichler hold began in earnest following the Six-Day War. Thanks to privatization, a permissive policy on mergers and acquisitions, and increased internationalization, a sector hitherto considered out of reach of commodification was converted into a highly competitive dollar-based global business. 52 As Arab-Israeli tensions increased, the Middle East, with Saudi Arabia at the lead, was soon converted into the world's chief importer of arms, helping to recycle petrodollars back into Wall Street and its offshore dollar center, the city. 53 There were now, Nitzan and Beichler opined, Three very powerful sectors in the U.S. with a vested interest in ongoing political instability in the region: finance, military/defense, and energy, which they baptized the weapon petrodollar coalition 54. A second important way these petrodollars would be recycled through the U.S., according to John Perkin, was via infrastructure projects. Washington, Perkins, held, pressured the House of Saud to use the interest received on its treasury bonds to launch a national multi-billion-dollar industrialization, modernization, and urbanization program right across the Arabian Peninsula. The key condition was that they contract, and pay exclusively in dollars, American engineering, construction, and servicing companies, handpicked by the U.S. Treasury Department, such as Halliburton and Bechtel, whose new vice president in 1974 happened to be one George P. Shultz before returning as Reagan's Secretary of State. 55. Petrodollarization, in short, was fundamental to the whole financialization project, linking dollar parity to petroleum demand, undermining financial repression, recycling global surplus through Wall Street and other key sectors, while granting Washington enormous autonomy over its monetary policy. It also buttressed American hegemony over the Middle East, especially Riyadh. Saudi Arabia was granted privileged ally status by Washington, its elite free to enrich themselves and have their national security guaranteed. In return, they accepted political subservience. As the critical OPEC swing state, they would have to raise or reduce global oil supplies according to its benefactors' wishes, recycling the dollars earned in American securities, goods, and services, and adhere to Washington's regional foreign policy objectives. Nevertheless, whether this dollar-based international monetary system continued to function over the long term would depend on the robustness and depth of the U.S. financial sector. In 1975, the U.S. embarked on a different type of regulation erroneously termed a deregulation. Wall Street's so-called Big Bang involved a number of key changes, most notably reversing New Deal rules setting brokerage fees and creation of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, both to regulate and actively a new market in highly lucrative financial instruments, derivatives, specifically designed by Wall Street to help international investors/traders reduce risk in this new age of volatile commodity prices, floating exchange rates, and political uncertainty. Such initiatives, again, served to lock foreign capital onto the American financial system, which, together with the removal of capital controls, proved pivotal for the subsequent internationalization of the U.S. bonds market and development of Yankee bond. Moreover, and again contrary to mainstream discourse, this deregulation would actually require more state intervention and cooperation. Following the hegemonic template, this meant more international institutionalization. In 1974, for example, the central bank governors of the 10 richest capitalist economies set up the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, extending the regulatory role of the state first expressed in the 1975 Concordat. This recognized that supervisory responsibility for banks' foreign branches, subsidiaries, and joint ventures should be shared between host and parent supervisory authorities. 56 The U.S. Treasury also called for regular meetings between central bankers and finance ministers of the advanced capitalist countries, the so-called G7. Further extending financial capital's hegemony, the U.S. Treasury secured a rewriting of the IMF's Articles of Agreement which, apart from legitimizing the floating exchange rate system, obliged members to adhere to strict monetary discipline, specifically charging the IMF with the powers to monitor compliance. Peter Gowan describes the relationship between the dollar and Wall Street as both symbiotic and mutual reinforcing, what he refers to as the dollar-Wall Street regime, based upon three interconnected and self-reproducing attributes. The dollar's prestige as the world currency meant the majority of countries still held the bulk of their foreign currency reserves in dollars and in Wall Street. Key commodities were priced/traded in dollars, thereby boosting the size and turnover in the Anglo-American markets. The resultant size, depth, turnover, and reach of Wall Street as a financial center increased investors/lenders' confidence and thus the scale of financial transactions, which in turn reinforced the prestige of the dollar as an international currency. 57. By integrating other countries onto its own financial system, the US was granted enormous leverage over the entire global capitalist system. The entire international monetary system was now based on a fiat dollar, permitting the US to obtain all the benefits of signage while offloading the adjustment costs onto the rest of the world. Under this pure dollar standard, the US Treasury could unilaterally decide the price of the greenback simply by raising the interest rate or printing money. Devaluing the dollar, for example, would simultaneously reduce foreign debt owed and boost export sales. Since the currency was not backed by gold, running a BOP deficit was no longer a problem. This meant, in essence, that the US could enjoy an interest-free loan from the other countries. Given the aforementioned general economic malaise in the early 1970s, and especially the US's relative decline in industrial competitiveness with respect to the other core countries, such a powerful monetary lever was a vital asset for Washington. The basis of American hegemony was being shifted, Eric Heliner opined, from one of direct power over other states to a more market-based or structural form of power. 58 Significantly, now it was Anglo-American private transnational banks and money markets which controlled international financial movements and become the chief source of international credit rather than public central banks or Bretton Woods institutions. Revealingly, the IMF's new extended mandate included no measures for the supervision of international financial operators. As a result, even minor shifts in American financial markets would now dramatically affect the rest of the world's financial systems and exchange rates. Once again, the net result was to bolster the U.S. government's leverage over international financial markets. 59. A new stage of economic history had begun with financial capital institutionalizing its hegemony over productive capital, requiring serious adjustment by the advanced capitalist states. But whether the DWSR was successful or not, to restate an earlier point, would ultimately depend on the US being continually able to attract foreign mobile capital. For this to occur, it was vital that Washington restore the dollar as a stable standard of value and maintain a low inflation rate, something which had proven highly elusive for successive administrations, damaging profit rates. President Jimmy Carter brought in former Chase Manhattan Bank vice president, and president of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, Paul Volcker, to head the Federal Reserve and resolve the problem. Drawing on the common sense ideas of the Mont Pelerin Society, Volcker adhered to a strict monetary policy, limiting the growth in the money supply and allowing the interest rate to rise to whatever level necessary to break inflation. Over the next 18 months, the Fed continuously raised the nominal interest rate, from a base rate of 8% in 1978 to a peak of 21% in 1981, and remained high throughout the mid-1980s. Known as the Volcker shock, this represented a dramatic about-face in U.S. monetary policy. It was a highly political gesture, constituting an assault on what capital considered the principal cause of the dollar crisis and double-digit inflation rates, the Fordist Keynesian HB. Even productive capital recognized its utility as a necessary class instrument to undermine labor power. This slashing of inflation and reduction of domestic economic and social costs was also applauded by American for exporters, potential losers under high interest rates and a high dollar. In short, all domestic factions of capital tacitly acknowledged the legitimacy of financial capital's hegemonic role in reviving accumulation. 60. The Volcker shock was also generally well received at the international level, at least in core countries 61 whose political elite, corporate heads, and investors appreciated the restoration of monetary discipline to the international financial sector. The size of the U.S. economy, American corporate penetration of the core, and the latter's increasing integration into the American financial system meant the stability of the greenback was not merely a national problem but pivotal to the well-being of the entire global capitalist system. Unsurprisingly, German and Japanese productive capital was amongst the most enthusiastic support of the Volcker shock. It represented a downgraded version of Bretton Woods, but at least a strong albeit fiat dollar offered some form of stable reference point for long-term investment decisions. As successful as the Volcker shock was, financialization could not fulfill its historical purpose until all constraints had to be removed on capital mobility and the FOS restructured. It was crucial to downgrade the hitherto privileged position of industrial labor within the HB.62. The neoliberal revolution was merely the broader, more overtly political hegemonic project which had financialization at its core, and whose objective was identical, to restore class power and create conditions for further class formation. Neoliberal common sense and the conservative counter-revolution. According to Cox, the building of a new counter-hegemonic historic bloc is a long-term task for organic intellectuals working in constant interaction with the groups whose dissent from the established order makes them candidates for inclusion. 63 Though Cox's organic intellectuals were progressive social forces, the above quote does chime somewhat with the political struggle waged by the bourgeois anti-Keynesian forces within the global hegemon from the 1950s onwards, desperate as they were to win over traditional intellectuals, and help facilitate the restructuring of SROP and establish a new, in this case, neoliberal, HB. Although Keynesian common sense dominated U.S. university faculties and policy-makers centers from the 1940s, onwards a small but influential group of renegade liberal economists, led by Austrian philosopher Friedrich von Hayek and including Ludwig von Mises, Karl Popper and Milton Friedman, still retained faith in the fundamental virtues of the free market, laissez-faire, Say's law and the Pareto optimal included, forming the Mont Pelerin Society in 1947. Government intervention was not just highly inefficient and politically corrupt, von Hayek explained in his Road to Serfdom, it represented the greatest menace to private property and the competitive market and thus individual freedom itself. 64 In 1950s, the Mont Pelerin Society set up its American base at the University of Chicago, the so-called Chicago School, where both von Hayek and Friedman gave classes. The nucleus of Friedman's monetarist theory was that demand-pull inflation was due to excessive monetary supply by governments and central banks. Consequently, government deficit financing of the welfare state and corporatist industrial relations were counterproductive, guaranteeing neither economic growth nor stability. Labor had to be flexible, while managers should be afforded greater control over the production process, free to restructure SROP, and adopt technological processes as required. Behind Friedman's pseudo-scientific and mathematical models lay clear class objectives. Market deregulation, low taxes, free markets, privatization, and dismantling of the welfare state was clearly designed to augment exploitation and redistribute wealth away from the subaltern classes towards capital. As we saw in Chapter 1, the success of any particular hegemonic project depends on its connection to underlying social structure. During the Keynesian boom, these neoliberal ideas remained fairly isolated from mainstream academia and policy makers in general, finding its principal source of financial and political support amongst wealthy conservatives and Wall Street, although various elements of the U.S. state-society complex did finance various counter-hegemonic initiatives to alter common sense in the periphery, most notably Latin America, where dependency theory-inspired developmentalist programs threatened American investments. 65 Indeed, the Chicago boys would famously have their first chance to put neoliberalism in Pinochet's Chile following the CIA-backed coup d'état in September 1973-66, proving an unmitigated disaster except for the rich industrial, financial, and landowning classes. 67. The tide turned for the neoliberal hegemonic project in the late 1960s as U.S. profit rates started to decline. Milton Friedman enthusiastically endorsed Nixon's entrance into the White House in 1969, especially once a few of his former Chicago boys, notably George P. Shultz and Donald Rumsfeld 68, were elected to cabinet posts. Despite the worsening economic climate, the Keynesian common sense held firm. Friedman watched in dismay as Nixon introduced wage and price controls, dismissing him as the most socialist of the presidents of the United States in the 20th century. 69 Nevertheless, as the organic crisis dragged on into the early 1970s, an ever larger section of the corporate and business world started to blame Keynesianism for their declining profit rates and complain that American society was afflicted by a deeper ideological malaise. While moral conservatives lamented the loss of traditional family values and worried about the repercussions of a general public ever distrustful of mainstream politics/institutions, what really angered economic conservatives was the broad business environment in the U.S., what they perceived to be a society-wide entrenched anti-capitalist skepticism towards private enterprise and the profit motive, the very essence of Americanism. 70 This was epitomized by the cover of Time magazine, on the July 14, 1975, showing Adam Smith posing behind the headlines, "Can Capitalism Survive?" 71. It was in this context that American private capital began to organize, to act consciously as a class, what in Gramscian terms involved constructing an hegemonic apparatus, to create a new ideological terrain. 72. In 1972, the CEOs of the largest U.S. corporations formed the Business Roundtable and together with the United States Chamber of Commerce and the National Association of Manufacturers launched a well-financed political lobbying campaign, mobilizing a huge amount of campaign funds to pressure Congress, the media, and academia to promote neoliberalism and adopt a more pro-capital agenda. 73 Simultaneously, corporate cash poured into right-wing think tanks, be they well-established ones, such as the aforementioned Ford Foundation, the Hoover Institution, American Enterprise Institute, Center for Strategic and International Studies, National Bureau of Economic Research, and the Pew Charitable Trust, or new ones, such as the Heritage Foundation, the Center for the Study of American Business and the Cato Institute. The influence these business lobbies, think tanks, and foundations, and the impact it had on nurturing common sense within civil society institutions, especially the media and key university economics departments and business schools, was substantial. 74. Due to the ongoing IOP process, it was not just the domestic arena that worried American capital. By the early 1970s, 300 American MNCs, including its 7 largest banks, generated 40% of their annual profit from business operations abroad. 75 In 1973, key American economic and political elites led by Chase Manhattan Bank's David Rockefeller and Columbia University professor and State Department consultant, Zbigniew Brzezinski, set up the Trilateral Commission in 1973, which neo-Gramscian Stephen Gill considered a crucial moment in the transnational managerial class formation. 76. The true political agenda of Trilateral Commission were made apparent in its 1975 Task Force report, entitled The Crisis of Democracy, specifically Chapter 3 on the United States, written by renowned academic and Democratic Party defense consultant, Samuel Huntington. Expressing conservative common sense, Huntington maintained the underlying cause of the society's ills was the dramatic upsurge of democratic fervor in America during the 1960s, expressed in the huge growth of citizens' participation in the form of marches, demonstrations, protest movements, and cause organizations, and markedly higher levels of self-consciousness amongst the racial minorities, students, unions demanding equality. 77 This excess of democracy meant Washington had to allocate more and more of the federal budget to social spending instead of foreign and security policy. Worse still, it had fueled a lack of respect for authority amongst the public, thereby producing problems of governability. The antidote, Huntington held, was to set desirable limits to the extension of political democracy. 78. Important as these movements were in civil society, it was vital that neoliberalism exercise be adopted at the state level in order to reconstruct capital-labor relations. The interim president, Gerald R. Ford, did go some way to ameliorate conservative factions when, acting on the Treasury's advice, he introduced severe austerity measures and refused to bail out New York City once it declared bankruptcy in 1975. Representing the first serious neoliberal experiment in the West. The state of the economy and the Watergate debacle, however, meant it would be the Trilateral Commission-heavy administration of Democrat President Jimmy Carter 79 which, despite its progressive campaign and affable down-to-earth Christian image and upbeat popularist civil rights rhetoric, was the first one to embark on a concerned neoliberal agenda which included, amending the Internal Revenue Code via the Revenue Act of 1978, resulting in a slashing of income, corporate, and capital gains. Tax rates, vetoing plans to increase public spending, effectively abandoning the commitment to full employment under the Full Employment and Balanced Growth Act of 1978, and embarking on business deregulation, reflected in the Airline Deregulation Act, and the Motor Carrier Act of 1980. Indeed, it was Carter that named fellow Trilateral Commission member Paul Volcker as Federal Reserve Chief to execute his eponymous shock. By that time, and with the country in a deep political, economic, and cultural malaise, conservative social forces had rallied behind the Republican Party as the most appropriate vehicle to carry out wholesale economic structural change, the neoliberal modern prince. In reality, little ideological difference lay between American mainstream parties, typical of an advanced bourgeois democracy. 81 But Republican Party happened to harbor the fiercest critics of Keynesianism and was greatly benefited by the Supreme Court's 1976 decision to remove restrictions limiting corporations' contributions to political parties and political action committees in the name of free speech, whose number unsurprisingly shot up. Governor of California, Ronald Reagan, was just one of many high-profile right-wing Republicans whose political careers had been sponsored by POC funding and contributions from wealthy anti-Keynesian individuals. The real challenge facing the new Republican Party and connected social forces, however, was how to galvanize sufficient electoral support for what was in effect a rather narrow class agenda. As Gramsci declared, political problems can be more easily solved when they are disguised as cultural ones. The construction of a new neoliberal HB would involve a new hegemonic project appeal to cultural nationalism, American exceptionalism, those age-old common-sense foundational myths which were deeply embedded in national popular discourse. Reagan projected hope and optimism, promising to return the U.S. to its glorious past. 84. Appropriately, the ideological inspiration behind this conservative shift would be yet another University of Chicago professor, Leo Strauss. 85, whose anti-New Deal agenda were first popularly espoused by GOP's 1964 presidential nominee, Senator Barry Goldwater, but which bore uncanny similarity to Huntington's excessive democracy thesis. Traditional American values, religion, nation, family, and individual responsibility, argued the neoconservative followers of Strauss, such as Irving Kristol and Norman Podhoretz, had been soiled by Keynesian-inspired dependency culture, immorality, feminism, atheism, liberalism, and excessive tolerance of lefties and foreigners. Financed by PACs and aided and abetted by sympathetic right-wing media outlets, the Republican Party launched a moral crusade against decadent anti-Americanism, targeting the unfairness of affirmative action and the pro-abortionists. These common-sense messages were like manna from heaven to social conservatives, especially the Southern and Western white lower classes, traditionally considered Democrat voters, which Reaganite campaigners had targeted as vital to their electoral success. In parallel, the Republican Party started to officially endorse the growing Protestant evangelical movement. This mutually reinforcing relationship resulted in the formation of the Moral Majority, a new Christian right political organization which would constitute the ideological touchstone for Reagan's neocon revolution. 86. Amongst the middle classes, support for neoliberalism also began to grow, reinforced by the elite media. Reflecting the shift in the accumulation regime, the influential business press all changed their editorial line, denouncing the New Deal arrangements for stifling individual freedom, entrepreneurism, and commercialization. The Public Broadcasting Service, meanwhile, contracted Friedman to extol the virtues of free markets, an expensive 10-part television series of his book, Free to Choose. Corporate money also flowed into erstwhile Keynesian university economics departments and business schools, indoctrinating future national and foreign elites in neoliberal economic common sense. Reagan's electoral victory in 1980, thus, represented just another step in a long process of consolidating the political project of neoliberalism. Characteristically, Reagan's inaugural address, on January 20, 1981, once again drew on classic American exceptionist rhetoric, setting out his administration's proposals for an era of national renewal, a new beginning for this nation under God. Eschewing inevitable decline, it was time to dream heroic dreams and become a beacon of hope for the world's repressed. But this was only possible if the U.S. returned to its pre-New Deal socio-economic model and governmental intervention and red tape was at a minimum. Invoking classic liberal common sense, the federal government was not the solution to the problem, it was the problem. 87. As both the Volcker shock and Reagan's inaugural address indicated, tackling inflation remained the top policy priority, not least since it reduced the profitability of financial assets. The Reagan administration launched its exemplary campaign against an unlikely middle-class union, Professional Air Traffic Controllers Organization, which had gone on strike in August 1981. Nonetheless, the defeat of PATCO, like the miners' strike in the UK, was highly significant. Paul Volcker classified it as the most important single action of the administration in helping the anti-inflation fight. 89. A position later reiterated by Federal Reserve Chief Alan Greenspan, stressing that Reagan gave weight to the legal right of private employers, previously nor exercised, to use their own discretion to both hire and discharge workers. 90. This victory over organized labor, coming on the back of the Volcker shock, was important in helping regain U.S. intellectual and moral leadership, showing global capital that the American state would be the principal agency in restoring class power en route to a new profitable regime of accumulation. World hegemony, in short, began at home. American union membership and industrial sector real wages entered a long-term decline from which they would never recover. Unsurprisingly, Wall Street and global financial markets reacted enthusiastically, especially once Chicago School-inspired Reaganomics was unleashed with its tight monetary policy, social spending cuts, deregulation, regressive taxation. 91 and privatization of public assets in line with Harvey's accumulation by dispossession. Contrary to the free market discourse, Reaganomics actually sponsored less competition and consolidated monopoly power. Between 1980 and 1989, for example, there were just over 31,000 mergers worth some $1.34 trillion, with the FIRE sectors seeing their share of total private investment double between 1975 and 1990.92. This was not the only area where neoliberal theory clashed with neoliberalism as a class project. Government spending on the welfare state, which transferred state funds to the subaltern classes, was old thinking. Defense expenditure which redistributed wealth to upper classes was very much modern. Indeed, like the restructuring of SROP under Truman, the breaking down of the Fordist Keynesian HB under Reagan would take place against during a period of heightened tensions and fear of communist expansion. Strong parallels exist between this so-called Second Cold War and the First Cold War. 93. As in the 1940s, Washington would revert to a massive deficit-funded arms race to stimulate domestic industries, businesses and promote technological advances, increasing military spending from $171 billion in 1981 to $376 billion in 1986.94. The money would be poured into the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, which brought bringing together elite university research centers, private laboratories, and corporations, in order to develop new capital-intensive technologies for the military, but whose discoveries would also have an important commercial application and help to compete with the Japanese. Well-connected MiC defense contractors such as Boeing, Northrop, Martin Marietta, Grumman, Lockheed, and General Electric obviously welcomed military spending being restored to levels not witnessed since the Korean and Vietnam Wars. Furthermore, the launching of the Second Cold War helped to consolidate the new right HB, and therein marginalise left-leaning liberals. Not only were conservatives, especially the religious right, innately anti-communist, but by setting up high-tech industries and military installations in the southern and western states, the traditional home of Republican voters, they would now develop a vested material interest in the MiC and NSS. In addition, high deficit spending would inevitably raise the national budget deficit. This provided a convenient fiscal excuse for the government to drastically cut back on the welfare part of the Keynesian welfare warfare state, slashing social benefits and attacking those work-shy unemployed and welfare queens. But the launching of the Second Cold War had clear international objectives too. Reassertion of American hegemony. Relation of military forces. As constantly reiterated throughout the book, Washington's military preeminence remains absolutely pivotal to U.S. hegemony. Pax Americana, as shown, was underwritten by a basic agreement: the U.S. would establish and maintain a series of security umbrellas to protect Europe, Latin America, and/or Asia from communist incursion in return to the foreign dominant capitalist classes accepting American leadership on trade and financial matters within the context of the post-war accumulation model. 95 Evidently, this was based on a double assumption that the communist threat was real, and the U.S. alone possessed the resources to keep it at bay. The Vietnam War, we have seen, gravely undermined U.S. military hegemony. First, by shattering the myth of American invincibility and laying bare its strategic shortcomings, and second, by leaving the U.S. so economically and politically exhausted that it felt obliged to engage in East-West peace talks, which in turn lessened the Allies' need for Washington's protection. The perceived waning of American power, as noted, manifesting itself in numerous and important ways, ranging from an escalation of transatlantic tensions augmented, the concern of growing Soviet nuclear capabilities, hitherto client states West Germany and Japan exercising economic and political independence, and the Third World slipping out of control. In short, by the late 1970s there was a wide-ranging consensus on Capitol Hill on the need to reverse détente and reassert U.S. dominance. Despite Carter's acclaimed peace initiatives 96 and ethical post-Vietnam pledge to place ethics and human rights at the heart of American foreign policy, his presidency retained familiar hawkish aspects: the domestic defense budget was augmented, client state dictators continued to be bankrolled, the Islamic fundamental Mujahideen militants in Afghanistan received an estimated $3.50 billion 97 large financial aid and advanced weaponry from Washington and Riyadh via the Zia dictatorship in Pakistan to fight the USSR, 98, and Saddam Hussein's Iraq was encouraged and supported in its war against Iran. The neocons within Reagan's new right HB, especially those with links to the WDPDC, urged winding back the clock and revert to the same Hobbesian friend-foe strategy which had served U.S. hegemony so well. The new president needed little prodding. Cramming his first administration with members of the newly revived Committee on the Present Danger, including Cold War warrior Paul Nitz hired as chief political advisors in strategic foreign policy planning, Reagan launched the Second Cold War against the evil empire with gusto. Like their domestic counterparts, the international objectives of the Second Cold War were to further class power and restore corporate profitability. These were broadly twofold. First, the rising of East-West hostilities gave the Reagan administration the perfect alibi to expand military and covert operations in the Third World. Under the Reagan Doctrine, Washington pledged to roll back alleged Moscow-backed communist regimes, i.e. those nationalist/left-leaning governments throughout Africa, Asia, Latin, and America who refused to open up their markets to American corporations and opted instead to pursue their own independent economic development models. Reagan's favorite conservative think tank, the Heritage Foundation, took it upon itself to uncover threats to national security. It identified 9 anti-democratic states ready for rollback: Afghanistan, Angola, Cambodia, Ethiopia, Iran, Laos, Libya, Vietnam, and Nicaragua. 99 In his 1985 State of Union address, Reagan emulated Truman, exhorting Congress to continue to finance anti-communist struggles abroad since support for freedom fighters is self-defense. 100. Throughout the 1980s, the Pentagon worked with the relevant intelligence agencies, adopted a wide range of strategies to topple such as undesirable regimes involving training and equipping domestic terrorists/opposition forces, e.g. the aforementioned Mujahideen, the Contras, National Union for the Total Independence of Angola, the Coalition Government of Democratic Kampuchea/Khmer People's National Liberation Front, the Death Squads, without ruling out financing proxy wars, direct military strikes, or full invasions. 101. Second, a new nuclear arms race, in accordance with the friend-foe logic, would increase tensions with the USSR and help the US reassert its military hegemony over the Western capitalist alliance by dragging West Germany and Japan back into the fold. In truth, this process was underway even before Reagan came into power. The Carter administration announced plans to upgrade its nuclear strike force in Europe to close the Soviet military spending gap, the late 1970s version of the bomber gap, and the missiles gap. Despite mass demonstrations throughout Europe, most notably in the FRG, a total of 572 Tomahawk cruise and Pershing II missiles would be deployed in Britain, Italy, the Netherlands, Belgium, and West Germany to restore the balance following the Soviet establishment of theater nuclear forces in the region. 102. Claiming Moscow was outlining plans for a new generation of missiles, which was later proved to be false. 103, the Pentagon launched a major rearmament program, placing a mass order for expensive airplanes such as the B-1 and B-2 bombers and F-15 and F-16 fighters, and rebuilding the Navy, commissioning Trident missile-carrying nuclear submarines, Iowa-class battleships, and Nimitz-class supercarriers. But Reagan's definitive Cold War statement came with the announcement of the Strategic Defense Initiative in 1983, earmarking $26 billion for research purposes over the next 5 years, and which threatened to make Soviet nuclear missiles redundant. 104. While taking the arms race to outer space was universally denounced by friends and enemies alike in the UN General Assembly, the launching of a second Cold War itself was warmly received in some quarters. Britain, for example, saw it as a way to reinforce the transatlantic special relationship and retain some of her former glory by riding on the back of the hegemon. 105. To punch above her weight, in the words of former Foreign Secretary Douglas Hurd. 106. London dutifully authorized the deployment of more American nuclear missiles on national soil, granting permission for the Americans to use British Royal Air Force bases to bomb Libya in April 1986. And even NATO-sceptic France recognized the benefits of increased military tensions to discipline West Germany and forestall its possible reunification, François Mitterrand winning warm praise from Reagan by urging Bonn to take Pershing II missiles. 107. The mission to bring the core countries back under its wing was accomplished. Yet the unintended consequence of Star Wars, together with a dramatic reduction in global oil prices, so pivotal to its economy, dealt a deadly blow to the USSR, who was forced to sue for peace. Unsurprisingly, Gorbachev's push for wide-scale nuclear disarmament, nuclear test bans, and removal of American and Soviet fleets from the Mediterranean, in addition to public announcements of plans to dramatically reduce the size of the Red Army, was greeted with dismay by Western conservatives. 108. Notwithstanding official peace rhetoric, Washington was also loath to countenance an end to Cold War security arrangements and accompanying NSS given its centrality to U.S. hegemony over the capitalist world. The subsequent fall of the Berlin Wall did not provoke the kind of unadulterated enthusiasm amongst the Western political elite that one might have expected. There were, however, certain positive sides. On an ideological level, for example, the U.S. could claim the moral high ground, claiming its socio-economic system had proved to be superior to its supposed Leninist Marxist. Hegelians neocons such as Francis Fukuyama felt free to announce the end of history. 109, the definitive victory of Western liberal democracy and free market capitalism over all other societal models. Second, the eventual breakup of the Soviet Union and Russia's shock therapy meltdown under Boris Yeltsin would present the US a golden opportunity to expand its influence over Europe in the form of NATO enlargement, first absorbing East Germany, but later driving deep into Central and Eastern Europe during, and long after, the Yugoslavian wars of the 1990s. 111, a strategy which was even criticized within US foreign policy circles. 112. Moreover, Clinton would take advantage of the conflict to completely rewrite NATO's constitution, converting it onto a proactive alliance which no longer required prior Security Council authorization to carrying out benevolent humanitarian intervention against a regime threatening its own population or world peace. The biggest problem for the US with the end of the Cold War, however, was perfectly summed up by Gorbachev's advisor Georgy Arbatov: "We are going to do the worst thing we can do to you. We are going to take your enemy away." 113 Washington needed to find another overarching ideological to justify and legitimize its world hegemony and, on a basic level, salvage the scaling down of the mic. Even before the Berlin Wall came down, the incumbent president, ex-CIA chief, George H.W. Bush had resurrected Nixon/Reagan's war on drugs 114 as a short-term focus to justify continuing intervention in Latin America. Whether guilty of duplicity or not, 115 the Bush administration wasted no time in fully exploiting Iraq's invasion of Kuwait on August 2, 1990. Speaking to Congress on the September 11, 1990, the president declared the crisis in the Persian Gulf, as grave as it is, also offers a rare opportunity to move toward an historic period of cooperation. Out of these troubled times, our fifth objective, a new world order, can emerge. 116. Though the exact nature of this new world order remained purposely vague, 117 the Bush administration followed the classic Rooseveltian idealist line, calling for more cooperation amongst the world powers, strengthening of the UN 118 and a greater respect for international law and humanitarian causes. 119 Such was the White House's impatience to establish the NWO via US-led multilateral military invasion that it refused to let the extremely harsh unimposed economic sanctions take their full effect, supported by many senators and experts appearing before U.S. congressional committees, accept Moscow's offer of mediation, or negotiate with Baghdad following their offer to withdrawal. 120. The Gulf War itself constituted a successful exercising of U.S. politico-military hegemony, and with its intellectual and leadership, in a number of ways. First, there was almost universal support the UN Security Council for Resolution 678 authorizing Operation Desert Storm, and second, the revival of the friend-foe device helped to reassert hegemony over the capitalist core countries. Even France abandoned its traditional neo-Gaullist independence to participate in the 34-country coalition force. Indeed, over 90% of the bill for the war was picked up by Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, UAE, Japan, and Germany. 121 Third, as an important military media event, it helped demonstrate US unchallenged military supremacy. Thanks to the so-called revolution in military affairs, a combination of the latest satellite and computing technology, the Pentagon was now able to wage war from air, sea, or land with unparalleled rapidity, absolute precision, and selective destructiveness, carry out vital sophisticated surveillance, reconnaissance, early warning, and intelligence gathering systems, while avoiding unnecessary loss of life. 122. Another positive aspect of the war, Bush eyes confirmed to U.S. armed forces stationed in the Gulf on March 2, 1991, was that it had helped to erase the Vietnam syndrome from the collective American public memory. 123 The message was clear: the U.S. remained the unchallenged guarantor of the global capitalist system, the world policeman. Washington possessed the military capabilities and political will to discipline any renegade regime that opposed the expansion of American-sponsored financialized neoliberal marketplace society or threatened to upset the established international balance of power. The memorandum was not just directed towards the core but to the Second World, an ever-increasingly fragmented Soviet bloc and ex-socialist countries like Yugoslavia and China embarking on their economic and political transitions, and the supposed problematic areas of the Third World. 124 The defeat of communism meant it was no time for the U.S. to drop its guard. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney insisted, the world was full of new dangers such as rogue states, similar future regional threats, and ethnic conflicts. 125. Under new President, Bill Clinton, Cheney's predictions would ring true in Europe with regards to the aforementioned Yugoslavia wars, where following press reports of Serbian ethnic cleansing/massacres Washington armed, trained, and supported a Croat counterattack in 1995, largely eradicating all Serbs in Krajina, before directing a NATO-endorsed aerial bombing of in Bosnia. U.S. intellectual and moral leadership was further demonstrated in the brokering of the Dayton Accord the following December, with its military primacy, later on, show during the subsequent Kosovo Wars beginning in March 1999. In the 78-day campaign, described in RMA terms as the most precise application of air power in history, Allied pilots flew around 37,000 sorties, launching 400 Tomahawk cruise missiles and dropping 20,000 SMART and 5,000 conventional bombs on Serb forces to protect the Albanian population in Kosovo and expel the Serbian military and security forces from Kosovo. 126. Indeed, despite its largely peaceful image, sponsoring the 1993 Oslo Accords between the Israelis and the Palestinians, apologizing for U.S. campaigns of repression in Guatemala. 127 and reiterating the importance of the UN, at least during his first term of office, the Clinton administration entertained clear hawkish elements. During the presidential election campaign, Clinton denounced Bush I for his dovish foreign policy and failure to adopt a tougher position with regards to non-democratic regimes or other systemic abusers of human rights, and having his candidacy endorsed by power politics realists such as Paul Nitze, Zbigniew Brzezinski, and Robert Kagan. Just 6 months after his arrival at the White House, for example, Clinton sent the United States Air Force to bomb Baghdad in response to a supposed plot to assassinate ex-President Bush. Similarly, client states such as Israel, Egypt, Colombia, Turkey, Pakistan, and Indonesia continued on the payroll, receiving generous economic and military aid, much of which was used to suppress internal pro-democratic opposition forces and human rights campaigners, in return for executing Washington's will in their respective regions. The hawks within the Clinton administration were also bolstered by the Republican Party seizure of Congress in 1994, itself a reflection of the ongoing restructuring of American industrial capitalism underway since the mid-1970s. 128 Conservative social forces, many with vested interests in the WDPDC, urged the anti-Vietnam president to adopt more of an aggressive foreign policy position and increase the military budget. 129 This would be reflected in the tougher trade sanctions against 3 of the 6 rogue states. 130, Cuba, Libya, and Iran, which overtly called for regime change in Baghdad before authorizing a 4-day Anglo-American bombing campaign. Nonetheless, it is fair to say that the Clinton presidency acquired more of an enlightened consensual Wilsonian idealist sheen than Bush I. For many mainstream IR scholars, the Clinton doctrine is synonymous with greater reliance on consensual low politics, setting up of multilateral organizations and regimes to promote neoliberalism and financialization around the world, and therein boost American wealth, power, and influence, rather than a reliance on traditional security high politics and the mic. 131 This greater emphasis on the capitalist rather than the territorial logic of power constituted a sophisticated instrument of hegemonic governance and leverage over countries in the periphery/semi-periphery as they embarked on their neoliberal passive revolutions. That there was no concerted attempt by the Clinton administration to resort to familiar binary friend-foe logic. 132 was a testimony to the fact that the mid-1990s represented the hiatus of post-Cold War U.S. hegemony. Globalization was at its height and Wall Street and even Main Street were sitting on the top of the world. According to mainstream academics and media pundits, the U.S. was leading global capitalism to a new golden age embodied in the new economy. Thanks to advances in the financial sector, telecommunications, and information technology, symbolized in dot-com. Boom. 133 Traditional business models no longer served. The new economy could bring about such improvements in productivity, distribution, efficiency, and above all in achieving perfect information, that business cycles, recession, and hence declining profit rates were a thing of the past. Profits on Wall Street soared, selling securities to the public to fund Silicon Valley investment in telecommunications and high-tech goods, while overseeing the new media merger mania, linking up telecommunications companies with content companies to deliver new online services. 134. High corporate profits attracted attention around the world. Surplus capital from Japan, Germany, OPEC states, and especially East Asia, Russia, and Latin America following their respective financial crisis, flooded into Wall Street, reinforcing the centrality of American finance, which was granted even more opportunity to exploit economies of scale and scope following banking reforms announced under the 1999 Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act. More than ever, Washington felt vindicated in lecturing other countries' elites on suitable policy options. Transnational corporate elite and conservative think tanks used their connections in government, academia, and the media to openly criticize the rigidity of European, Japanese, and East Asian markets and the counterproductive and unsustainable nature of their social welfare programs. Embedding neoliberalism globally. With international monetary governance increasingly in the hands of market forces following the collapse of Bretton Woods, the DWSR, headed by the US and British Treasury Departments and associated financial sectors, began lobbying other OECD states to open up domestic finance and banking systems from 1979 onwards. The aim was to gain access to their funds, link up with domestic private operators, and ultimately mold financial systems in line with American business interests and practices. Highly influential elements of civil society also engaged in nurturing society-wide common sense with regards to the virtues of neoliberalism. Anglo-Saxon elite print media and the prestigious business schools and international management training programs, all overtly endorsed the merits of financial deregulation. These messages were not falling on stony ground. As neo-Gramscians observed, thanks to IOS and IOP processes there already was a degree of economic integration within the Lockean heartland. The internationalization of American finance intensified the IOP, facilitating the further global expansion of American MNCs in the finance, retail, insurance, and other service sectors. This, in turn, reinforced the process of cultural homogenization and contributed to the socialization of global economic and political leaders in the liberal values, lifestyles, language, and efficient business practices of American capitalism. The social forces generated would have a huge impact on the dynamic of core countries' internal social structures and form of state. The more businesses were locked into transnational structures, the more capital pushed for open capital markets, deregulated finance and capital mobility, and adjustment of domestic policies to the requisites of competitive hierarchically structured global economy. For many neo-Gramscians, as we have seen, this engendered genuine transnational class formation. The adoption of neoliberalism/financialization thus was not an externally imposed hegemonic project. All businesses were concerned about declining profits rates and the rightward shift promised to subordinate labor to capital and therefore permit greater exploitation and limit domestic policy options, not least with regards to welfare state expenditure. With Keynesianism in crisis, capital within across the core urged the liberalization of capital markets. In Western Europe, Britain's decision to remove capital controls in 1979 was soon followed by the Netherlands and West Germany, France, Sweden, and Italy and Denmark. This was institutionalized in the 1989 OECD Capital Movements Code, while the Anglo-American-sponsored Basel Accord established regulatory guidelines for the international banking system, as well as giving banks the incentive to privilege the buying of government bonds. The adoption of neoliberalism around the world would prove a slow, complex, and uneven process. The social transformation was affected by the internal balance of class forces within a particular state, its HB, and the degree of its integration into/dependence on circuits of global capital, notably Anglo-American finance. The greater the relative power, autonomy, and cohesion of capital to act as a class, the greater its success at pressurizing state power to dismantle Keynesian and neo-mercantilist/developmentalist growth model. For neo-Gramscians, as we have seen, the restructuring of SROP, HB, and FOS often took place under the guise of disciplinary neoliberalism and institutionalist via new constitutionalism, be it at the regional level or global level. The idea was to limit fiscal and monetary policy options by transferring competence over these areas to external institutions staffed by apolitical experts and technocrats and therein embed both neoliberal practices and implicitly, the neoliberal FOS domestically. These multilateral institutions did not just promote a new system of accumulation but, consistent with Gramsci's second moment, to consolidate and legitimize class hegemony and neutralize or assimilate of opposition groups, often via a passive revolution in its transformismo version. A good example of this elite transformismo was Van Apeldoorn's account of the European integration process, cited in Chapter 1, and the eventual victory of the globalist neoliberal faction over its hegemonic project rival. Maastricht constituted a clear example of new constitutionalism, laying out tight convergence criteria for Euro membership and provided a supranational anchor for the purpose of a politics of austerity. 135 Indeed, once a country joined the euro, it not only had to abide by eurozone norms but also keep a tight rein on fiscal policy or face punitive action. Member states' governments were thus voluntarily ceding economic sovereignty to Brussels and Frankfurt under self-imposed disciplinary neoliberalism. As intended, this embedded neoliberalism process of integration has dramatically molded SROP in line with the demands of neoliberal system of accumulation right across the EU, creating, as far van der Pijl is concerned, a free space for capital, with separate state jurisdictions keeping political sovereignty and democracy away from the larger structure. 136. Again, it is worth reiterating, contrary to the Coxian view, that this new constitutionalism was not imposed from the outside but actually championed by class interests at the domestic level engaging in a dialectic interaction with global social forces. The dismantling of the social market economy in the FRG is a good example of how, against the backdrop of the ongoing IOP process, substantial pressure from internal social forces, dialectically interrelated with external ones, conspired to use integration to break apart the close institutional ties between the banks, corporations, and labor. Simply put, German financial and manufacturing companies pressed the government to go ahead with integration as a way to expand market share, access cheaper credit, reduce labor costs, and increase competitivity, especially post-Plaza Accords. 137 Reunification and Maastricht's convergence criteria provided the perfect cover for Berlin to restructure German SROP. Similar motives led Sweden to join the EU in 1995, where a small potent capitalist class used disciplinary neoliberal norms to dismantle the social democratic model and associated rates of corporate tax and wealth distribution which no national government had proved able to do. European integration, and its associated new constitutionalism arrangements, inspired a genuine explosion of regional trade agreements around the world, be they in North American, Latin American, Asia, Africa, or the Middle East. Indeed, as of May 1, 2018, the World Trade Organization had received notification of 459 RTA with 287 actually in force. 138 Typically under these RTAs deserves investors' rights and capital accumulation are priorities above formal national sovereignty concerns and the domestic population's well-being. Chapter 11 of NAFTA, for example, apart from insisting on non-discrimination and equal standards of protection for non-national firms, insists that any enterprise that seeks to make, is making or has made an investment in any of the member states can sue any of the latter for losses deemed to be incurred by an alleged breach of NAFTA norms. 139. One core country that did not initially opt for the regionalist route to restructure neoliberalism/financialization was Japan, a testimony to both relative weakness of the unions within its HB and its regional hegemonic ambitions. As noted in Chapter 2, Japan's post-war growth strategy was to adhere to neo-mercantilist developmental state 140 model, the Asian developmental state, directed by its famous bureaucracies, the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, and the Ministry of Finance in an economy dominated by its vertically and horizontally integrated business conglomerate networks. Kiretsu. 141 Again, like Germany, internal and external social forces would interact to weaken the institutional relationship between large manufacturing firms and associated banks, which once capital controls were officially loosened in 1980, currency revaluation, and opening up of capital markets. This led to a massive inflow of international capital arising yen 142 mounting inflation, dubious bank lending practices, and ultimately a real estate and equity market bubble. 143. It was in this context, and in order to circumvent external trade barriers, many resulting from the RTA explosion, Japanese FDI flooded abroad in the 1980s, notably to the US and Europe. The other main destination, and the basis of Tokyo's regionalization strategy, was East Asia, where it set up a new vertical division of labor with itself at the apex. Under this so-called flying geese format, uncompetitive industries or production processes would be relocated/outsourced, subcontracting the four newly industrialized economies of Taiwan, South Korea, Hong Kong, and Singapore, these Asian tigers, who in turn would import lower valued added/labor-intensive goods and raw materials from poorer countries occupying the next level, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, with China occupying the base. It is important to emphasize that although many countries would undergo neoliberal restructuring via regionalism, these arrangements always took place within, and had to be compatible with, an ongoing global new constitutionalism process under the revitalist Bretton Woods institutions. Again, returning to Cox's analysis, the function of these institutions was to help legitimize/facilitate passive revolutions, provide the necessary global regulatory and juridical framework to embed neoliberalism, limit the scope of state intervention in the market, guarantee access to foreign markets, and standardize international business practices. With regards to global trade, this was within the new enlarged version of GATT, the WTO, whose 60 accords extended free trade into agriculture, textiles, the service sector, obliged states to adopt a favorable business climate, guaranteed intellectual property rights with the establishment of trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, and prohibited placing conditions on foreign investors with regards to local content requirements under the trade-related aspects of investment measures. All in all, the members agreed to limit the scope of state intervention in the market and prioritize the interests of exporters and producers over those of consumers, public health, workers, or the environment. 145 Importantly, any trade disputes that might arise under the agreements were taken to a legally binding multilateral mechanism, the dispute settlement understanding, whose decisions are taken behind closed door by a three-person panel, albeit with an option of recourse to an appellate body. Given their erroneous interpretation of hegemony, many neo-Gramscians such as Gill mistakenly interpreted the anti-globalization protests at the WTO's 1999 ministerial conference in Seattle as indicating the seeds of a genuine counter-hegemonic movement, reflected in the launching of the World Social Forum. This dramatically overstated the strength/unity of opposition forces. Nonetheless, to offset such criticisms, the Geneva-based institution cleverly repackaged itself through a process of trasformismo, assimilating common-sense anti-globalization language/discourse into its press releases and policy initiatives with constant references on the need to guarantee fair trade, social justice, institutional transparency, labor rights, health safeguards, and environment protection. The subsequent WTO round, launched in November 2001, entitled the Doha Development Agenda, was specifically sold as extending the benefits of the globalization to less developed countries. 146 Notwithstanding the rhetoric, however, the underlying constitution of the WTO would not undergo substantial change. Though North-South differences would hold up sectorial advancements in the Doha Development Round, the overall tendency was towards the open door process, be it via the WTO or RTAs. But for many developing and less developed countries, the neoliberal restructuring process was carried out in a more aggressive form, guided by the other two revitalist Bretton Woods institutions, Washington-based IMF and World Bank, who together with the U.S. Treasury Department, drew up an identikit of policy reforms to restructure failing countries' SROP, HB, and FOS. Contrary to the argument forwarded by many neo-Gramscians, however, this new hegemonic discourse, the Washington Consensus, was not purely ideological, but underpinned by real material power, which Robert Wade and Frank Veneroso have termed the Wall Street Treasury IMF complex. 147. American hegemony, as observed, was underpinning a new regime of accumulation. The WSTI complex constituted a vital part of this, promoting open-door financialization and neoliberal orthodoxy throughout the 1980s and 1990s. The coercive character of the WSTI complex with this would be most graphically demonstrated in their design and imposition of Chicago school-inspired SAPs. The key mechanism to unlocking the open door and triggering the associated accumulation by dispossession process that followed was dollar-denominated sovereign debt, which had risen steadily post-OPEC crisis, but ballooned uncontrollably following the Volcker shock. 148 when Mexico announced it was unable to service its $90 billion debt, fear of a precedent being set. 149 threatening both Wall Street and the global financial system in general, the U.S. Treasury Secretary resuscitated the moribund IMF and charged it specifically with rescheduling Third World. The deal imposed on Mexico, approved by the U.S. Federal Reserve and Treasury Department, would be the template for future SAPs, helping local elites restructure their internal SROP and hence FOS. 150 integrating the region more fully into US-led financialization. 151 while dealing a deadly blow for ISI strategies and NIEO aspirations. 152. Given the considered universal applicability of neoliberal tenets, the SAPs prescribed for debtor countries throughout Latin America, Central and Eastern Europe. 153 Asia and Africa would be virtually identical. In a variant on Gramsci's Caesarism, a strong man would lead a passive revolution and restructure the SROP, HB, and FOS. 154 supported by a powerful section of the economic and political elite who were well placed to benefit from the stripping of national assets and other accumulation by dispossession practices in collusion with foreign financial operators. 155 the process would involve implementing over 100 neoliberal IMF conditionalities, namely privatization of state industries, austere fiscal and monetary policy, market liberalization and removal of price controls, tariff reduction, devalued/fixed exchange rate, labor flexibility, the facilitating of foreign direct investment, currency convertibility, and the opening up of capital markets. 156. The latter would enrich Anglo-Saxon finance even further. First, once countries opened up to global finance, the instability of the post-Bretton Woods international monetary system forced more and more foreign businesses to buy insurance against possible exchange rate and security fluctuations in the form of derivatives, which again benefited Wall Street and London. Second, the failure of debt rescheduling and neoliberal SAPs to kickstart the economies, together with the entrance of large-scale short-term financial capital, would often lead to a further crisis and another wave of accumulation by dispossession directed by the WSTI complex, to the benefit of American capital, exemplified by Treasury Brady bond debt equity swaps arrangements with most Latin American governments in the late 1980s and 1990s, to disastrous regional effect. 158. What also became evident in the 1990s with the experiences of Japan, Mexico, East Asia, Russia, and Brazil, was that the more economies financialized, the more they were, at the whim of foreign exchange and interest rates fluctuations, and likely to be engulfed in capital, resulting in an asset bubble and eventual crash. 159 resembling the model set out by economists Charles P. Kindleberger and Hyman Minsky. 160 even Washington accepted this as a truism. Robert Rubin, U.S. Treasury Secretary between 1995 and 1999, admitted that financial crises of one sort or another are virtually inevitable, but what mattered, he insisted, was that the U.S. state act as chief of the fire department and show itself to be able to manage domestic and international crises. 161. And when it did act, the WSTI complex made sure that burden of debt repayment would fall squarely on the borrowing countries and not on the lenders, and that any IMF-directed bailout package involved the imposition of even stricter neoliberal SAPs, since the diagnosis of the malady, inescapably, was an insufficiently open market economy. Indeed, with a special focus on the East Asian crisis, Peter Gowan has even claimed the WSTI complex has consciously conspired to provoke financial crises as part of national economic statecraft, using panic in the markets not to make short-term profits on breaking currencies, but a part of Washington's broader political agenda in the region of restructuring countries SROP, HB, and FOS. 162 Certainly once the crisis hit East Asia, the IMF part of the WSTI complex wasted no time imposing its Washington Consensus SAP on the region East, with the U.S. Treasury under Robert Rubin and Larry Summers rejecting other alternative systems of financial governance in the area, such as Japan's suggested Asian Monetary Fund. 163. Financialization had its blowback, however. Although the massive inflow of capital into Wall Street from the East Asia crisis would stimulated share prices and compensated for plunging internal saving rates, 164 contagion led to Russia's sovereign debt default, which provoked a global financial panic. 165 Unfortunately, for the colossal speculative hedge fund Long-Term Capital Management Fund, Mobile Global Capital sought the safest harbor, U.S. Treasury bonds, which happened to be their core investment, driving yields way down. LTCM's size, structure, and political contacts 166 made it too big to fail, enabling it to engage in heavy leveraging. 167 When the fund's equity in free fall, the Federal Reserve organized a $3.6 billion bailout by 16 financial institutions to avoid the collapse of the financial system. The LTCM crisis was important, not only because it indicated the interconnectedness and essential unstable nature of the neoliberal/financialization project, but it showed that even the heartland was not immune, seen with more devastating effects in 2008. 168. For change and continuity under Bush and Obama, and beyond. As the U.S. entered the 21st century, the future of American hegemony was not looking so rosy. Having reached its post-1970s peak in 1997, the rate of profit in the U.S. went into rapid decline, manifested in a sharp reduction in investment. 1 The latest of the financialization asset bubbles, the much-hyped dot-com new economy, burst in March 2000 after investors finally realized that internet companies' share prices had little or no connection to profits generated, but more a result of financial manipulation, creative accounting, conflicts of interest, dubious compensation packages, and purposely slack regulatory system. 2. The new incoming President G.W. Bush was not just faced by looming recession, the grave realities of neoliberalism had started to hit home, the corporate sector was awash with scandal, and serious questions existed over the president's own political legitimacy and personal honesty. 3 The White House's reaction, consistent with its political program, was to blow another asset bubble to adopt a more aggressive foreign policy. With regard to the latter affirmation, a common view not just amongst mainstream academics, both also within neo-Gramscian circles, is that the takeover of the Republican Party by neocons under Bush 2-4 indicated the end of American hegemony in favor of dominance 5 or empire. 6 This is a complex but crucial debate, lying at the heart of the neo-Gramscian perspective forwarded in this book. The first part of the present chapter, therefore, aims to shed some light on this question, which inevitably involves assessing the significance of Bush-II's war on terror, a topic on which much has been written, but one which remains fundamental to understanding the dynamics and nuances of American hegemony in the 21st century. Bush's new imperialism. The ideological touchstone for the Bushite neocons, a group of economic neoliberals, social conservatives, military-industrial complex hawks and the Christian/Jewish right, was the project for a new American century think tank, set up by Robert Kagan and William Kristol in 1997 to make the case and rally support for American global leadership on the basis of a Reaganite policy of military strength and moral clarity. 7 Amongst its numbers were familiar names from the Bush I administration such as Dick Cheney, Paul Wolfowitz, I. Louis Scooter Libby, and Donald Rumsfeld, along with fresh blood additions including Francis Fukuyama, Elliot Cohen, and John Bolton. In reality, the neocons had been imploring Washington to launch a new, more assertive grand strategy position since the early 1990s, articulated in a doctrinal form in the first draft of the Pentagon's Defense Planning Guidance 1992-94, urging the government to prevent any hostile power from dominating regions whose resources would allow it to attain great power status. The interests of the core countries should be taken into account, the document continued but discouraged from challenging our leadership or seeking to overturn the established political and economic order, including the emergence of European-only security arrangements which would undermine NATO. The objective of the DPG, in short, was to preclude the emergence of any potential future competitor, insisting Washington should not shy from adopting a more aggressive unilateralist foreign policy position and making good use of the one area the US still reigned supreme, and which its European and Asian allies still remained as dependent as ever. Hard power. 8 Unfortunately, for defense contractors and right-wing think tanks, a watered-down version of DPG 1992, was effectively sidelined by the Clinton administration. Throughout the 1990s, the neocons' hegemonic project drew on the work of organic intellectuals such as Samuel Huntington 10 and Robert D. Kaplan 11 to paint a depressing picture of the new post-Cold War woe awash with civil wars, rogue/failed states and terrorist activities nurtured by the re-emergence of historical, ethnical, and cultural animosities. Washington had both the moral obligation and military capacity to pursue its imperial destiny and adopt a more proactive foreign policy, especially now the USSR was no more and Russian best by economic and political turmoil. The Middle East remained a top priority for PNAC and associated right-wing think tanks, 12 all supporting a greater Israel, the removal of Saddam Hussein's regime from power and extending and strengthening U.S. military capacity in the Gulf. 13 It remains unclear to what extent Clinton's launching of Operation Desert Fox can be attributed, at least in part, to heavy lobbying pressure from these groups, expressed in a series of open letters to the White House and Congress in early 1998. 14 Tellingly, 10 of the 18 PNAC members that signed the aforementioned letters to Clinton/Congress in 1998 became members of Bush II's cabinet. 15 While the Anti-Islamic Military Lobby Center for Security Policy could boast around 24 of its former advisory board members within the ministration. 16 Drawing up plans to attack Iraq and remove Saddam Hussein dominated the Bush II's very first National Security Council meeting on January 30, 2001. 17 The main problem facing the White House was how to legitimize such intervention. 18 The 9/11 attacks provided the justification, it was just a matter of getting the security services to trace them back to Baghdad. 19 Much to the chagrin of Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, the Al-Qaeda link demanded the what began in Afghanistan. 20 But he would not have to wait long. Just a month after the UN-authorized 21 Operation Enduring Freedom began, retired General Wesley Clark was told during a visit to the Pentagon that said the strike against Kabul would be the first shot of a 5-year campaign plan to restructure a total of 7 Middle Eastern and targeted African states, beginning with Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Iran, Somalia, and Sudan. 22 Such a view was perpetuated by prominent PNAC member Elliot Cohen, who interpreted the forthcoming invasion of Iraq as the opening volley of a broader World War IV, an argument which was later popularized by fellow neocon Norman Podhoretz. 23 Meanwhile, Bush's speechwriters said about preparing the terrain, conflating terrorism, Iraq, and weapons of mass destruction. 24 As part of this new hegemonic project, the empire began to permeate the U.S. hegemonic apparatus, entering mainstream political and popular discourse for the first time in 50 years. Organic intellectuals from academia and the written press drew on familiar American exceptionalism myths to encourage/legitimize common-sense foreign intervention and expansionism in order to guarantee global stability, guard against global threats, and promote liberal democracy and respect for human rights. The insinuation, expressed in a more explicit form by Max Boot, senior fellow at the U.S. State Department's Conduit, the Council on Foreign Relations, was that the 9/11 attacks could have been avoided had Washington been far more globally assertive beforehand. 25 Most neocons had little problem in acknowledging their imperial aspirations. Speaking following the Iraqi invasion, William Crystal affirmed, "We err on the side of being strong. And if the people want to say we're an imperialist power, fine." 26 This amounted to little more than a progressive twist on European 19th-century colonial theory about the need to civilize barbarians, Boot actually citing Rudyard Kipling's blatantly racist white man's burden metaphor, when ruing over the often thankless but necessary task of imperial rule. 27. Similarly, Ferguson doubted whether national independence constituted a universally viable model, posing the question as to whether for some countries some form of imperial governance, meaning a partial or complete suspension of their national sovereignty, might be better than full independence. 28. While Ignatieff held there was no intrinsic contradiction between self-determination and imperialism, by submitting themselves to imperial rule, poor countries would access skills, knowledge and technology, etc., which will help them to be free in the long term. 29. If or the names of just and unjust can have meaning, Kaplan remarked in 1994, some coercive power must exist. 30. And it just so happened, he later commented following the launching of the 2003 Iraq invasion, that it is American power, and American power only, that can serve as an organizing principle for the worldwide expansion of a liberal civil society. 31. To mark the first anniversary of 9/11, Bush set out his administration's imperial mission statement in an interview in the New York Times. We will use our position of unparalleled strength and influence to build an atmosphere of international order and openness in which progress and liberty can flourish in many nations. A peaceful world of growing freedom serves American long-term interests, reflects enduring American ideals and unites American allies. 32. The White House fleshed out these objectives in clearer policy format in the official White House's National Security Strategy 2002 document, which was, in effect, a rewrite of the aforementioned DPG 1992 report, with Rumsfeld's signature replacing that of Cheney. Like DPG 1992, the NSS 2002 sought to guarantee American primacy, reiterating the idea that the U.S. enjoyed unprecedented, and unequaled, strength and influence in the world, sustained by principles of liberty, and the value of a free society, but such liberties and societal model were under threat from rogue states, global terrorists, and WMD. It is time, the NSS 2002 stressed, to reaffirm the essential role of American military strength. We must build and maintain our defenses beyond challenge. The U.S. must and will maintain the capability to defeat any attempt by an enemy to impose its will on the U.S., our allies, or our friends. Our forces will be strong enough to dissuade potential adversaries from pursuing a military build-up in hopes of surpassing, or equaling, the power of the United States. 33. Regarding rogue states. 34. The NSS 2002 made it clear that it retained the option of carrying out preemptive strikes to counter a sufficient threat to our national security. 35. But while a preemptive war, carrying out the first strike when an attack is imminent, was considered a legitimate act of self-defense under international law, the Bush Doctrine 36 actually appeared to sanction preventative war, granting countries the right to strike a potentially belligerent rogue state or terrorist group even before the latter posed a threat, let alone had drawn up concrete plans for attack, which had no base in international law. 37. When the international community showed itself less than convinced by the proof of Iraqi WMD offered before the UN Security Council on February 5, 2003. 38. Washington made it clear it would go ahead regardless. For most mainstream American international relations academics, the Bush II administration seemed to be abandoning the classic Pax Americana model of hegemonic governance and risked being counterproductive, destabilizing the entire international system to the detriment of its greatest beneficiary, the U.S. itself. Leading the pack, perhaps surprisingly, were realist IR thinkers. Cold War warrior Zbigniew Brzezinski denounced as meaningless the declaration of a war against a technique of warfare rather than against an enemy or ideology. 39. John Mearsheimer criticized the Iraqi war from a more pragmatic position, considering it unnecessary and potentially disastrous, both in terms of the military and civilian casualties, and with regards to the stability of the Middle East and American long-term interests there. 40. What worried Henry Kissinger, meanwhile, was the doctrine of preemption. It cannot be either in American national interest or the world's interest, he argued, to develop principles that grant every nation an unfettered preemption against its own definition of threats to its security. 41. For liberal institutionalists IR scholars, on the other hand, they feared for the future of the whole liberal, rule-based international order. From the outset, the Bush II had made it clear that the White House's room for maneuver would not be restricted by multilateralism or by the illusory international community. As National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice referred to the UN during the presidential 2000 campaign. 42 Most international organizations, the administration complained, lacked democratic accountability. The solution proposed, somewhat incongruently, was for the U.S. to act unilaterally outside existing norms of international practice and law, exempting the country from a whole array of international treaties/initiatives over the following years, be it with regards environment, international finance, defense or, perhaps the most symbolic of all, its military operations. This contempt for the RBO and resorting to military solutions would do untold damage to the US's prestige, legitimacy, and hence of soft power. 43 Joseph Nye insisted, the very basis of its hegemony. The crisis of authority engendered at the international level, John Eikenberry lamented, could send the system into a period of Hobbesian anarchy. 44 This new imperial grand strategy, Eikenberry noted, reduced the U.S. to a revisionist state seeking to parlay its momentary power advantage into a world order in which it runs the show. 45 There were also the unforeseen unintentional consequences of promoting freedom and democracy to consider. Michael Mann likened American action to a disturbed, misshapen monster stumbling clumsily across the world. It means well. It intends to spread order and benevolence, but instead, it creates disorder and violence. 46. The US loss of intellectual and moral leadership was clearly not just limited to academic circles. As an exercise in mobilizing core countries' elites under American hegemony, the contrast between support for the Gulf War and Iraq War could not have been more pronounced. The UK aside, no other Security Council permanent member endorsed invasion. 47 The so-called coalition of the willing was top-heavy with small countries contributing little, if anything, to the cause. 48 While Rumsfeld's Old Europe Corps publicly denounced what they considered Washington's unjustifiable aggressive unilateralism. The Wall Street Journal referred to the ugly mood present at the annual World Economic Forum held on 23 to 28 January 2003 in Davos, Switzerland, and how a chorus of international complaints about the American march towards war with Iraq was reaching a crescendo at this gathering of some 2,000 corporate executives, politicians, and academics. 49 And at the other end of the spectrum, the formation of the coalition of the willing and imminent planned attack mobilized the world's first and largest ever coordinated mass protests. Reminiscent of, but easily surpassing, the anti-Vietnam mobilizations, angry public demonstrations took place in over 600 cities from the February 15, 2003 onwards, some 1 million strong, significantly in those countries whose governments supported the war. Once the horrors of war and the effects of Bush II's radical overhaul of the CIA came to light, U.S. intellectual and moral leadership plummeted still further. 50 It was not just the scale of the death and destruction wrought which shocked the world, but the cruelty of state-sponsored extraordinary rendition and use of so-called black sites where unlawful enemy combats could be subjected to all manner of enhanced interrogation techniques. These violated the Geneva Conventions, the UN Convention Against Torture, and the very liberal values Washington was supposed to be defending. 51. And even when the wars were declared over, attempts at state building were nothing short of disastrous, proving far costlier in economic and human terms than envisaged. Indeed, thanks to the power vacuums meant the countries would soon be engulfed in sectorial wars and beset by the of radical political Islam and terrorist activities. Bush's old imperialism. So, did the Bush Doctrine, Iraq War, and what constitute a complete break from the traditional U.S. form of hegemonic governance and therein signal the end of U.S. hegemony? Understood as a dynamic social process, it appears clear that U.S. hegemony under Bush II did undergo a qualitative change, arising out of a complex interplay of contingent domestic and international social forces, manifested in the neocon shift within GOP favoring weapon dollar petrodollar coalition elements. 32 major appointees in the first Bush II administration were either former executives with, consultants for, or significant shareholders of top defense contractors. 52 reflected in more an overtly militarist/belligerent foreign policy. Chapter 1 argued that domination is implicit in exercising of hegemony. Indeed, politico-military coercion constituted Gramsci's third moment of hegemony. We have also seen how the national security state and launching of the NSC-68 under Truman underpinned Pax Americana, helping reproduce capital relations both on a domestic and global level, and used to discipline enemies and friends alike. Nonetheless, as Gramsci also insisted, the use of military power had to have a consensual element, to appear proportionate and legitimate, as working to further the common good. Where Bush II did digress somewhat from the hegemonic template was not so much in the recourse to militarism, but the fact that the threat posed by the foe in its friend foe within the grand strategy was not sufficiently credible, at least with regards to Iraq. Charles Tilly differentiated between legitimate protection and racketeering. 53. The problem for Washington, as we saw in Chapter 3, that none of the foes identified by Bush I, and to a lesser extent Clinton, proved sufficiently plausible replacements for the Warsaw Pact. 54 As Bush II entered the White House, the grand strategy was at crisis point. Joint Chief of Staff, Colin Powell lamenting, "I'm running out of demons, I'm running out of villains, I'm down to Castro and Kim Il-sung." 55 The future of us huge Mike, empire of bases and actually military hegemony per se. There was a real risk of American security arrangements appearing unnecessary, granting core countries a greater degree of foreign policy independence. Deputy Defense Secretary, Paul Wolfowitz, summed up the mood in the Pentagon, thus, "What we were afraid of were people who would say, 'Let's bring all the troops home, and let's abandon our position in Europe.'" 56. While the post-9/11 attack on Afghanistan and even the broader war what garnered international support, the eagerness to remove Saddam Hussein on less than convincing proof smacked of a protection racket, especially following the financing of the Gulf War. 57 This was reflected in the embarrassing low sums raised at the Madrid International Donors Conference for Iraqi Reconstruction, on 23-24 October 2003. 58. On the other hand, the launching of the what per se represented a logical political extension of economic tendencies. Understood in emergentist materialist terms, power politics, empire, and militarism were emergent from economic globalization. That an efficient globalized market-driven society had to be backed up by militarism was openly admitted by celebrated globalization enthusiast, Thomas L. Friedman. "The hidden hand of the market will never work without the hidden fist. McDonald's cannot flourish without McDonnell Douglas, the builder of the F-15. And the hidden fist that keeps the world safe for Silicon Valley's technologies to flourish is called the U.S. Army, Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps. Ideas and technology don't just win and spread on their own," he declared, quoting Robert Kagan, "but required a strong power that promotes those ideas by example and protects those ideas by winning on the battlefield." 59 For Niall Ferguson, there was little difference between the 19th century imperialism promoting the open door and present-day and globalization 60 in their recourse to coercion. Situated on opposite ends of the political spectrum, Friedman and Ferguson had reached similar conclusions on the connection between capital accumulation and militarism as Rosa Luxemburg. 61. Extending Arendt's assertion that endless capital accumulation requires an endless accumulation of power, it was only logical that the hegemon periodically had recourse to its huge military capacities to reproduce capital on a global scale. Washington was merely drawing on the territorial logic of power to expand markets and guarantee ongoing capital accumulation via the creation of a new spatial fix and associated restructuring of social relations of production and form of state abroad. This is summed up neatly in Kaplan's above affirmation: if liberal civil society is replaced with capital accumulation. The implication, coinciding with Arrighi's characterization of world hegemony, was that the U.S. was claiming that the expansion of its military power was in the interests of all in its role as the global Leviathan. From here to envisioning a Hobbesian/Orwellian world of perpetual war did not involve a huge quantitative leap. On the September 14, 2001, Bush II claimed the U.S. had a responsibility to history to rid the world of evil. 63 with Cheney confirming the forthcoming global war on terror in a sense it may never end. At least not in my lifetime. 64 making such event more likely with the announcement of the so-called 1% doctrine. 65 even such a low threshold of proof appeared too high for Rumsfeld, who insisted the U.S. had to have the necessary military capacity to defend the nation against the unknown, the uncertain, the unseen, and the unexpected, and prepare its forces to deter and defeat adversaries that have not yet emerged to challenge us. 66 the unknown unknowns. 67 The Bush Doctrine, at the end of the day, bore a striking resemblance similar to the Truman Doctrine, both in its open-endedness and drive to remake the world after its own image. In his second inaugural speech, Bush II insisted his administration was committed to the ultimate goal of ending tyranny in our world, since the survival of liberty in our land increasingly depends on the success of liberty in other lands, and, indeed, that advancing these ideals is the mission that created our nation. 68 Almost 60 years earlier, in a speech delivered at Baylor University, Truman declared, "The American system can survive in America only it becomes a world system." 69 and 4 All the talk of political globalization remained, for Ferguson, just a fancy word for imperialism, imposing your values and institutions on other. 70 While the Bush II's discourse might have been more overt than most recent presidents, empire, as underscored in Chapter 3, has been omnipresent in the U.S. history. American exceptionalism myths dominating social discourse during periods of maximum power projection. The father of liberal idealism and the League of Nations, Woodrow Wilson, for example, classified himself as American exceptionalism personified. 71 Claiming the nation's unique cultural heritage had bestowed on it the infinite privilege of fulfilling her destiny and saving the world. 72 And making it safe for democracy. 73 Effectively repeating Thomas Jefferson and John Quincy Adams' earlier rallying calls. Yet driving this democratic or benign imperialism and celebrated cosmopolitanism of the 14 points, as observed, lay the very mundane exigencies of establishing the open door. If America is not to have free enterprise, Wilson insisted, then she can have freedom of no sort whatsoever. 74 And where the capitalist logic did not suffice, the president had no qualms in resorting to more coercive forms, sending more troops into more Caribbean and Central American states than any of his predecessors. 75 In reality, neocon calls for a new American century and Henry Luce's first great American century. 76 which it sought to update were merely extensions on Wilson's benign imperialism. Freedom is the Almighty's gift to every man and woman in this world, Bush announced in 2004, and as the greatest power on earth we have an obligation to help the spread of freedom. 77 The world could rest assured there would be no abuse of power, given the country's commitment to egalitarianism, universal liberal values. 78 Free market capitalism and unusually high degree of morality. 79 Any conflict it did get involved in would be, by definition, a just war against evildoers. 80 And not in any way driven by imperial ambitions. 81 Despite its ever-expanding empire of bases. 82 Furthermore, despite the clear ideological incompatibility between Hobbes and the US traditional liberal or Lockean allegiance. 83 There was a point of coincidence. At his most Hobbesian, Locke acknowledged as legitimate the temporary suspension of the rule of law when public security was threatened and prioritizing executive over legislative power. 84 Since Teddy Roosevelt, there has been a frequent usage of this executive prerogative to sidestep Congress. 85 In accordance with its neocon authoritarianism, the Bush II administration would make frequent recourse to the executive prerogative not just at home, but also abroad. In its capacity as the world's moral guardian and possessor of quasi-monopoly of the legitimate use of violence, the global Leviathan could choose, as and when to opt out of international law itself, while punishing those it considered to err into illegality, acting as the bully on the block, in the words of U.S. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Colin Powell. 86 In a peculiar twist on Immanuel Kant's perpetual peace, Washington claimed Hobbesian means could lead to Lockean ends. Using military means to extend neoliberalism into one of the few remaining areas of the semi-periphery had resisted it. The Middle East might not have been the most orthodox, but the process of accumulation by dispossession began almost immediately and proved enormously profitable. The perks of hegemony meant politically well-connected American engineering, construction, and servicing corporations within the MIC were the best situated to take advantage of the occupation, organization, and reconstruction of Iraq '87, but Washington promised there would be an open door to all global capitalists. In this sense, for neo-Gramscians, U.S. militarism was serving the interests of the transnational capitalist class. 88. The chosen instruments to achieve this were the so-called Bremer's Orders, 100 binding/irrevocable instructions and directives presented on September 19, 2003 by Paul Bremer, Director of the Office for Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance for Iraq. These Washington Consensus Edicts, drawn up before the invasion by the U.S. Agency of International Development, were based upon U.S. Treasury Department's plans for market deregulation and the restructuring and subsequent privatization of around 200 state-owned enterprises. 89, which Joseph Stiglitz denounced as an even more radical form of shock therapy than pursued in the former Soviet world. 90, and imposed illegally under international law. Pointedly, two sectors were omitted from market deregulation. One was the labor market, where strikes in some industries were prohibited and rights to unionize curtailed. The other was petroleum. Oil seizure was widely cited as the main reason for the invasion. Again, this is a complex issue, but worthy of clarification as it is illustrative of the limits of neoliberalism when it clashes with U.S. hegemony. The arguments supporting the appropriation thesis appeared quite compelling. First, as argued, control of the Middle East and its oil flow has been vital for American hegemony underpinning the dollar Wall Street regime, and at the time Iraqi boasted the second largest proven reserves. Second, the big oil component of WDPDC had long been a huge political and economic sponsor of the Republican Party. 91, enjoying particular close relations with both the Bush family and members of his cabinet such as Dick Cheney, Donald Evans, and Condoleezza Rice. Indeed, Chevron CEO Kenneth T. Dare, in a Commonwealth Club speech in San Francisco, in November 1998, had urged the U.S. to heighten sanctions against Iraq, famously declaring the country possessed huge reserves of oil and gas reserves. I'd love Chevron to gain access to. 92 Third, against the backdrop of Hubbard's peak oil thesis. 93, about global demand outstripping supply, Western energy corporations were becoming increasingly concerned about access to global oil reserves, with Anglo-American firms suffering the largest drop in market share. 94, and neither the American nor the British energy companies were very happy when Total Fina Elf, Russia's Lukoil, and China's National Petroleum Corporation holding talks with Baghdad to develop Iraqi fields once sanctions were lifted. In March 2001, the National Energy Policy Development Group, created by executive order on January 29, 2001, chaired by Dick Cheney, and made up of executives from America's largest energy companies, recommended that Washington support initiatives by Middle Eastern countries to open up areas of their energy sectors to foreign investment. 95, questioned at the Asian Security Summit in Singapore, June 2003, on why the U.S. had invaded Iraq and not North Korea. Wolfowitz responded that, economically speaking, it had no choice since the country swims on a sea of oil. 96, the Bush administration for its part vehemently denied oil was the motivation. 97. Rumsfeld, speaking in 2002, dismissed such allegations as nonsense. It has nothing to do with oil, literally nothing to do with oil. 98. This was clearly a disingenuous statement. But the reality was that while Big Oil may have been enthusiastic about regime change in Baghdad, it vehemently opposed to Wolfowitz's plan to privatize Iraq oil fields, fearing the increased competition would drive down prices as well as undermining the OPEC quota system, and potentially leading to the cartel's dismantling which had served it so well. Through its links to the dollar, OPEC was also structural to American hegemony, so Big Oil's position was backed both by the Treasury Department and Wall Street. The State Department was also concerned that the privatization of Iraqi oil would not only unleash a revolt amongst its workers, but seriously jeopardize the future economic stability of the Iraqi state. 99. As a result, neocon neoliberals found themselves increasingly isolated within the WDPDC. Bush II appointed former CEO of Shell, Philip Carroll, as chief of the Iraqi Oil Ministry Advisory Board, who immediately made it crystal clear to Paul Brenner that there would be no privatization of oil resources or installations under his watch. 100 Former Secretary of State, James A. Baker III, whose legal firm Baker Botts was the legal representative of the Saudi Arabian government, ExxonMobil, ConocoPhillips, and Halliburton, was then delegated the task of drawing up plans for a pro-OPEC state-owned company to oversee Iraqi oil. Over 35 years after losing their oil concessions under Saddam Hussein's nationalization program, the original partners in the Iraqi Petroleum Company resumed drilling there, accompanied by a long list of international operators, in keeping with the US Open Door Pledge, but all, to this day, under licenses granted by the Ministry of Oil in Baghdad. In short, it is reasonable to assume that oil was one contributory factor to the invasion of Iraq, but the overruling of the doctrinaire neoliberals indicated the objective was more about gaining control over rather than straight ownership. The chairman of PFC Energy, one of the main advisory companies to the industry, observed, "The main reason was to consolidate our position as a superpower." 101 Indeed, oil from Iraq and Kuwait constituted a very small percentage of energy imports to the US, but significantly, it was absolutely crucial for the US competitors Japan and Germany. David Harvey places the Iraq War in its broader geopolitical context, as an attempt to control the global oil spigot and hence the global economy through the domination of the Middle East, and constituting a powerful military bridgehead on the Eurasian landmass. 102 For Michael Clare, the Bush Doctrine was merely extending the so-called Carter Doctrine to the Caspian Sea, the Andean region of Latin America, and west coast of Africa, which as such, have been identified as future U.S. military bases. 103 Iraq War apologist Michael Ignatieff held Washington's real motives for the various post-Cold War interventions, spanning from the Balkans to Afghanistan, had been to maintain imperial order in zones essential to the interests of the United States. 104 Which included trying to prise Russia away from both the Middle East and the Central Asian stands. Under the cover of the what, the Bush administration authorized counter-terrorist military interventions in dozens of countries throughout Africa, the Middle East, West and Central Asia, and onto the Pacific Ocean. 105 The result was the most comprehensive restructuring of U.S. military bases since 1953 U.S., with the Pentagon able to open new facilities in hitherto inaccessible countries such as Uzbekistan, Pakistan, Qatar, Djibouti, and of course Iraq. These new military installations were called lily pads, strategic points from which the U.S. could launch its preventative war. Having military bases in 130 of the 193 UN member states, including Saudi Arabia, placed the U.S. in a major power position. The Iraq War also sought to reassert politico-military hegemony over an advanced capitalist core, while sending out a clear political message to potential rivals and rogue states threats that the U.S. was, and sought to remain, the indispensable nation. The conflict, like the Gulf War before it, was to be a televised media event. Friends and foe alike could witness the risks of falling foul to the full technologic, strategic and military supremacy of the U.S., exemplified in Rumsfeld's shock and awe doctrine. The new powers of technology, Bush II explained, allowed the America to strike an enemy force with speed and incredible precision, a combination of creative strategies and advanced technologies, he continued, redefining war in our terms. 106 Furthermore, in the same way, social forces released under economic globalization had helped restructure other countries' SROP and FOS along neoliberal lines. Social forces emitted out of American politico-military hegemony would push all states to restructure their coercive apparatus to fit its strategic concerns. A constant theme in this monograph, in line with Madison's earlier affirmation, and illustrated with the launching of the Cold War and Reagan's Second Cold War, is that military projection abroad goes hand in hand with militarization at home. For Karl Polanyi's authoritarianism was a natural political reaction to the social fragmentation proclivities of market capitalism. 107 A perspective shared by Hannah Arendt, who added that the capitalist state was as a vacillating structure, constantly having to provide itself with new props from outside, otherwise it would collapse overnight into the aimless, senseless chaos of the private interests from which it springs. 108 In the case of the U.S., with its hyper-individualistic capitalist model, there was an even greater risk of societal fragmentation, hence the more frequent recourse to the politics of fear and the friend-foe mechanism. We saw in Chapter 3 that the neocon movement actually appeared in the 1970s, forming the hardcore of Reagan's hegemonic project, and was very much driven by the need to reverse what it considered as the increasingly ungovernability of the population. Although, as Chapter 1 indicated, surface hegemony and structural hegemony do not necessarily coincide, emerging as they do at different ontological levels, there appeared a natural fit between neoconservatism and the neoliberal regime of accumulation, the former providing the political arm to help reproduce underlying SROP and guarantee profits. Like Reagan's hegemonic project, Bush II neocon movement was consolidated by drawing on American exceptionalist myths, non-class-based identity politics 109 and an aggressive foreign policy. One can identify two principal differences between the two administrations. First, Bush II's HB was even more reliant on the religious right and the Southern/Midwestern subaltern classes than Reagan, explaining Bush's campaign strategist, Karl Rove's labors to emphasize the leader's born-again credentials, the divine nature of his mission 110 and his unpretentious down-to-earth Southern values. 111 Second, by the turn of the millennium neoliberal policies of deregulation, privatization, welfare state reduction, tax reductions for the wealthy, etc. unleashed such market volatility, hyper-individualism, nihilism, job instability, poverty, and unprecedented inequality, as to seriously threaten the stability of society, and which the Bush II administration would only exasperate. 112 Explaining its more authoritarianism and militarist version and permanent recourse to security threats, be they domestic or international, genuine or fictional. As Thomas Hobbes observed, security threats greatly augmented the state's legitimacy and authority. A frightened citizen, like a small child, had little choice but to swear obedience to their protector when their lives are at risk. 113 For the 18 months following 9/11, the White House skillfully exploited the climate of hate and fear and paranoid style in American politics. 114 Exercising its executive prerogative to issue color-coded strategic communications on the possibility of imminent attack, employing an army of Pentagon-approved message multipliers, to present the homeland as a nation under siege from evildoers. 115 The further militarization of American society was underway. Ad hoc restrictions aside, the institutionalist curtailment of American civil liberties and freedoms began in earnest with the USA Patriot Act and Homeland Security Act, signed into law on October 26, 2001 and November 25, 2002, which took the U.S. back to the Truman era with the Red Scare with a new enlarged NSS. New counterterrorism laws greatly expanding police investigative powers and ability to arrest, tighter immigration controls, limits on press freedom, and the setting up of a massive nationwide surveillance/intelligence/security bureaucracy involving thousands of government organizations and private companies. The security agencies, with the National Security Agency at the helm, were given an effective carte blanche to carry out the same kind of warrantless wiretapping and control of private communications, access to personal records and surveillance methods which the aforementioned Church Committee had denounced in 1975. Indeed, the definition of enemy was left purposely vague to encompass an infinite list of potential opponents, including critics of neoliberalism, the same way the CIA used anti-communism to target counter-hegemonic forces in the late 1960s. Keeping the public in a permanent state of hysteria would even drive Brzezinski to denounce Bush II's fear-mongering. 116. That such rhetoric and tactics were successful in garnering support for the Iraq War was not a surprise. 117. National security had long constituted what Gramsci recognized as a hegemonic discourse in American public life, effectively trumping all others since the launching of the NSS in 1947. There were, of course, material reasons for this too. The MIC had converted into colossal bureaucratic security apparatus whose tentacles penetrated virtually all areas of American life, be it via lucrative industrial contracts, academia, the media, or the entertainment industry. 118 As a consequence, the permanent war economy did enjoy legitimacy amongst large sectors of the American public who held that belief that war, or at least its preparation, brought prosperity. Indeed, one of the important domestic corollaries of the what, again repeating the Reagan template, was to justify pump priming the ailing national economy via military Keynesianism and stimulate the MIC. After the dip in the 1990s, the what finally returned the Pentagon budget to Korean and Vietnam War levels. Military spending doubled in Bush II's first year in office alone, representing 50% of all federal discretional spending. 119 Rumsfeld's capacity-based approach and need to defend the country from a limitless list of unknown unknowns meant a boom for the high-tech capital-intensive military contractors and associated suppliers of cyber, laser, robotics, biotechnology, and advanced electronic technologies. And all paid for by U.S. taxpayer purchasers. 120. Nor did the corporate welfare scheme end there. Milton Friedman's protege Rumsfeld announced it was time to liberate the military establishment from its bloated Soviet-style bureaucracy and subject it neoliberal logic. 121 Greatly extending Reagan's logistics civil augmentation program. 122 The Pentagon would be turned into a modern corporation, retaining control over key responsibilities such as providing soldiers and arms and fighting wars, while outsourcing non-essential production, logistical support and high-risk duties to more efficient private contractors who, it was claimed, could supply the latest, more advanced military and satellite technology at a lower cost. A new defense paradigm was established. The state no longer provided security itself, it merely guaranteed it via private sector subcontracting. Well-connected companies such as Brown and Root and Lockheed Martin won highly lucrative contracts to supply the U.S. military with a whole series of services, including constructing/running domestic and overseas bases and extending into data management, surveillance, tax collecting, air traffic controller, etc. 123 Similarly, the aforementioned Patriot and Homeland Security Acts meant a boon for the private sector spying organizations such as Booz Allen Hamilton, forming part of what we can term a security industrial complex, broader in scope than the MIC. Indeed, as Naomi Klein notes, many of the modern surveillance technologies were originally developed by private companies, many prior to 9/11, as a way to better monitor, collect, and process data on consumer patterns, but now were developed for sale to the government at a high cost, a fusion she described as a bizarre merger of security and shopping cultures, or shopping mall and secret prison. 124. This chapter has sought to contextualize the commonly held view that the Bush II's so-called new imperialism digressed substantially from the established pattern of hegemonic governance. One further way this debate can be breached is by analyzing to what extent the subsequent occupant in the White House sought to reverse his predecessor's policies. Yes, we can. Barack Obama's entire presidential campaign was based on a promise of wide-reaching change, epitomized by the electoral slogan and personified in the Afro-American candidate himself. Internationally, his mandate was clear: rectify the damage done by the previous Bush administration and reassert American intellectual and moral leadership, and thus hegemony. This was to be done by returning to the traditional form of hegemonic governance, US-led multilateral institutions. Under Obama, the message went out: Washington would seek a more moral, transparent, benign, and cooperative foreign policy, a new diplomacy, based upon a respect for international law, regard for allies, and outstretching the hand of peace to hitherto enemies. In June 2009, Obama spoke in Cairo of his desire for a new beginning between U.S. and Muslim world. In September, Obama told the UN General Assembly the U.S. was seeking, in word and deed, a new era of engagement with the world. 125. True to his word, in the first year of office, Obama put an end to what discourse, ordered the withdrawal of all 50,000 remaining combat troops from Iraq by August 2010 and all remaining troops by December 2011, warned Israel to stop building settlements in Palestine, and signed two presidential directives, Executive Order 13491, forbidding state-sponsored torture 126 and Executive Order 13492, to close down Guantanamo within the year. The international reaction to Obama's Détente 127 Charm initiative belied the claim that U.S. intellectual and moral leadership was finished. In his first year in the White House, and much to the embarrassment of the winner himself, Obama was granted the 2009 Nobel Peace Prize. Without citing any concrete accomplishments, the prize committee praised his extraordinary efforts to strengthen international diplomacy and cooperation between peoples, creating a new climate in international politics, giving the world hope for a better future with his diplomacy founded in the concept that those who are to lead the world must do so on the basis of values and attitudes that are shared by the majority of the world's population. 128. With regard to Russia, Obama promised to press the reset button following mutual accusations of meddling in Georgia and Ukraine, tensions over anti-ballistic missile installation in Poland, and the Iraq War. Washington announced plans to replace the long-range missile defense system began under Bush with shorter-range intercepts. In return, Moscow would sign a New START treaty, facilitate the transportation of materials through Central Asia to Afghanistan, and support or abstain with regards to the passing of two US-sponsored regulations through the Security Council in 2010-11, with regards to the imposition of economic sanctions on Iran 129 and a no-fly zone of Libya. 130. The official, multilateralist, Obama doctrine, set out in the National Security Strategy 2010-131, appeared a far cry from Bush II's NSS 2002, emphasizing that Washington will continue to underwrite global security through our commitments to allies, partners, and institutions, pursue national interests, but as part of an international society where all countries share responsibilities and duties. Distancing itself from the previous administration, Obama asserted that U.S. engagement must take place within the confines of a review considered vital to a just and sustainable international order. The NSS 2010 also recognized the existence of other centers of power. Consequently, Washington would pay greater attention to regional problems and to seek to use diplomatic means to try to achieve its goals, in which the State Department would take on a greater responsibility at the expense of the Defense Department. Indeed, the Budget Control Act of 2011 announced a $487 billion cut in defense spending over the following 10 years, much to the chagrin of the Pentagon. 132. But when it came to foreign policy, change of emphasis and style aside, no radical overhaul was forthcoming. Troops were removed from Iraq, which was by now feeling the real costs of the invasion. 133, but their numbers effectively doubled in Afghanistan, which would become the longest war in the U.S. history. Israel was able to keep on constructing settlements in occupied Palestinian territories unmolested. Obama did outlaw enhanced terrorist techniques and closed down black sites, but Guantanamo remained open for business, while the CIA armed, funded, and trained anti-Assad rebel groups in Syria. Indeed, the what would continue in all but name. As Obama declared in Foreign Affairs article in 2007, he asserted, Iraq was a diversion from the fight against the terrorists who struck us on 9/11, urging the need to refocus our efforts on Afghanistan and Pakistan, the central front in our war against Al-Qaeda. 134 Instead of the global what, the grand strategy focused on countering violent extremism, the principal target being transnational Salaf jihadi groups such as Al-Qaeda and later the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. The latter arose in the power vacuum in Iraq in 2011 post-US withdrawal, and according to Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel, posed a threat beyond anything we have seen. 135. Granted, military tactics did evolve under Obama. Increasingly, the Pentagon resorted to the extrajuridical assassination of suspected enemy combats, often by the crack elite U.S. Special Operation Command, whose number were greatly augmented. According to Nick Turs, since 2001, SOCOM has been involved in plethora of forever war fronts either as reconnaissance or direct action combat raids against insurgents in a long list of countries including Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, Yemen, Somalia, Niger, Tunisia, Cameroon, Kenya, Mauritania, Mali, and the Philippines, resulting in hundreds of civilian deaths. 136 The enemy combats were also eliminated by remotely controlled Hellfire-equipped drones whose use was augmented tenfold. Under the Obama administration 137 many of which, following Rumsfeld's Pentagon reforms, were carried out by private contractors based on information passed to them by SIC. 138 It is estimated that Pakistan and Yemen were subjected to some 450 attacks by 2015 alone. 139 Just how successful these perpetual or forever wars are, and the damage they do to U.S. intellectual and moral leadership and politico-military hegemony, is quite another question. In 2017 the Wall Street Journal estimated the total costs of the wars in Afghanistan, Iraq, Pakistan, and Syria since 2001 as standing around $5.6 trillion which, if interest payments are added could reach $8 trillion. 140 The shadow of Paul Kennedy's imperial overstretch paradigm looms large. 141 Despite promising greater democratic accountability and claiming to be the most transparent administration in history, the Obama administration was at least as secretive and Hobbesian as its predecessor, exercising the executive prerogative to oppress the freedom of information while sanctioning a massive increase in extrajudicial activities by its intelligence and security services. The SIC, for example, was transformed into a multi-billion-dollar global surveillance and intelligence network. 142 Used not only to spy on potential anti-systemic elements but also to shadow and collect huge amounts of data on world political leaders, corporations, and the public at large. 143 Immigrants came in for special surveillance attention. Obama dramatically stepped up monitoring and deportation processes, taking a small program created by Bush II in 2003 and expanded it by 3,600% by the end of his first term, leaving Donald Trump with the most sophisticated and well-funded human expulsion machine in the history of the country. Indeed, despite soaring rates of expulsion under Trump in 2017, these numbers still palled in comparison to the peak years under the deporter-in-chief, estimated to have ejected a record 3 million immigrant workers and families, and possessing the fingerprints of 32 million people. 144 Furthermore, and while establishing a national declassification center to facilitate the declassification of documents, Obama used the 1917 Espionage Act to pursue and prosecute more whistleblowers and leakers than all previous governments, and severely curtailed the scope for investigative journalism. 145 As reiterated throughout this work, hegemony cannot be understood as a static position, but a dynamic process, in which domination and coercion are omnipresent, as they are within capitalism itself, with the term authoritarian neoliberalism increasingly used to describe the present conjuncture. 146 Thus, the recourse to militarism per se does not denote the end hegemony as some neo-Gramscian and liberal institutionalist scholars have implied. Testimony to that was palpable international enthusiasm which greeted Obama's election and initial multilateralist discourse, being largely able to reassert American leadership, at least during the first term. While it may be true that Bush II's neocon hegemonic project placed more emphasis on militarist means to resolve certain domestic/international structural problems than Obama, a reflection of its particular HB, it is important, as we have seen, not to overstate these differences, which were more about style than substance. As Jack Goldsmith, head of the Office of Legal Counsel in Department of Justice under Bush II commented, the new administration has copied most of the Bush programs, expanded some of it, and has narrowed only a bit. Almost all the Obama changes have been at the level of packaging, argumentation, symbol, and rhetoric, classifying the strategy as an attempt to make the core Bush approach to terrorism politically and legally more palatable, and thus more sustainable. 147 The reality was of course that there was partisan agreement up on Capitol Hill on the desirability of Bush II's class agenda. Domestically, for example, while Obama might have had partial victories in social policy and environment, Republicans and conservative Democrats made sure the mildly progressive American Jobs Act never went ahead. Obamacare was watered, while tax cuts for the rich, business deregulation, and weak environment/consumer protection laws remained in place. Democrats, after all, are equally beholden to corporate America for campaign financing as GOP. 148. The same broad bi-party agreement also existed with regards to the absolute necessity of maintaining American primacy. Rhetoric aside, neither Bush II nor Obama questioned this elite common sense, long embedded in the nation's HB. Clear continuity existed between U.S. Secretary of State Dean Acheson's testimony during 1963 ASIL proceedings on the quarantine of Cuba in 1963-149, the DPG 1992, the NSS 2002, and Obama's calling for another American century 150, reiterating in his 2010 State of the Union address, "I do not accept second place for the United States." 151. Belief in exceptionalism and the divine right to engage in benign imperialism remained unquestioned amongst the Washington foreign policy establishment, regardless of party affiliation. As U.S. Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright observed in February 1998 when seeking to justify the Clinton administration's intervention in Iraq, "If we are to use force, it is because we are America, we are the indispensable nation. We stand tall and we see further into the future." 152. American mainstream IR scholars may criticize Bush II's aggressive unilateralism, but all shared Brzezinski's affirmation that there is no realistic alternative to the prevailing American hegemony and the role of U.S. power as the indispensable component of global security. 153. All U.S. presidents, especially from Wilson onwards, have acknowledged that the survival of the American way of life necessarily depended on the ongoing capacity of Washington to defend the model of global capitalism on which it was based. As president-elect, Obama announced during a press conference in December 2008, that, to ensure prosperity here and peace abroad, we all share the belief we have to maintain the strongest military on the planet. 154. In the National Security Strategy 2015, the last one published during Obama's term of office, the White House set out its plan for future military hegemony. "We embrace our responsibilities for underwriting international security because it serves our interests, uphold our commitments to our allies and partners, and addresses threats that are truly global. Since here is no substitute for American leadership, and American leadership is a global force for good, Washington promised to lead with purpose, with strength, by example, with capable partners, with all the instruments of U.S. power, with a long-term perspective." The U.S. sought full-spectrum dominance, reserving itself the right to project its massive military power virtually anywhere in the world, and military dominance over sea, air, land, information, space, and sent out a direct warning to China not to challenge the status quo in East Asia. 155. The U.S., in short, aimed to continue its global Leviathan status as system shaper, to help reconstruct SROP and FOS for geostrategic or ongoing capital accumulation needs, albeit in a responsible manner and act accordance with its position as a benign exceptionalist hegemonic power. But whether it could do so, ultimately would depend on its material base and the strength of the American-led accumulation regime, which appeared to be on its last legs. Crisis in the Heartland. As we saw in Chapter 3, the creation and subsequent bursting of asset bubbles was considered not just an inevitable consequence of financialization by the U.S. Treasury, Federal Reserve, and Wall Street. 156, but also as necessary to meet the demands of the liquidity-driven American economy. The more volatile the international financial system, the more international operators would seek a safe harbor in Wall Street, which apart from boosting share prices kept interest rates low, in turn benefits businesses/house owners. 157. Indeed, as the Chapter 3 underscored, the Wall Street Treasury-IMF complex played a pivotal role in managing and manipulating crises to further accumulation by dispossession. According to Harvey, they were orchestrated, managed, and controlled both to rationalize the system and to redistribute assets, noting that between 1980 and 2007 $4.6 trillion had been sent to the core creditors from the Global South. 158 Given their pervasiveness/desirability, it was vital that when these financial bubbles did occur, a system of crisis management was in place. This depended upon international organizations and interstate cooperation, but at the very core of global regulation was the American state, Treasury and the Federal Reserve, Rubin's chief of the fire department analogy. Thanks to the ongoing financialization process, by the late 1990s the whole of American society was dependent directly/indirectly on Wall Street and confidence in the dollar. Capital flowed into the U.S. from around the world, not just as an imperial tithe, to stabilize exchange rates, or during as part of a flight to quality, but for reasons of profitability. American financial markets were deep, and thanks to the new economy, based on a strong productive economy, or so it seemed. For all these reasons, thus, when the dot-com speculative bubble finally burst in March 2000, it was an essential blow to another asset bubble. Real estate had always part of financialization, but it was not until the Federal Reserve lowered interest rates to almost zero following 9/11 and therein, cutting the cost of borrowing, lowering mortgage rates, and reducing yields on TBS, not to mention the lack of alternative profitable investments, that the debt-driven housing bubble really took off. With access to abundant cheap domestic credit, pension funds money 159 and trillions from overseas, and bolstered by an expanded derivative market, dubious credit rating, and creative accounting practices, the largest investment banks 161 and hedge funds were free to engage in risky, highly leveraged trading in securities debt 162 whose real value became obscured or simply unknown. 163. Regulators turned a blind eye to such highly speculative and opaque trading practices, not just because both main political parties were heavily dependent on Wall Street campaign finance and the heads of the key financial institutions, the Treasury and the Federal Reserve, were usually recruited from the big investment bank 164, but because of the positive effects it had on the economy. On the supply side, it helped to generate investment in the productive economy, especially in those well-connected Pentagon-subsidized areas, IT, telecommunications, aerospace, electronics, automobiles, and pharmaceuticals, and the construction industry. 165 On the demand side, it greatly stimulated the consumption of goods and non-financial services which would have otherwise have been impossible given neoliberalism's success in driving down salaries for working people. Thus, thanks to these asset price bubbles, the U.S. could enjoy a virtuous circle of high asset price, consumer spending, high corporate profits, job creation, and lower default rates, hence easy credit, ad infinitum. Significantly, in 2006, around 40% of American corporate profits derived from the financial sector. 166. As reiterated throughout this book, one of the central requirements of world hegemony is that it acts as a motor for growth. Pax Americana was ultimately based upon the U.S.'s ability to serve as a container of power for capitalism, a global consumer of last resort for surplus capital. The problem was that the very accumulation regime the U.S. used to refloat its hegemony, financialization/neoliberalism, was undermined the ability to fulfill that responsibility. The dismantling of the Keynesian welfare state, privatization of the public sector, attacks on organized labor/workers, and subsequent deindustrialization, had led to the loss of high-paying, stable jobs, and stagnating, using declining incomes for American working and middle classes. Not only had cheap imports lowered the costs of the reproduction of labor, but also transnational capital mobility and the perennial threat of capital flight and job loss successfully disciplined labor, keeping wage demands to a minimum while raising the rates of exploitation. Real wages in the U.S., which had been more or less constantly declining since 1973, started to nosedive in the late 1990s, while wealth holdings of the upper middle classes, benefiting from pro-rich tax reform, tax havens, rising corporate profits/stock market prices/executive pay, soared 167 between 1977 and 2007, 60% of the increase in national income had been appropriated by just 1% of the population, while the rate of income growth amongst the bottom 90% during this period stood around 0.5% GDP. Little surprise that the US was witnessing levels of inequality not seen since the 1920.168. Concomitant with underlying logic, the US was merely witnessing the same massive wealth redistribution away from the lower middle and working classes towards rich that had occurred wherever neoliberalism had been implemented, be it China, Russia, Latin America, or Europe. Neoclassical economics' emphasis on capital accumulation by export-led growth assumed that demand was unlimited. Short-term, the only way a mass consumption-based society could reproduce itself was by asset price inflation. At the end of 2008, householder and consumer debt accounting for around $6 trillion.169, and yet, the housing bubble was just one part of a much wider debt problem. According to Gerard Dumenil and Dominique Levy, U.S. aggregate debt as a percentage of GDP between 1980 and 2008 was more than doubled, reflected in household debts, while financial sector debt increased almost six-fold. 170 It was, in short, getting increasingly hard for the U.S. to fulfill its hegemonic global consumer responsibility. In Marxist terms, the capital was facing a systemic realization crisis due to the uneven development of capitalism. Perennial overproduction in the PRC, Germany, Japan, etc. was now reinforced by underconsumption in the US. The blowing of an asset price bubble, no matter how large, and how sophisticated the financial instruments used, could not ultimately resolve global overcapacity, imbalance, and inequality. And given the scale and depth of global financial integration, interbank lending and the centrality of Wall Street, when the global financial crisis of 2008 hit the U.S., shrinking credit by an estimated $24 trillion, the whole world entered into a recession for the first time since the 1970s. Those countries which had followed the US credit-financed growth strategy of attracting foreign capital to blow their own debt-financed speculative bubbles, despite declining average real incomes, were doubly hit. In the case of the EU, the resultant sovereign debt crisis would drive the Eurozone to the brink of dissolution in 2011, which would only be avoided by the mobilization of massive bailouts ultimately paid for by the public via heightened austerity programs, the burden of which fell disproportionately on those of lower income. Once the crisis hit, ironically, U.S. intellectual and moral leadership was temporarily restored via the Federal Reserve Treasury axis. Overnight, the Fed assumed the mantle of world central bank, the international lender and spender of last resort, using quantitative easing, pumping billions of dollars via foreign central banks into the interbank markets abroad to provide liquidity to their banking system and avert a systemic collapse. Meanwhile, at home, the Fed Treasury axis worked tirelessly to stabilize the heartland, guaranteeing takeovers, carrying out nationalizations, granting credit facilities, seizing/reselling companies, underwriting mutual funds deposits, announcing plans the purchase of toxic securities, and issuing emergency regulatory measures. In November 2008, Bush II held court in Washington for the heads of states of the world's wealthiest states to present a picture of class harmony and confidence against the backdrop of global meltdown. The formal aim of this new international forum, the G20, representing around 90% of the world's GDP, was to debate institutional failures and reconfigure a new institutional framework. Yet few concrete measures were forthcoming, short of launching a voluntary regulatory framework regarding capital adequacy under the Bank of International Settlements Basel III Accord. There was to be no radical reform of the American financial sector, despite the much heralded passing of Obama's 2,300-page Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act of 2010, commonly known as the Dodd-Frank Act. It promised to re-regulate the banks and prevent the possibility of a financial crisis occurring again, and at least on paper looked impressive, Setting up a new regulatory umbrella group under the Treasury, the Financial Stability Oversight Council, to oversee the financial system and prevent banks from becoming too big to fail, who were made to produce reports on how they would fail without bailouts, tightening up over-the-counter trading, most derivatives to be traded through a central exchange, banning proprietary trading, while credit rating agencies had to be more transparent, accountable, and conflicts of interests prevented. But thanks to legal challenges, the creation and exploitation of loopholes, Wall Street lobbying, fragmentary institutional oversight, and intentional underfunding of regulatory bodies, many of the original reform provisions were diluted or simply sidestepped, actually resulting in the large American banks getting even bigger. Yet even that was too strict for Trump's administration, who signed a bipartisan bill in May 2018 to roll back the Dodd-Frank disaster, raising $50 billion the too-big-to-fail asset threshold, requiring Fed oversight and Volcker rule restrictions to $250 billion with the promise of further financial deregulation. 172 Given the underlying contradictions and inbuilt systemic failings of the capital accumulation model, the likelihood of a future GFC appears likely. Indeed, and compatible with the emergentist materialist philosophy of science set out in Chapter 1, the appearance and consolidation of Trump's hegemonic project is best understood as emerging out of a deeper structural crisis afflicting the neoliberal regime of accumulation and manifested in the crisis of U.S. world hegemony. Economic inequality, stagnant real incomes, and loss of well-paid jobs rose even quicker under Obama, aggravated by the GFC, the maintenance of Bush II regressive tax reforms, and the signing of a comprehensive free trade agreement with Panama in 2011. 173 A sizable proportion of disillusioned white middle and rural-based working classes 174 found solace in Trump's right-wing popularist hegemonic project, an indictment on successive Democrat administrations effectively forsaking the working class. 175 In accordance once again with Gramsci's observation that political problems are often best solved by cultural means, Trump's campaign strategist Breitbart News CEO, Steve Bannon, exploited the insecurities and prejudices of a section of the electorate, expounding a neo-Reaganite identity politics agenda, based on ultranationalism, anti-immigrant/Islamism, and social/religious conservatism. Like Reagan, Trump preached anti-declinist rhetoric, although more Jacksonian in orientation, blaming globalization, outsiders, crony capitalism, and Washington elites for the societal decline and loss of national sovereignty. It was time to promote the interests of working families and the common man by focus on national economic growth, to generate more and better jobs by encouraging American multinational corporations to reverse their go global strategy, while promising to increase infrastructure investment, social security protection, and lower drug prices. Just how the Trump administration will manage to square the circle of economic nationalism with neoliberalism/financialization and world hegemony remains to be seen. But those hoping that the multi-billionaire real estate mogul might abandon the neoliberal class agenda, are likely to be disappointed, at least judging by the aforementioned Dodd-Frank reform, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, and proposed cuts to welfare programs, such as Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. An inward-looking tone reverberates throughout the National Security Strategy 2017-176, constantly referring to threats posed, competitors and rival powers, which, while understandable for a document of this nature, and complicit with Trump's overall America First political agenda, transmits more of an image of a nation under siege than one confident about its future, manifested in the launching of trade wars and questioning long-standing US-founded multilateral institutions. But while Trump's foreign policy hitherto has proven erratic, a testimony to his formal independence from the national security establishment, the essence of NSS 2017 remains the same as NSS 2015. The White House is committed to U.S. primacy, to be strong and ready to lead abroad, to advance American influence and reassert American advantages on the world stage. 177. The problem was that the woe was changing. China, for one, interpreted the GFC and its aftermath as definitive proof that the US-led accumulation regime was unsustainable, and began to investigate other options. 5. The China Challenge. The geopolitics of Chinese economic statecraft. China's socio-economic transformation has been nothing short of spectacular. According to the World Bank, it constitutes the fastest sustained expansion by a major economy in history, one thanks to a real gross domestic product average growth rate of 9.5% for almost 40 years, albeit one which is slowing down as of late. 2. The People's Republic of China's GDP, measured in purchasing power parity, went from being amongst the poorest countries to the world's richest, overtaking the US in 2014. In so doing, it lifted 800 million people out of poverty, improving life expectancy and slashing maternal and child mortality rates into the bargain, qualifying it as the greatest poverty reduction program again in history. 3. The effects on the global economy have been enormous and multifaceted, simultaneously driving down the international price of manufacturing goods and driving up the price of raw materials. By the end of 2009, China assumed Germany's crown as a top global exporter, for replacing the US as the workshop of the world in 2010, producing, or at least being the final assembly. 4. Around half of the world's goods. 5. In order to feed this production dragon, the PRC has had to access raw materials on a massive scale. In the decade prior to the global financial crisis, China's consumption of crude oil doubled, copper and iron ore tripled, and aluminium quadrupled. By 2010, it was the world's largest buyer of copper, iron ore, nickel, cement, and cotton, and the world's largest producer/consumer of steel, aluminium, lead, and zinc. According to the International Energy Agency, the OECD's energy watchdog, China overtook the US in 2009 to become the world's biggest energy user, consuming 2,252 million tons of oil-equivalent energy from resources including coal, oil, nuclear power, natural gas, and hydropower. About 4% more than the US, though far less per capita. 6. Given the extreme resource intensity of its growth model, the breakneck speed of urbanization, and relatively poor endowment of raw materials, China has had little option but to enmesh itself deeper into global trade networks. Furthermore, concurring with Harvey's imperialist paradigm, the territorial and capitalist logics of power would increasingly drive Chinese businesses abroad to seek out new markets and investment opportunities, an ever larger geographical spatial fix, in which to bury its domestic surplus and counter chronic overproduction/capacity at home. Replicating Washington's example in the 1950s, the Chinese state encouraged its companies, both public and private, to go global, setting up a $200 billion sovereign wealth fund, Chinese Investment Corporation, in September 2007, to facilitate the process. 7. After the GFC, this process became even more accentuated. Far better to invest some of the huge trade surplus, 8 large national savings, not to mention estimated $3.1 trillion in foreign exchange reserves, 9 in opening new markets, acquiring tangible assets, guaranteeing long-term commodity supplies, or acquiring foreign companies than to see it suffer devaluation or eaten up by inflation. 10. Evidently, one sector the PRC has been particularly active in is energy. Around 61% of China's energy is derived from coal. 11. Despite being the world's largest producer, 3 times larger than the second country, the US, the PRC is also the world's largest importer, consuming about 45% of all global coal. 12. With the grave environmental and health problems that provokes, both local and global. 13. But it is perhaps its reliance on oil and gas, overtaking the US as the world's biggest importer of crude in 201,714, which has most concerned Beijing, aware that any disruption of supply will leave the country highly vulnerable. With energy demands expected to grow, securing stable long-term energy supplies has become one of the greatest economic/political challenge facing the Communist Party of China leadership. State-owned enterprises such as China National Petroleum Corporation, Sinopec, China National Offshore Corp., and Sinochem, hence, have been encouraged to gain control over foreign sources of energy, especially following the 2007-08 oil price hike. As the GFC hit, some of the announced $586 billion stimulus package was loaned out to companies via the Chinese Development Bank and other government agencies, to encourage them to expand abroad, to guarantee access to oil, gas, and mining interests and invest in associated delivery systems. This has had major geopolitical repercussions, not least for North-South relations, as seen with China's reforging of its relationship with Africa. Washington had specifically targeted expanding American commercial presence on the continent under the Clinton administration 15 as expressed in the African Growth and Opportunity Act of 2000. But while the US's international prestige was at its lowest ebb in January 2006, bogged down in the Iraq fiasco, the PRC's Ministry of Foreign Affairs published an African policy paper setting out the country's objectives on the continent, offering Africa the chance to break away from the traditional North-South dominance subservience dynamic, and to establish and develop a new type of strategic partnership based upon political equality and mutual trust for mutual benefit, reciprocity, and common prosperity, cooperating in a wide range of political, diplomatic, economic, social, and cultural areas. 16 The details of this long-term Sino-Africa partnership began to take shape that November during the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation Summit, with then-President Hu Jintao promising the 48 African country delegations to provide $5 billion worth of preferential loan/buyer's credit, set up a China-Africa Development Fund to encourage investment in Africa, double assistance aid by 2009, cancel debt, and open up the Chinese market to tariff-free African exports. 17 Since then Sino-African bilateral trade has grown at an astounding rate, increasing tenfold in the first decade of the 21st century, 18 reaching $170 billion in 2017, which is triple that of the continent's next largest trading partner, the vast majority signing bilateral trade deals with Beijing. 19. Recording the fastest rate of foreign direct investment growth. 20 Chinese investment in Africa has been traditionally centered on three sectors: fossil fuels, mineral extraction, and construction/infrastructure. Nonetheless, and supported by state banks such as the CDB and the China Export-Import Bank, investment has also poured into other sectors such as manufacturing, telecommunications, tourism, and agriculture. And it is not just those that have set up business in China. Hundreds of thousands of Chinese entrepreneurs have also arrived, noticeably in the service sector, manufacturing, retail, and food. Indeed, a recent study held 90% of the estimated 10,000 Chinese companies in Africa are privately owned. 21 With a population of around 1 billion people, Africa is considered one of the world's largest untapped markets, a good base for Chinese companies to learning the ropes where competition is weak. Calculating the exact level of Chinese FDI is complicated by the use of the so-called Angola Mode arrangements, named after the landmark Intergovernmental Infrastructure for Resources Agreement Beijing signed with Luanda 2004. Here, in return for its SOs gaining rights to access oil, gas, and minerals in a particular country, Chinese state banks pay their construction and engineering SOs to carry out vital infrastructure projects which, for a variety of economic or political reasons, foreign private investors, and institutions, notable the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, have been reluctant to finance. 22 Thanks to these projects and the technology transfer it involves, China has arguably had a far greater effect on Africa's development than both the US and the European Union. Beijing repeated this template in Latin America, signed hundreds of commercial agreements with the region, with China-Latin American trade increasing from $12 billion in 2001 to $260 billion in 2017. 23 With the US and the EU hit by the GFC, Latin American exporters were happy to find an alternative market for their raw materials, while others sought to nurture new markets for its manufacturing goods. Mexico, for example, saw its trade with the PRC increase sevenfold in the decade following the strategic partnership signed in 2003, a relationship consolidated with the signing of a dozen energy, mining, trade, banking, and construction agreements by the respective presidents in June 2013.24. Brazil's trade with China, meanwhile, increased 13 times between 2001 and 2013, reaching $83.3 billion in 2014 and crowned with the announcement that Beijing planned to invest a further $53 billion in the former's crumbling infrastructure over the next 10 years and ahead of the 2016 Rio Olympic Games. 25. As with Africa, Chinese investment strategy in Latin America was dominated by Angola mode-type resource for infrastructure deals to gain access to energy sector, mining/mineral industries, and the agribusiness. Energy giants Sinopec, CNPC, NUC entered into numerous joint ventures with state-owned companies such as Petroecuador and Petróleos de Venezuela S.A. or bought by assets in private companies such as Repsol, Bridas Corp. Or Pan American Energy LLC, to develop oil and gas fields in Brazil, Ecuador, Venezuela, and Argentina, respectively. Beijing also extended credit to foreign state-owned companies, credit loans for them to expand production or lending directly to governments themselves. 26 At the first ministerial meeting of the Forum for China and the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States held in Beijing in January 2015, President Xi Jinping made very clear his government's intentions, announced to the 33 countries that China pledged to invest $250 billion in the region over the next 10 years and hoped that in those years the bilateral relationship would generate $500 billion of trade. 27. Predictably, Chinese increasing business in Africa, Latin America, and other developing countries have ruffled many feathers in Washington, Brussels, and Tokyo. 28 The Angola mode has been continually criticized by the West for its opacity and non-competitive nature. Li Ruigo, president of Exim Bank, responded, Western countries should set an example by making public the resources they have grabbed in Africa in the past 400 years. Only after that can we come to the issue of China's transparency. 29 Such renminbi diplomacy in Latin America, of course, constituted a direct challenge to the long-established Monroe Doctrine and perennial dominance of US-based multinational corporations there. Worse still, Beijing heavy investments bolstered left-leaning/nationalist political regimes in the cones such as Brazil, Bolivia, Ecuador, Argentina, and Venezuela, who remained critical of the Washington Consensus. 30. But perhaps most worrying of all for American hegemony, such arrangements allowed developing countries to bypass established control mechanisms. After decades of disastrous neoliberal structural adjustment programs, 31 many welcomed alternative routes to growth other than those sanctioned by the IMF and the World Bank. 32 African states, U.S. Embassy cables revealed, were uncomfortable with Western states' interference and suspicious of their underlying motives, preferring China's fast, efficient, no-strings-attached bilateral approach to development, which involves setting out tangible projects rather than the traditional Western tied aid development cooperation model and vague references to capacity building. 33 By the end of 2010, the PRC was lending more money to the developing world, and increasingly in renminbi 34 than the World Bank, contributing to macroeconomic growth. 35. Yet the Chinese challenge went further than ad hoc bilateral lending arrangements. Following the template set out by Washington in the 1940s, and compatible with Coxian analysis and Gramsci's second moment of hegemony conceptualization, Beijing increasingly sought to assert its economic and political hegemony over developing countries by embedding them in alternative China-led multilateral organizations, offering more stable long-term bank lending arrangements than their highly liquid financialized Anglo-Saxon counterparts. This was most clearly visible with the setting up of the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa Association and system of summits in 2001 and its initiatives to promote developing countries' interests. Of these, perhaps, the most significant are the launching of two $100 billion multilateral funds in July 2015, both underwritten by China, and clearly designed to compete with the World Bank and IMF, respectively. The new development bank is geared towards financing infrastructure projects in developing countries. The contingent reserve arrangements, on the other hand, provides liquidity for counties suffering short-term balance of payment problems. China crowned this process the following December with the launching of the $100 billion Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Based in Beijing, the AIIB has the same objectives as the NDB, to support the building of infrastructure, but this time right across the Asia-Pacific region, with the host laying out 30% of the capital. Two aspects make the AIIB institution building particularly revolutionary. First, amongst its 64 current members, categorized as regional and non-regional are found staunch allies of Washington, but not the US itself. Second, in a clear attempt to mimic the US privileges in the IMF and World Bank, Beijing enjoys the right of veto, major decisions requiring 75% of the votes while it possesses 31% of the vote. 36. One other geopolitical challenge to US hegemony has been China's incursion into that most sensitive of regions, the Middle East. While Obama was announcing a pivot to Asia, seemingly at the expense of the Gulf states, the PRC was consolidating its economic presence, increasing trade by around 600% in the decade up to 2014-37, supplanting the US as the region's most important energy client. As with Africa and Latin America, Chinese trade with the Middle East was not limited to oil/gas exploration, production, exploitation, and importation. Beijing has signed a whole plethora of deals with governments across the region to construct roads, metros, rail links, bridges, and harbors, while its private sector supplies a whole range of goods and services. The world's largest oil exporter and unofficial American military protectorate since 1945, Saudi Arabia, now sells over half its oil to Asia following the launching of King Abdullah's Look East trade policy in 2005. For Khalid Al-Falih, the energy minister and the head of Saudi Aramco, the state-owned oil giant, this shift represented a long-term transition to shift supply towards Asia. Demographic and economic trends are making it clear, the writing is on the wall, he continued. China is the growth market for petroleum. 38 While Saudi Arabia Oil and Saudi Basic Industries have been given the green light to invest in Chinese refinery and petrochemical projects, the PRC has acquired a growing stake in Saudi industry and infrastructure and allowed better market access for its exports. The PRC is quick to stress these are straight commercial transactions and deny that this closer bilateral trading relationship carries any great geopolitical significance. Some voices in Riyadh, on the other hand, have welcomed the opportunity to lessen political dependence on Washington. There was, as Prince Turki Al Faisal, a former Saudi ambassador to the US and brother of the foreign minister, Prince Saudi Al Faisal observed, less baggage and easier routes to mutual benefit with Beijing than Washington, whose pro-Israeli stance stirs up such large opposition at home. 39. Much to the chagrin of Washington, Beijing has maintained close economic and political ties with its bête noire, rogue state Iran, despite the UN/US imposed sanctions. 40 Not only is the Islamic Republic one of the PRC's top oil suppliers, but it has also been the recipient of enormous FDI from Chinese sows eager to tie up exclusive deals for the supply of natural gas and access to minerals. Beijing has been converted into Tehran's largest trading partner and Iran into China's main trading partner in the region. 41 Once sanctions were lifted in 2015, the PRC pumped billions of dollars into major infrastructure projects for water supply systems, dams, roads, etc., and most strikingly the electrification of a 926 km railroad connecting Tehran to Mashhad, a strand of the 3,200 km new Silk Route. 42 This bilateral trade has not only helped to stabilize its economy, bringing in vital machinery, technology, and investment, but it has also helped to bolster the Islamic Republic, again clashing with the US regional geopolitical objectives. China's low-key strategic economic policy to access foreign markets also paid dividends next door in Iraq. In October 2009, for example, a CNPC and BP-led a consortium simply outbid its competitors to win the contract to develop the Iraqi Rumaila oil field, tipped by many to be the world's biggest oil reservoir. Celebrating the first visit by an Iraqi head of government for 50 years, then Prime Minister Wen Jiabao told his counterpart, Nouri al-Maliki, that the Chinese government will encourage companies to establish long-term stable relationship on oil and natural gas supply and demand with the Iraqi side and expand cooperation in oil exploration, refinery, and equipment trade. Nouri al-Maliki added he hoped Chinese companies would invest not just on oil and gas but also on electricity, transportation, housing, telecommunications, and agriculture. 43. A 2012 IEA study claimed that by 2035 almost 90% of all Middle Eastern oil would flow to Asia. 44. While it is impossible to predict the geopolitical effects, at a minimum it would constitute a serious challenge to the primacy of the dollar and thus American hegemony, especially if, as the Iran Daily reports, talks are currently underway to carry out transactions in local currencies rather than dollars. 45. As China's resource supply chains take global proportions, so necessarily do the security threats it faces, especially around Eurasia. Significantly, 80% of its oil import passed through the Strait of Malacca, an 800 km long shipping channel between the Indian and Pacific Oceans with Singapore to the north and Indonesia to the south. At just 2.8 kilometers wide at its narrowest point, this stretch of water makes it extremely vulnerable to piracy, terrorism, and worst of all, foreign naval blockade. In its quest to establish alternative safer routes, and again spurred on by the GFC, the PRC began financing the construction of a network deep water ports in friendly countries across the Indian Ocean periphery, such as Gwadar, Kyokpiu 46, Chittagong, Hambantota 47, with the idea of transferring the resources overland to landlocked western provinces such as Xinjiang. Another strategic option for energy supply has been for the PRC to augment its overland trade with Eurasia, notably with its hitherto estranged neighbor, though fellow BRIC member Russia and other ex-Soviet Central Asian countries, who shared a common skepticism about the continual eastward expansion of U.S. influence in Europe, the Middle East, and right up to Chinese frontier, be it via NATO enlargement or as part of a war on terror. Diversifying from its usual European market, from January 2011, Russia began to export crude oil eastwards via the joint financed/constructed Eastern Siberia-Pacific Ocean pipeline, which ran from Russia's Amur region to the northeastern industrial Chinese city of Daking. For the head of PetroChina pipeline, the opening of the conduit heralded the start of a new phase in China-Russia energy cooperation. 48, the world's largest oil producer now directly supplying the world's biggest energy consumer. Further south, the PRC negotiated similar energy supply deals with Central Asian producers such as Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan, guaranteed gas and oil supplies via a specially constructed 7,000 km long gas and oil pipeline stretching from the Caspian Sea to the Chinese western province of Xinjiang, much to the chagrin of the West. 49. Indeed, the PRC would go even farther by launching the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in 2003, bringing together of Asian, Central Asian, and European countries 50 in a common multilateral organization largely concerned with common security challenges, with the potential, though far from realization at the time of writing, to counterbalance NATO. One other key geopolitical effect of China's meteoric economic rise worthy of note was the refashioning of East Asia division of labor. In spite of serious ongoing territorial disputes, regional development has seen a shift away from the classic Japan-centered flying geese model towards a Sino-centric production network, with the PRC emerging as the final assembler and exporter to the global north. While hitherto this has involved China importing machinery and semi-finished goods from South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Japan, one of the biggest challenges facing East Asia, and the capitalist world in general, is how to cope with the PRC once it moves up the value-added chain to produce a whole range of high-quality goods and services. Considered an integral part, one China, quasi-US protectorate Taiwan, for example, is finding it hard to resist the economic magnetism of mainland giant, where 44% of its FDI 51 and 45% of its exports end up. 52 Fearing possible regional isolation unless it followed suit, Kuomintang President, Ma Ying-jeou, signed more than 20 deals with Beijing on trade, FDI, shipping, direct flights and tourism, culminating in the landmark Economic Cooperation Framework Agreement in June 2010, arguably the most significant cross-strait initiative since the Civil War. True to its hegemonic role, under the terms of the ECFA agreement, China would make immediate concessions, cutting import tariffs across 539 products and the opening up 11 service areas and 18 farming and fisheries categories worth $13.8 billion in trade. Taipei for its part committed to cut tariffs on 267 Chinese goods and offer wider access in 7 service areas together worth $3 billion. 53. Unsurprisingly, the ever closer economic relationship between Beijing and Taipei was not popular in all quarters. The bridge too far came when the KMT government signed the Cross-Strait Service Trade Agreement in June 2013, aiming to liberalize bilateral trade/investment flows in a wide range of sectors including construction, banking, insurance, telecommunications, transport, tourism, and cultural industries, not to mention renewal residential visas for business chiefs. Opposition forces, led by the Democratic Progressive Party, academia, and the mobilization of the 500,000-strong Sunflower Student Movement, have thus far prevented the CSTA's ratification, arguing it would provoke the effective absorption of the country into China's economy and hence Beijing's political control en route to unification. With large capital on both sides of the strait eager for the CSTA's completion, and the PRC able at any time to engage in punitive economic statecraft against a region it considers part of its unnegotiable sovereignty, the gravitational pull may be hard to avoid. To the north, economic integration with the Korean peninsula has also sped ahead. In the 2 decades following the re-establishing of regular high-level diplomatic contacts, for example, bilateral between the PRC and South Korea increased 35 times from $6.37 billion to $220.63 billion, 54 converting Beijing converted into Seoul's most important trading partner by a long way in 2016, 55 expedited by the coming into force of the China-South Korean Free Trade Agreement in December 2015. The Strategic Cooperative Partnership signed in 2008 extends the relationship way beyond trade into legislative and juridical cooperation, scientific and technological projects, cultural/tourist exchanges and the twinning of over 130 towns/cities. South Korea's dependency on the PRC was revealed following Seoul's decision to deploy an American missile defense system in 2016. In response, the Chinese state-run media ran a campaign to boycott South Korean goods, while Beijing closed down selected Korean businesses on questionable grounds, banned tour groups from visiting the peninsula, and even cancelled Hallyu cultural events. The South Korean economy was badly hit, already under increasing market pressure from China in key sectors. Needless to say, the dependence of North Korea on its northern neighbor is even more pronounced, representing over 80% of its imports and exports despite U.S. attempts to enforce a trade embargo. Under Angola Mode arrangements, Chinese companies have been granted the right to extract coal and minerals in return for the building of infrastructure, notably road and rail links connecting the country with China's booming northeastern provinces, and developing the Rason port over which they secured a 10-year lease, thereby gaining its first foothold in the South China Sea for over a century, and easier access to the South Korean and Japanese markets. The promise of cheap labor and market access also proved too lucrative for China's old regional adversary, Japan. Occupying the rear guard in Japan's Flying Geese arrangement, China's meteoric rise in no small measure benefited from capital and technology generated by the vertically structured division of labor pyramid, especially once its own internal reforms and East Asia crisis broke it apart. From 2006, economic interdependence has increased considerably, with Japanese companies, especially small and medium-sized, eager to target China's growing urban middle class for their high-value goods and services exports. Tellingly, the very same year, the PRC surpassed Japan as the world's second largest economy. It also replaced the US as Japan's biggest export market. Despite the fact that Sino-Nippon's relation hit a period of political turbulence between 2009 and 2015, by 2016, 32,313 Japanese companies operated in China, 50% of all operating abroad, dwarfing the second favorite destination, the US, while value of Chinese e-commerce purchases from Japan rose by 30.3% in the previous year, and estimated to grow a further 84% by 2020.56 in 2017. Tokyo even backtracked on its original opposition to the Belt and Road Initiative, agreeing to cooperate and provide capital for the multi-billion-dollar infrastructure development projects. The more Chinese capital expands, the more an enthusiastic promoter of free trade and participant in regional institutional arrangements it becomes. By the summer of 2018, the PRC had signed 16 free trade areas with a further 8 under construction. Amongst the latter include negotiations with the Cooperation Council of the Arab States of the Gulf, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, and a trilateral deal with Japan and South Korea. 58 In November 2014, during the APEC summit in Beijing, she called for a renewed effort to achieve a free trade area of the Asia-Pacific, first proposed by the US over a decade ago. Between 2009 and 2012, the Chiang Mai Initiative, a region-wide currency swap scheme amongst ASEAN plus 3 countries 59 opposed by the IMF and set up post-East Asia crisis, was reformed and relaunched as the more powerful Chiang Mai Initiative multilateralized, doubling its foreign exchange to $240 billion, and including mechanisms to help countries facing short-term liquidity problems. One ironic side effect of Donald Trump's aggressive American-first trade position is that it may well bring China, Japan, and Korea closer together, clashing with Washington's traditional strategy of driving a wedge between. In May 2018, the first high-level trilateral summit since 2015, China's Li Keqiang impressed with his Japanese and South Korean counterparts the need for the 3 countries to stand even more firmly together, uphold the rule-based multilateral trading system, and proudly oppose protectionism and unilateral actions. There was a need, Li insisted. Li called for the need to raise the level of regional integration, accelerate talks on China-Japan-Korean Free Trade Area, and push forward early completion of a regional comprehensive economic partnership. 60. With so many infrastructure, free trade, and investment projects, not to mention corporations acquired and land leased, throughout Eurasia, Latin America, and Africa, the fact that the CPC leadership Beijing might seek to establish some sort of overall framework for their coordination would, on its own, not carry particular significance. The launching of the Belt and Road Initiative by Xi in September 2013, however, is being billed as a game changer. Originally called One Belt, One Road Initiative, encompassing the Silk Road Economic Belt, the Maritime Silk Road Initiative, the BRI, according to Foreign Minister Wang Li in 2014, represents Xi's most important foreign policy. Yet it is arguably much more than that, constituting a springboard for the establishment of Chinese regional, if not world, hegemony. Beijing, we have seen, has long played a pivotal supporting role in Chinese capital's geographical expansion abroad in accordance with Harvey's spatial fixed template. This became imperative once the post-GFC domestic investment-led boom, centered on infrastructure and real estate, reached bubble proportions in 2011, reflected chronic overproduction in sectors such as steel, aluminium, energy, petrochemicals, and cement, and decreasing capital return rate. Driven by the territorial logic of power, the CPC leadership began to elaborate plans to redraw formal spatial boundaries, reacting to capital's demands for a far larger container of power to bury its surplus. Fittingly, 2014 was the year the PRC became a net capital exporting country. 61. China finds itself in a similar to the overheated US in the late 1940s, and there exists certain parallels between the BRI and the Marshall Plan. Not only could it potentially help its industries recover profitability and mitigate chronic overcapacity, the domestic investment boom on a downward slide since 201,262, put its huge quantities of foreign exchange reserves to good use and open up foreign markets. It would enable Beijing, like Washington in the late 1950s, to reshape social relations of production and form of state in line with the Chinese model, which, inevitably, will help strengthen the country's political and cultural hegemony. The main objective of the BRI, in short, was to reorganize global capitalism, or at least Eurasia, around a Sino-centric accumulation model and restore profit rates. The strategic importance for China of the BRI is indicated by the fact that the action plan was jointly released in March 2015 by the National Development and Reform Commission, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Commerce. Gives an indication of the importance Beijing gave this initiative. Point 63 The BRI was converted into Xi Jinping's principal foreign policy objective, constituting the overarching framework for all other international projects, financed by Beijing itself through the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and a specially created Silk Road Fund. Set out in its 2015 Vision and Actions Document 65, the Beijing appeared to be reading from Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, extolling the huge benefits of the free flow of trade, capital, and ideas across the BRI's the 3 land and 2 maritime routes spanning Asia, the Persian Gulf, Africa, and Europe. This was to be done by prioritizing 5 so-called connectivities: policy coordination, facilities connectivity, unimpeded trade, financial integration, and the establishment of new development banks, and a people-to-people bond. To those not possessing rose-colored glasses, it was evident that the connectivity Beijing speaks so enthusiastically about was its own, connecting the country to Europe. The 3 land routes of the SREB would construct a network of roads, bridges, railways, ports, oil and natural gas pipelines, and power grids running from China, passing through Central Asia, Russia, Turkey, and taking in the Indian Ocean shore, the Persian Gulf, and Europe. The MSRI maritime routes would connect the Chinese coast with Europe through a series of ports, the famous String of Pearls, spanning the Indian Ocean and onto the South China Sea/South Pacific, and the Indian Ocean. Port construction/acquisition, which had begun as an ad hoc initiative, was now greatly expanded. 66 Converted into a central pillar of the PRC's foreign policy, a maritime version of Spyman's Rimland strategy first forwarded by Alfred Thayer Mahan. Meanwhile, in a classic hub-and-spoke arrangement, the SREB would position the PRC at the center of 6 international corridors, linking a network of metropolitan nodes and international transport routes and pipelines with the MSRI ports. Furthermore, by large infrastructural projects along the domestic sections of these corridors, it was hoped, would help reduce the PRC's chronic internal uneven development, stimulating growth in, and helping to stabilize the west and south/southwest of the country and neighboring Central Asia. Wealth creation would also have its geopolitical importance in the South China Sea, bolster the PRC's legitimacy and land claims there, and deter others from intervening in its internal affairs. Featuring in the 13th Five-Year Plan, the BRI was formally launched at the World Economic Forum in Davos in January 2017. The first Chinese leader to attend the forum, she was entreated with the keynote speech, insisted on its commitment to global free trade and investment, market liberalization/facilitation, and open multilateral trade. Point 67 Underscoring the country's world hegemonic credentials, she drew a clear parallel with the U.S. post-World War II, emphasizing how China's dramatic rise had served the common good, acting as the prime engine for sustained and stable economic growth in the global economy, with the BRI the natural heir to the Marshall Plan. A few months later, the BRI was launched in Beijing in May 2017, in a summit attended by 28 heads of state/government. To support the BRI, social forces across the Chinese state-society complex exploited the hegemonic apparatus to promote an idealized vision of the ancient Silk routes. The new versions, foreign governments and businesses were assured, would be based upon similar values and principles: an open, peaceful, inclusive, reciprocal, and advantageous integration project based upon mutual respect and state equality. Whilst stressing that the BRI, unlike the Marshall Plan, was open to the rest of the world, at least as far as investment went, its focus evidently was on Eurasia, primarily on Asia and then by extension Europe and Africa, which constituted a historic shift away from the classic US-centered transatlantic developmental model. The ongoing crisis of U.S. hegemony, manifested in the entrance of Trump into the White House, has only served to strengthen Beijing's credentials as would-be leading capitalist state and guardian of the liberal rule-based international order and open door. Trump's inward-looking American first policy, tariff war, and preference for a bilateral deal over multilateral trading arrangements, renegotiating North American Free Trade Agreement and criticism of the World Trade Organization undermines U.S. leadership in favor of the PRC. In a speech, in May 2015, Obama declared, "If we don't write the rules for trade around the world, guess what, China will. And they'll write those rules in a way that gives Chinese workers and Chinese businesses the upper hand, and locks American-made goods out." 68. The BRI is also important for the way it has situated a bold China center stage, breaking with the traditional Dengist maxim, hide our capabilities, bide our time, never try to take the lead. Whether it proves to be successful in stimulating growth and bolstering Chinese economic and political hegemony remains to be seen. Certainly, it is a very ambitious project in its scope, 71 countries participating with over $900 billion worth of loans underwritten by China as of spring 2018, 69, but whose total investments are estimated to reach anything between $4 trillion and $8 trillion. 70. At the same time, it is important to acknowledge that the BRI is very much in its infancy and a number of questions still remain to be answered, including the following. How Beijing is going to manage the internal competition between the different ministries, planning commission, and provincial governments. The BRI envisages the free movement of capital, goods, ideas, and communications but not labor. Is that feasible over the medium term, and if rules were amended would it lead to large-scale migration from China, and how would that be received and affect SROP abroad? What measures will non-participating regional powers take and how will the US and EU react? Though the success of the BRI is fundamental to national economic stability and hence the stability of the CPC, how will Beijing square the circle of unlimited/unrestrained commercial and ideational with the exigencies of guaranteeing state control? Most importantly of all, will the project actually prove profitable, generating real long-term returns on capital, or will it just turn into another asset bubble? Especially, in the West, concerns have been expressed with regards to the creditworthiness of the countries in Central Asia and their abilities to pay back such colossal loan. Sino-American relations. The transition of the PRC from a socialist centrally planned economy to hybrid state-directed market economy, of course, took place within a US-directed, competitive liberal economy. Deng Xiaoping's reform and opening up program depended upon gaining access to foreign investment, technology, know-how, and markets, which only went ahead once Washington granted the PRC full diplomatic recognition, most favored nation treatment, later observer status to general agreement on tariffs and trade, and allowed to join the IMF and World Bank. Although the passive revolution it embarked upon was complex, China's transformation was based upon it adopting a variation of the classic neo-mercantilist Asian developmental state template, setting itself up as a producer of low-end labor-intensive manufacturing products for export to the West from purposely built experimental special economic zones originally set up along the southern seaboard. The rise of China served U.S. hegemony in many ways. First, those Western corporations that did outsource operations there were able to tap into the world's cheapest, most abundant, and productive labor force. Second, cheap imported goods and raw materials lowered the costs of reproducing labor in the U.S., therefore, helping capital to recoup salaries even further. Third, the huge dollar surpluses Chinese businesses accumulated were either hoarded by the state banking system or recycled back through the purchase of treasury bonds or assets on Wall Street, keeping interest rates low and the stock market booming. The downside was a huge structural BOP deficit with China and rising debt. The GFC exposed the unsustainability of this global imbalance. In 2010, China still owned around 30% of world foreign reserves, equivalent to $2.5 trillion, of which $1.5 trillion was U.S. debt. The Financial Times assistant editor and chief economics correspondent, Martin Wolf, commented, "Never in history can the government of one superpower have lent so much to that of another." 71 Bucking the classic Brodel/Arrighi model of hegemonic transitions, Italy city-state to Holland, Holland to Britain, Britain to the US, it was the rising power that was lending to the incumbent hegemon, not the other way around. Though the Fed/Treasury under Bush II bailed out/nationalist Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac predominantly to safeguard Chinese investments, the huge quantity of dollar-denominated assets owned made Beijing more and more concerned about further greenback devaluation. In a news conference in March 2009, Prime Minister Wen Jiabao implored the U.S. to honor its words, stay a credible nation and ensure the safety of Chinese assets. 72 When Standard & Poor's downgraded U.S. government debt from risk-free AAA to AA+ on the August 5, 2011, the first time for 70 years, Beijing was livid. The PRC issued no formal response, but the CPC's official news agency, Xinhua, blasted the US's addiction to debt and called on Washington to live within its means, notably by cutting its gigantic military expenditure and bloated social welfare programs. State newspapers fell in line denouncing the U.S. decadence and announcing that the good old days were over. 73. The GFC marked a turning point in Chinese economic statecraft. For the short/immediate term, Beijing was not prepared to take the nuclear option of dumping part of its dollar assets, aware that any major sudden diversification would cause the greenback to nosedive, thereby devaluing its remaining dollar assets and therein hurt its US-bound exports. But since 2008, however, CPC elites have sought to restructure its domestic economic growth model and lessen its dependency on the dollar, predominantly by gradually internationalizing the RMB/yuan. 75 The benefits of the latter include: reduce the volatility and costs that its exporters face when they are paid in foreign currency, avoid accumulating potentially devaluing pieces of paper, enabling Beijing to borrow cheaply, and permit the RMB to form part of the IMF's special drawing rights. Basket. No great power, as CPC elite know full well, as has ever established global or even regional hegemony without internationalizing their currency. As a result, Beijing began tentatively to permit a degree of currency convertibility, first between the mainland and Hong Kong, Macau, and later ASEAN countries. Selected countries, including Russia, Japan, and Canada, are now allowed to finance their trade with yuan, while swap lines have been established between China's central bank and over 30 foreign counterparts. By December 2013, the yuan had overtaken the euro as the world's second most used currency in global trade, and the following year, in what is considered a significant move, the UK signed a deal with Beijing to permit London to sell RMB-denominated Chinese governmental debt. 76 As part of this internationalization process, Reuters reported in March 2018 that Beijing was contemplating taking the first steps to pay for imported crude oil exclusively in yuan from the latter part of the year, with Russia and Angola tipped to be the testing grounds. 77. Inclusion in the SDR basket. The expansion of the BRI and oil purchases are likely to greatly augment the use of yuan abroad. If this internationalization is successful over the medium/long term, the RMB could directly challenge the dollar's supremacy as the world's reserve currency, which the US has enjoyed unbroken since World War II, and with a deal direct blow to financialization and American hegemony itself. Such a strategy incurs great risks, however. In order to promote global use of the yuan, Beijing would have to remove capital controls and permit the influx/outflux of funds, therein loosening its tight grip over the domestic bond market and banking systems. China's carefully state-directed passive revolution could find itself seriously undermined by the whims of global finance led by the Wall Street Treasury IMF complex. Any reckless opening of the capital account could lead to a massive inflow of hot money, which not only would hike up the price of the yuan and hence damage the export industry, but could also inflate an already overcapitalized banking sector, blowing an asset bubble of enormous proportions and eventual crash and capital flight, a la East Asia crisis. The Shanghai stock market crash in the summer of 2015 reminded Beijing of the unpredictability of finance while reinforcing Western economists' arguments of the need for a fully liberalist capital market. Investors will only want to hold yuan long-term, mainstream economists emphasize, if they have to have access to a wide range of safe, stable, and easily sold financial instruments. Obviously, the rise of China has provoked much debate amongst the guardians of U.S. hegemony. A good key guide to understanding American elite thinking and political strategy is the Princeton Project on National Security, entitled Forging a World of Liberty Under Law, U.S. National Security in the 21st Century, written by John Eikenberry and Anne-Marie Slaughter. The report stresses the need to foster and strengthen a regional order that is trans-Pacific, rather than pan-Asian, that is, one in which the United States plays a full part. This would require developing a combined political and economic strategy to engage China and look for opportunities to strike strategic bargains, offering Beijing greater status and position within the regional and global systems, while in return expecting them to accept and accommodate our core strategic interests, which include remaining a dominant security provider within East Asia. The paper advised U.S. policymakers to maintain a strong military capability to dissuade China from regional hegemonic ambitions, while at the same time forming a closer alliance with other democratic states, most notably the EU, India, and Japan. The US-Japan alliance considered the bedrock of American strategy in East Asia. 78. What the Eikenberry-Slaughter paper recommends is classic hegemonic statecraft, combining consensus and coercion to delimit Beijing policy options. This was most clearly demonstrated under Obama's so-called pivot to Asia, a rather inappropriate slogan, since the U.S. had never abandoned the most easterly point of its Eurasia Rimland strategy. On the consensual side, the pivot involved conducting a concerted diplomatic campaign. One of the first foreign leaders Obama called after his inauguration was President Hu Jintao. 79. While Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton's first official trip abroad was to Asia and specifically, the PRC. A new G2 relationship started to find institutional form with the announcing of the US-China Strategic and Economic Dialogue in April 2009. During his Asian tour later that year, Obama billed himself as America's first Pacific president, the first occupant of the White House to place Asia-Pacific at the top of his geopolitical agenda. During the Obama-Hu summit in November 2009, each pledged to respect each other's core interests, which for Beijing boiled down to acknowledging the CPC's legitimacy and respecting the country's sovereignty and territorial integrity. To sidestep problems, Obama had refused to meet Dalai Lama in the run-up to the tour and rarely publicly criticized China for its human rights record. Similarly, President Hu Jintao's state visit to the White House on January 18, 2011 was full of pomp and pageantry that American presidents seldom lay on even for their closest friends, with the leaders holding lengthy talks extending to bilateral trade, market liberalization, currency reform, and intellectual property. China's peaceful rise is good for the world and it's good for America, Obama announced in a joint press conference on January 19. Adding, "We want to sell you all kinds of stuff. We want to sell you planes, we want to sell you software," such enticements being dependent on Beijing to push ahead with liberalization reforms, reminding Hu that the PRC's rapid growth was partly due to U.S. hegemony underwriting a global trading system and guaranteeing decades of stability in Asia by its forward presence in the region. 81. A wink to the Sino-American maritime clashes in the Asia-Pacific. What Washington was doing in accordance with the Eikenberry-Slaughter's hegemonic strategy, was to offer China the possibility of becoming what then Deputy Secretary of State, Robert Zoellick called a responsible stakeholder in the US-led liberal international system. As such, the PRC would be granted a far higher profile in global forums such as the newly created G20, the WTO, and the IMF. In the latter, for example, Washington finally agreed to reform voting shares, raising China's from 3.8% to 6%, while reducing its own from 16.7% to 16.5%, still woefully short of reflecting the PRC's economic might or challenging the US's effective veto. 82 The US also gave the green light for the RMB's inclusion within the IMF SDR basket of currencies in October 2016, worth 11% of total, above the yen and sterling, both 8%, but well below the euro 31% and dollar 42%. Although the Obama administration clashed with their Chinese counterparts on market access, intellectual property protection, alleged cyber attack on its corporations, growing trade deficits and dumping, it refused to endorse congressional bills calling for the PRC to be designated a currency manipulator and therefore force the Department of Trade to apply countervailing measures on the Asian powers' imports. Aware of the structural role China played in bolstering American finance, Obama opposed the initiative, fearing it would also be illegal under WTO rules, provoke a trade war and worsen Sino-American relations, raise costs for American businesses and consumer at home and U.S. corporations based in China, cause inflation and hence lead to an increase in interest rates, and have a very little effect on the US spot deficit, which was more about the country's declining productivity, lack of investment, higher labor costs, and demand for imported goods. The Trump administration adopted a more aggressive trade position on the PRC than Obama, American First, a clear response to the Made in China 2025 initiative. Critical of the way Chinese SOEs have been using their leverage to acquire American know-how, the White House has promised to tighten technology and investment flows in key sectors such as IT, communication, aerospace, and machinery, while slapping punitive tariffs on $50 billion worth of selected Chinese goods in an attempt to slash $200 billion off the country's $337 billion trade deficit with its strategic competitor by 2020. Considering trade wars easy to win, Trump has to date, however, avoided the nuclear option of designating the PRC a currency manipulator, which would affect all goods and services. The irony is that the application of the tariffs, China's reciprocal actions, and subsequent talk of an all-out trade war, has caused the yuan to drop even more against the dollar. 83. Thus far, as we have seen, the PRC has been careful not to rock the boat too much, content for the present to work within, and take full advantage of, the US-led liberal system. Multilateral institution building such as the AIIB, NDB, CRA, and CMIM, important as they are at projecting Chin's power, have yet to be pitched directly against the Bretton Woods organs, preferring to shadow their Anglo-Saxon counterparts, offering developing countries alternative forms of financing. Similarly, in foreign policy, the PRC has displayed its responsible shareholder characteristics by tacitly approving the US-SWAT campaign aimed at Muslim extremism in Central Asia, increasing participating in UN peacekeeping operations from 2008 onwards, consenting to a UN Security Council resolution referring Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi to the International Criminal Court for brutal repression of Arab Spring in 2011, 84 ceding to US pressure to reduce dealings with Iran in 2012-13, agreeing on a bilateral deal with Washington in November 2014 to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and signing the UN Paris Agreement on climate change in 2016. Furthermore, Beijing has voiced support for nuclear-free zones, treaties to ban the first use of nuclear weapons and prohibiting an arms race in outer space, all of which the US has shunned. But as Ekenberry Slaughter paper indicated, Washington's response to China's rise could not rely solely on improvement bilateral cooperation. In what realists/neorealists would recognize as balance of power arrangements, Washington has been engaging in busy diplomatic activity with the PRC's neighbors. In the area of trade, for example, this has manifested itself in the signing a treaty of amity and cooperation in Southeast Asia with ASEAN countries, joining the East Asia Summit Forum, ratifying a free trade deal with South Korea, opening up trade and investment dialogue with Myanmar, and joining the ill-fated TPP in February 2016, from which China was excluded. but where Washington's most significant regional balance of power construction has taken place has been in the area where the global Leviathan still remains the indispensable nation, and one traditionally ignored by neo-Gramscians, Gramsci's third moment of hegemony, the relation of military forces, which we are reminded, from time to time is directly decisive. 85. As we have seen, the larger the Chinese economy becomes, the more it becomes reliant on access to foreign markets, and the more the territorial logic of power finds greater expression within capitalist imperialism. Just as Washington pushed back the internal frontier all the way to the Pacific in the 19th century, and then into Central and South America, before declaring its dominion over the entire Western Hemisphere under the Monroe Doctrine, so Washington interprets the PRC's more assertive position around its coastal seas, the East China Sea, the South China Sea, the Yellow Sea, and even onto the East Indian Ocean, classified as core regions of national interest, and reinforced over time with the launching of Xi's China Dream, as part of a fledgling Asian Monroe Doctrine 86 which he himself has constantly denied. 87. Necessarily a national security state from its inception, the PRC has become increasingly militarist over the last 2 decades. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, China's expenditure for 2017 stood at around $228 billion, up 110% increase on 2007. It spends over 3 times more than the third place, and represents approximately 13% of global total. Beijing counters that this fall well short of the US $610 billion, constituting 35% of global total, and that it only spends 1.9% of its GDP on military compared to the US 3.1% 88, while constantly stressing such expenditure was to safeguard its national sovereignty and territorial integrity. And while it is true that the PRC could soon become the world's second most important aircraft carrier nation, with at least 1, possibly 2 Type 001 presently under construction, adding to their ex-Soviet refitted Liaoning 89, the People's Liberation Army would respond that the Pentagon possesses 20 aircraft carriers, 10 of which are Nimitz-class supercarriers. Washington has repeatedly warned that Beijing had been expanding and upgrading its nuclear arsenal. Cruise missiles apart, the PLA is said to have introduced a new generation of medium, intercontinental, and submarine-launched ballistic missiles and anti-ship ballistic missiles, which includes the satellite-directed Dongfeng 21D. The Pentagon considers DF-21D a game-changer in the Western Pacific due to its ability to sink an aircraft carrier from a distance of 2,900 kilometers and able to change course in mid-flight to evade U.S. Aegis anti-missiles interceptor. It forms a central pillar, they claim, of China's A2/AD strategy, using aircraft, vessels, and missiles, backed by enhanced cyber capabilities, aimed to prevent U.S. military forces to operating freely in the seas and skies around the PRC and its security environment. Nonetheless, in quantitative terms, its estimated 270 warheads pale into comparison to Russia and the U.S., who together make 90% of the global total. 90. What concerns the Pentagon insists is the pace of PLA's military modernization program, the recent launching of a new generation of stealth jet fighters, the J-20 and J-31, the build-up of a large number of relatively inexpensive, but highly accurate non-nuclear ballistic missiles, and sea/air launched missiles in the region, updating its submarine fleet, and the development of anti-satellite weapon systems, capable of destroying enemy satellites. In addition, Washington warns that Beijing is compensating for its relative military inferiority by developing asymmetric warfare techniques concentrating on so-called C4ISR defense system, aimed at gaining the upper hand in space, cyberspace, and information operations, and thus to paralyze, to blind and disrupt, the US military operations at source. Tensions over cybersecurity dramatically increased under Obama, the White House accusing Beijing of hacking and engaging in cyberespionage targeting both American commercial and military interests. 91 including the theft of 5.6 million fingerprints of federal government officials in September 2015, while the PRC countered by citing National Security Agency's whistleblower, Edward Snowden's revelation of American cyberspying activities. Though a Sino-American agreement was reached in 2015 prohibiting hacking private companies for commercial gain, distrust remains, exemplified in the Trump administration fining and temporary banning of ZTE Corporation for dealing with Iran and North Korea. Both prioritize cybersecurity as a national defense priority. The U.S. set this out in the NSS 2017, deeming China a revisionist power determined to gather/exploit data and use cyber capabilities to undermine democracy and sovereignty worldwide. 92 While Beijing set up a new power state body, the Cyberspace Administration of China, to protect its critical information infrastructure and regain cyberspace sovereignty, seize control over its data/communications from Western Internet companies. 93. And implicitly bolster its A2/AD military strategy. As previously noted, bipartisan agreement existed amongst American political elite on NSS 2002's affirmation that no state will be allowed to challenge the military supremacy of the United States in the 21st century, and the PRC's dramatic rise threatened the Washington-sanctioned East Asian balance of power security arrangements and hence Rimland geostrategic imperatives. According to a 2015 Rand Corporation report, there was a receding frontier of U.S. military dominance in the region, and even though China had not yet caught up, the speed of change had been striking. 94 Rand's East Asian security expert, Roger Cliff, went even further, claiming that American military dominance will be so eroded by the 2020s that China will feel confident to make a bid for regional hegemony. 95. Ultimately, if the hegemonic transition were to be settled by military means, as world systems theorists indicate. 96 The most likely theater seems the Asia-Pacific maritime part of the Rimland. Suffice to say that the global Leviathan would take every measure to combat any challenge to the U.S. Navy's exclusive right to monitor all commercial and military activities throughout the Western Pacific and into the Indian Ocean, a privilege enjoyed since the World War II. Earlier, in an article entitled How We Would Fight China, published in the Atlantic Monthly, June 2005, American hegemony organic intellectual, Robert D. Kaplan insisted, American military contest in the Pacific will define the 21st century. And China will be a more formidable adversary than Russia ever was. 97 Similarly, Princeton's Woodrow Wilson School scholar, Aaron L. Friedberg, implored Washington not to scale down its military presence in the West Pacific given the threat the PRC's growing authoritarianism posed to Western liberal values, national economic interests, and U.S. hegemony, quoting former Singapore Prime Minister, Lee Kuan Yew, "If you do not hold your ground in the Pacific, you cannot be a world leader." 98. He need not worry, Obama was committed to the strategic rebalancing of the Asia-Pacific region, the safe passage across which Secretary of State Hillary Clinton described as a pivotal national interest. The NSS 2015 insisting Washington was determined to exercise its capacity as a system shaper, leading with purpose, strength, and all the instruments of U.S. power. 99 Freedom of navigation operations was also non-negotiable for the Trump administration. China, according to NSS 2017, was determined to erode American security and prosperity, and although actions in the South China Sea endanger the free flow of trade, threaten the sovereignty of other nations, and undermine regional stability, the U.S. would stand firm, committed to maintaining a forward military presence capable of deterring, and if necessary, defeating any adversary. 100. Undoubtedly, China's Asian neighbors had genuine cause for concern about the latter's meteoric rise, expansive foreign policy, and heightened militarism, not to mention insecurity over their increasing economic dependency on Beijing, as we have seen. This has permitted the U.S. to reinforce its politico-military hegemony over the region, offering legitimate protection to those countries who have felt most threatened. Reverting to the classic Cold War template, Washington has sought to weave a web of balance of power containment arrangements across East Asia/West Pacific in line with Eikenberry-Slaughter prescriptions. Unsurprisingly, and a political clear reaction/counter-reaction to the material restructuring underway, military tensions in East Asia greatly augmented in the wake of the GFC, with Washington magnifying the severity of the situation somewhat, in order to drive a wedge between the PRC and its neighbors and maintain its military hegemony in the Asia-Pacific region. Hostilities kicked off in the East China Sea in January 2010 when Washington announced its intention to conclude a $6.4 billion arms deal with Taiwan 101, long considered a non-negotiable core area of One China National. While refusing to supply Taiwan with the 8 submarines and 66 latest F-16C/D fighters it requested, due to their offensive character, the U.S. offered to retrofit 150 F-16A/B fighters addition to the 114 Patriot anti-missile missiles, 12 Harpoon anti-ship missiles, and 60 Black Hawk helicopters, as part of the $6.4 billion deal. 102 Beijing denounced the proposed arms deal as highly provocative, a threat to a peaceful resolution, straight relations and an illegal intervention into its domestic affairs, declaring it was severing military-to-military relations with Washington and threatened economic sanctions on American companies implicated in the arms deal. Countering the arrogant and disrespectful congressman's initiative in August 2011, the CPC's newspaper People's Daily urged to use its financial weapon to teach the United States a lesson for violating the joint communique. 103 Washington cited China's claim over the Taiwan Strait as yet another example of Beijing trying to extend its territorial claims beyond the 12 nautical mile limit accepted through customary international and codified by the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. The entrance of Trump into the White House has further intensified Sino-American disagreements over Taiwan. Indeed, even prior to his swearing-in, the president-elect broke with standard protocol by phoning independent advocate Tsai Ing-wen to congratulate him on his presidential electoral victory. Trump followed this by strengthening the bilateral defense partnership, re-establishing port of call between Taiwanese and American navies, and inviting Taipei to participate in military exercises. 104 Before signing the Taiwan Travel Act in January 2018, allowing high-level diplomats to travel between the countries after decades. On April 7, 2018, Trump granted a license to U.S. manufacturers to sell technology to Taipei, enabling them to build their own submarines, topping this 2 days later with the appointment of Bush II apparatchik, John Bolton, to the post of National Security Advisor. Self-defined Goldwater conservative, Bolton is known to favor closer relations with Taiwan, ranging from inviting Tsai to the White House, upgrading diplomatic relations, even to the point of recognizing Taipei, and augmenting defense links and arms sales. These initiatives have greatly angered Beijing, claiming they jeopardize the US-Chinese relationship and warning any military exercises in Taiwan waters will be responded to. Nowhere has the unpredictability of the Trump administration been more clearly demonstrated than his summit with Kim Jong-un summit in Singapore, June 2018. For over 60 years, one of the central pillars of U.S. hegemony over South Korea, following the classic hegemonic template, had been to safeguard its security against North Korean or Chinese incursion, reflected in its heavy military presence there. 105 Enjoying wartime operational control over Seoul's military, Washington led joint annual war simulation naval exercises in and around the highly contested maritime demarcation line that separated the two Koreas, the Northern Line Limit. 106. Traditionally, any steps towards unification short of North Korean capitulation were rejected. South Korean President Kim Dae-jung's Sunshine Policy 107 never accepted in Washington, who breathed a sigh of relief when he was replaced by Neocon Hawk, former Hyundai CEO, Lee Myung-bak in 2008, determined to reverse all the peace initiative. For the next 2 years, again coinciding with the GFC, inter-Korean relations entered a dangerous dynamic manifested in a series of tit-for-tat actions. On the side of Pyongyang, this involved engaging in underground nuclear testing, 108 torpedoing the South Korean warship, Cheonan, and unveiling its ultra-modern uranium-enriching faculty at Yongbyon. Seoul and Washington reacted by hitting Pyongyang with tough economic and political sanctions 109 and engaging in joint military and war simulation exercises in the Sea of Japan and Yellow Sea, some headed by the colossal nuclear-powered aircraft carrier USS George Washington, and involving live fire and anti-submarine missiles and backed up by F-15K fighter bombers. 110. Although multifaceted, the 2010 Korean crisis can be considered as a successful piece of geopolitical statecraft by Washington, exploiting regional rivalries to assert its political military hegemony and with it undermine the CPC leadership. Three aspects of which are worth noting. First, it increased security concerns, justifying aircraft carrier-led fleets patrolling its seas and regular military maneuvers within China's geographic sphere of influence. 111 Second, Washington made it clear who the regional peacemaker was, refusing Beijing's repeated calls for emergency multilateral talks as part of a six-party peace forum, preferring instead an exclusive tripartite deal with Tokyo and Seoul, scolding Beijing for not bringing Pyongyang into line. 112 and third, the U.S. cleverly boxing the PRC state elite into a corner regarding North Korea. On the one hand, for domestic and international prestige reasons, Beijing could not be seen to cave into Washington's politico-military pressure, fearful of destabilizing Pyongyang. On the other hand, and as WikiLeaks divulgations revealed, the CPC elite were growing increasingly tired of North Korea's nuclear testing/brinkmanship, poor communication, and secrecy. Time will tell if the Trump-Kim Jong-un summit will actually produce concrete advances or will remain more as a public relations exercise. It may well be that the initiative came from North Korea, under pressure from the PRC, who along with South Korea and Japan all support its denuclearization. What has taken analysis by surprise is the rapidity with which the Trump administration went from the imposition of tough economic sanctions and threatening fire and fury on the Rocket Man, following the latter's testing of its intercontinental missile in November 2017, to holding a fantastic bilateral summit with the very talented Mr. Kim, and the promise to end the very provocative war games on the Korean Peninsula. 113 long considered central to American balance of power. Arrangements in East Asia. Officially, North Korean denuclearization has always been Washington's objective, reiterated by American Secretary of State Hillary Clinton in 2010.114. The reality, however, is that Washington has repeatedly shunned Pyongyang's offer, on the table since 1994, to abandon its nuclear program, let in UN inspectors and put itself at the disposal of the International Atomic Energy Agency, in return for a negotiated peace to the Korean War and settlement of border issues. 115 Adhering to the classic friend-foe template, ongoing tension in the region helped maintain U.S. politico-military hegemony over Seoul. The threat of North Korean nuclear threat, for example, served as a pretext for the installation of the Terminal High-Altitude Area Defense Anti-Ballistic Missile System along the South Korean border in 2016, paralyzing tripartite peace talks between the latter, China and Japan, which Washington took a dim view of. If North Korea is sincere in its June 2018 commitments, the question remains as to whether the U.S. security establishment, which as we have seen extends deeply into, and enjoys huge influence right across, the American state-society complex, will actively work to derail such a process. And even if the denuclearization of North Korea and its peaceful unification with South Korea were to take place over the medium to long term, one might expect certain resistance in Washington to withdraw troops and forego its military primacy on the peninsula. Sino-Nippon rivalry and distrust clearly predate U.S. presence in the region, the latter's heavy militarization on its status as the U.S. primary and longest-serving client state in East Asia, drives a further wedge between them. When the Progressive Democratic Party of Japan finally swept the incumbent conservative Liberal Democratic Party from power in August 2009, after almost 55 years of continuous democratic rule, it did so on a campaign promising to improve diplomatic relations with China, re-examine its long-standing subservience to Washington, and adopt a more independent foreign policy. Top of the wish list was the removal of the U.S. Futenma Air Base from Okinawa, which remained highly unpopular with the Japanese population, and the commitment to make public any secret agreement which allowed the US to bring nuclear weapons to the island. Once in power, however, the DPJ was told point-blank by Washington that such a policy shift was unacceptable. Forced to backtrack, the DPJ alienated its Social Democrat coalition partners and own voters, Prime Minister Yukio Hatoyama's popularity plummeting below 20% in the polls. He dutifully resigned in shame in June 2010, while his fellow foreign policy radicals found themselves marginalized. Asked about the significance of the political change, Pentagon Press Secretary, Jeff Morrell, expressed confidence that whoever is in power will respect the agreements that have been forged by previous administrations. 116 The new pro-American DPJ Prime Minister, Naoto Kan, who wasted no time in shelving the Okinawa request and ending tradition post-war pacifist stance, ceding to Washington pressure to adopt a more assertive military stance and expand its defense budget to send a signal to the Chinese in the light of the latter's rising power in the Yellow Sea. In September 2010 at the APEC summit, Ken committed Japan to the TPP aimed at killing the East Asian Community idea, while Tokyo agreed to collaborate more closely with Washington on military affairs. The latter reciprocated, ordering its ambassador to Japan, John Roos, to attend the Hiroshima Memorial Service on 6 August, the first representative of the U.S. government to do so in 65 years. The same month a joint US-Japan military exercise took place on Okinawa. Sino-Nippon diplomatic relations now took a turn for the worse, flaring up over the disputed maritime border in the East China Sea, focused on around the Senkaku Islands, the Diaoyu Islands to the Chinese, off the east coast of Taiwan. Annexed by Tokyo following the Sino-Japanese War, claimed by the PRC, Taiwan, and Japan, these islands not only occupy key geostrategic positions but span rich oil and gas deposit, as well as fishing grounds. The tacit Sino-Nippon agreement in place since Deng Xiaoping to avoid over the Senkaku Islands ended in September 2010 following the arrest and jailing of a Chinese fishing boat captain by the Japanese Coast Guards and for allegedly ramming two Japanese boats attempting to drive him out of disputed waters. After expressing surprise that Tokyo would risk worsening bilateral relations over such an issue, 117 Beijing took the incident very seriously, introducing a series of diplomatic, political, and economic sanctions. 118 While demanding the captain's release, a full apology, and economic compensation. Ken responded by naming pro-US China hawk C.G. Mahara as new foreign minister while calling on Beijing to act as a responsible member of the international community and denounced the latter's military build-up and increasingly ambitious maritime activities in the area stretching from the Indian Ocean to the East China Sea. 119. As with the above Korean conflict, the US has played a double game with regards the Senkaku Islands. On the one hand, in its capacity as neutral peacemaker, Washington declared it had no position on the territorial dispute, calling on both sides to seek an amicable solution, proposing to chair a three-way summit. On the other hand, it insisted that it will not tolerate any sovereignty claim that jeopardized the safe passage through the waters, that all parties had to respect the U.S. Navy's unreserved right to patrol and monitor maritime traffic in the region, maintaining the islands were protected under the terms of the US-Japanese Treaty of Mutual Cooperation and Security of 1960, and, as with Korea, carrying out provocative joint military operations with Japan near the Senkaku Islands. The Sino-Nippon tensions reached boiling point following Tokyo's purchase 3 of the disputed islands in September 2012. New LDP Prime Minister Shinzo Abe adopted an even more hawkish foreign policy, including announcing changes to Article 9 of its constitution in July 2014, which now permits sending national troops to fight to oversee for the first time since the World War II, talk about deploying THAAD anti-ballistic missile system to defend itself from Pyongyang, and relocating the Futenma base to Henoko. As expected, this policy shift provoked an angry reaction in Beijing and not a little internal opposition. But perhaps where the clash between U.S. hegemony and PRC's geopolitical ambitions is most starkly revealed in the South China Sea over the Parasil and Spratly Islands, which Beijing maintains were illegally annexed by French Indochina in the 1930s. Claimed by Taiwan, Malaysia, Brunei, and the Philippines, these islands are located on one of the world's chief shipping lanes, through which $1.5 trillion of China's trade passes, and, like their Senkaku counterparts, are thought to sit atop vast reserves of hydrocarbon energy resources and minerals and surrounded by abundant fishing grounds. Once more, with the GFC as a backdrop, regional hostilities intensified there in 2010, especially with Vietnam, who accused the Chinese Navy of carrying out unprecedented aggressive military exercises in the South China Sea, harassing both its fishermen and legitimate oil exploration activities. Furthermore, according to Hanoi, Beijing put pressure on a number of foreign energy companies which has exploration and production joint ventures in the region, such as ExxonMobil, Chevron, Shell, and BP, not to do deals with other countries at the risk of having their business opportunities in China curtailed. 121. Against this background, the US was quick to extend the hand of friendship to its hitherto estranged partner, Vietnam, and its neighbors. At the annual ASEAN Regional Forum in Hanoi in July 2010, then Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton vocalized a traditional post-war U.S. geopolitical position that freedom of navigation and unimpeded lawful commerce in the South China Sea was part of her country's national interest and pivotal to regional stability. 122. At the same time, Washington claimed to have no position on the territorial dispute, again offering itself as neutral peace broker before ordering in the USNS Impeccable to patrol the waters. Beijing condemned the intervention as both provocative and illegal. Meanwhile, the Pentagon faced numerous aggressive actions by Chinese vessels. The U.S. then launched what Douglas Paul of the Washington think tank, Carnegie Endowment described as the most comprehensive burst of diplomatic and military activity in Asia, particularly Southeast Asia in decades. 123, provoking an angry reaction by China's Secretary of State, Yang Jiechi, accusing the U.S. of plotting against it and warned Washington of the risks it was running by internationalizing what Beijing considered bilateral matters. 124, Beijing was even more livid when 12 of the 27 countries openly expressed their support for U.S. intervention, while Hanoi and Washington increased two-way trade and investment and embarked on what Robert Gates, U.S. Defense Secretary, described as real bilateral defense relationship in order to confront the most important security challenges in the region. 125. Beijing denied it threatened free navigation and open trade in the South China Sea, citing the fact that over 40,000 vessels pass through one of the world's busiest shipping lanes each year. Lu Fidao at the Chinese Institute of International Studies countered that Washington had been carrying out military surveillance activities in the South China Sea for years, and that the freedom of navigation referred to was merely the freedom of the U.S. military to threaten our country. 126, more diplomatically, Liang Guangli, the PRC's defense minister, reiterated that China pursues a defense policy that is defensive in nature and that its recent military build-up was not aimed at challenging or threatening anyone but to ensure its security and promote international and regional peace and security. 127. Significantly, Obama's trip to India was the first stop of his 10-day, unsubtitled, tour of Asian democracies, taking in Japan, South Korea, and Indonesia. The primary purpose of this journey, according to the White House, was to gain access to some of the fastest growing markets in the world, which was an important part of the president's national export initiative to double U.S. exports over the next 5 years. 128, yet this explanation deliberately obscured the essential geopolitical objectives of the trip. The underlying focus of the Grand Tour, this celebration of Asia's liberal bastion, Time magazine noted, was the dragon in the room. 129, the tenser the situation in the Asia-Pacific region, the more the U.S. could exercise intellectual moral leadership and reassert itself. The most common thing that Asian leaders have said to me in my travels over the last 20 months, claimed Hillary Clinton, on the verge of embarking on her own 2-week 7-country tour of the Asia-Pacific rimland, was "Thank you, we're so glad that you're playing an active role in Asia again." 130. To try and resolve the South China Sea territorial dispute, The UN Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelves requested in 2013 that all nations file formal claims to extend continental shelves beyond those established by the UNCLOS, that is 200 nautical miles. By the end of the year 131, Beijing declared the bulk of the South China Sea as constituting its exclusive economic zone, considered a core interest. When the UN's International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea ruled in July 2016 that there was no legal basis for 85% of China's claim over the South China Sea, Beijing refused to accept the ruling, pressing ahead with land reclamation and building civilian and military infrastructure on and around the disputed territory. As the NSS 2017 indicates, the Trump administration remains just as opposed to China's A2/AD, engaging in regular flyovers and sending vessels close to the disputed islands and insisting there can be no construction on Scarborough Shoal. When it came to light in May 2018 that China had installed anti-ship and surface-to-air missiles on 3 islands on the Spratly Archipelago, engaged in its largest ever naval review in the region, and landed several bombers on the Paracels, Washington reacted angrily. Defense Secretary James Mash's warning of larger consequences if Beijing continued with its maritime militarization program. 132 As a reaction to the rising tensions in the South China Sea, there was even talk in 2017 about reviving the quadrilateral security dialogue between the US, Japan, Australia, and India. 133 To discuss the Indo-Pacific security. Indeed, the Eurasian empire of bases runs from Japan, South Korea to India, taking in Singapore, Guam, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Australia, and has talked about installing an Asian missile system. Beijing, evidently, is deeply unhappy about present security arrangements across the Asia-Pacific, based upon hub-and-spokes bilateral deals with the US, with Xi calling for more Asia for Asia agreements. In a January 2017 white paper on China's policy on Asian-Pacific security, for example, it made it very clear that greater regional integration demanded parallel regional security arrangements. 134 A new Asia security architecture, such as the SCO, a natural security umbrella for the BRI. To date, the PRC has avoided direct military conflict as a means to resolve the various islands disputes in the East China and South China Sea, exemplified by its reaction following Japan's nationalization of the Senkakus, preferring to either use its coast guards or maritime militias to harangue intruders, or chose economic and political sanction. For the medium term this makes sense. Despite increased defense expenditure, the string of pearls strategy, and the ongoing terraforming efforts in, and militarization of, the South China Sea, the PRC is a long way from challenging to U.S. naval supremacy in Asia-Pacific. Furthermore, the CPC elite are well aware that the more volatile the political/military situation in East Asia, the greater the threat to its economy growth model and any aspirations it might have of exercising intellectual and moral leadership in the region. Reacting too forcefully to Japan, for example, would risk driving them further into the US camp and possibly to seek nuclear weapons. But the problem for the US is that while it may maintain its politico-military dominance over Asian powers for the foreseeable future, China, as we have seen, is increasingly exercising regional hegemony. Corresponding to Gramsci's the first and second moments as countries get sucked into the PRC's regime of accumulation, becoming their principal trading partner, export destination, and source of FDI. Over the long term, it is reasonable to assume that political allegiances too will shift. Indicative of this is Philippines' recent volte-face under the premiership of Rodrigo Duterte. Having been the country that denounced China's maritime border policy under the UNCLOS, Manila subsequently decided not to apply the UN's International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea's favorable decision, finding the carrots and sticks offered by Beijing either too succulent or too dangerous to ignore. Malaysia too has decided not to ignore the tribunal's decision, coincidentally being the site of massive Chinese infrastructural development as part of the BRI. Right across the Asia-Pacific region, China's economic magnet is similarly shaping bourgeois opinion and reshaping the state policy. Symptomatic of this, at the 31st ASEAN Conference in Manila in November 2017, members agreed to negotiate what appears to be a non-binding code of conduct with the PRC in regard to the South China Sea controversy, which suits Beijing fine. Military hegemony ultimately must be underwritten by economic hegemony. For 110 years, the US has been the #1 manufacturing nation by output, replaced by China in 2010. And although production in the US tends to be more capital/technology rich and of higher value-added content, the PRC state-led Made in China 2025 aims to reduce this difference, innovating and upgrading manufacturing in 10 key sectors 135 and converting the country into leading manufacturer of telecommunication, railways, and electric power, and ranking second or third in robotics, high-end automation, and new energy vehicles industries, by the date indicated. 136. Historically, military dominance not backed up with productive superiority has proven unsustainable, Paul Kennedy's imperial overstretch paradigm. For the medium term, the US may well continue to dominate the financial, service, and cultural sectors. But it is reasonable to assume that as competition rises and Wall Street's dominance diminishes, so too will the attractiveness of US TBS for foreign investors, who in July 2018 held $6.2 trillion, $1.2 trillion of which corresponded to mainland China. 137. This would complicate considerably Washington's financing of its empire of bases. As Sino-US hegemonic rivalry intensifies and Chinese corporations become less dependent on the American market, Beijing may be less likely to payroll its jailer. But while the struggle for world hegemony status may manifest itself in interstate/bourgeois competition, as Gramsci remind us it is ultimately always material-based, driven by social forces emerging out of the HB, embedded in a particular state-society complex. Whether China is able to challenge the US for world hegemony, will depend upon it being able to create a world in its own image, exercising not just economic, political, and militarily, but also cultural hegemony. In order to assess that likelihood and how it affects American hegemony in the 21st century, it is fitting to end this chapter with a brief analysis of the dynamics of the PRC's ongoing passive revolution. Dynamics of China's passive revolution. We have argued throughout this book that capitalism is necessarily expansive, seeking to break down all limitations to accumulation, but develops unevenly, reflected in and reproduced by a competitive hierarchically structured interstate system. Countries must assimilate new production systems and techniques or face the consequences. In most advanced countries, this process of social restructuring is driven by the private sector, with a supporting role by the state. But where the domestic bourgeois class is too weak to execute such changes, Gramsci tells us, it is left to the state class to direct proceedings in the form of a top-down, passive revolution. 138. This has been the case with PRC. Driven on by the need to catch up with its Asian neighbors, but lacking a capitalist class to carry it out, it has been the task of the CPC elites to restructure underlying SROP and shape the new economic growth model from the late 1970s onwards. 139. The first stage of Deng's opening up, as alluded to, involved setting up purposely built special economic zones along the southern seaboard where foreign investors were invited to establish low-end labor-intensive manufacturing operations for export to the West. China received foreign capital, new technology, the latest production/management and critically, access to global markets. In return, foreign corporations would enjoy a range of tax and profit repatriation benefits, suffer little direct political interference in their affairs and, most importantly of all, be free to tap into the world's cheapest, most abundant, and productive labor force. Significantly, the bulk of this foreign investment came overseas. Chinese in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. 140, the so-called Bamboo Network. Indeed, Guangdong and Fujian were chosen, not only because they were on the coast and far from political life, they just happened to be adjacent to said overseas territories, respectively. Apart from access to foreign markets and strict control over the monetary and financial system, notably a competitive fixed exchange against the dollar, This neo-mercantilist ads model required a constant supply of cheap labor, which was only made possible by a deep structural reform of SROP right across the country. Rural areas were amongst the first to experience the discipline of the market. Under the new household responsibility system, control of the land and associated surplus passed from Maoist-era communes towards families. Peasant households were given long-term leases on communal land and encouraged to make their own produce and sell their surpluses at free market prices. Though initiated amongst the peasantry by 1983, more than 93% of producers were involved. 141 Rural areas also witnessed the rise of town and village enterprises, public, market-orientated manufacturing enterprises. The Constitution of December 1982 allowed newly created township and village governments to take the commune's industrial assets and turn them into TVEs. These were then expected to operate for the benefit of village life, supporting agriculture, providing infrastructure, and generating employment. Political decentralization plays a crucial role in embedding capitalist social relations. From the outset, the central state would retain overall political and economic direction, including control over the SOEs, but an important degree of fiscal and political autonomy would be delegated to the provincial, county, and local governments. With the slashing of central government revenue/spending, 142 local governments' revenue became almost entirely dependent on local taxes, especially business taxes and rents, leases, and transaction fees on a landed property. Since cadres would be evaluated on the basis of their locality's economic performance, this greatly increased inter- and intra-provincial competition for capital, both domestic and foreign, and the expansion of TVEs. 143 As a result, and thanks to later state bank loans, large foreign capital injections, and a symbiotic relationship with SOEs, TVEs, which constituted the most dynamic sector of the Chinese economy from the mid-1980s to the mid-1990s, creating millions of non-agricultural jobs for rural workers. Market exchange also began to creep into the central planning system. The SOEs continued to be owned by the state and run according to broad socialist production relations, but since managers were legally liable for the company's profits and losses, they were given greater autonomy on how to run their firms and allowed to retain a certain proportion of the profits generated and sell any surplus they produced over their planned targets at free market prices, without enjoying property rights. In general, however, during this first stage of its transition, the Chinese economy would retain much of its non-capitalist nature, a testimony to the relative weakness of the bourgeois class. In both state-owned and collective enterprises, the Maoist work units, or Danwei 144, were retained, although Beijing did introduce new labor laws in the 1980s which introduced new flexibility into the proto-labor market. Public sector enterprises, for their part, remained social enterprises. Private TVEs had to be owned collectively, decollectivized land still belonged to the village, and associated use rights enjoyed by peasant families. China's definitive step towards a full capitalist economy and began in spring 1992, with the aim of catch up with the four little dragons of Asia in 20 years. There was nothing wrong in the rich getting richer, Deng explained, as long as higher taxes were paid and redistribution to poorer areas took place. One of my biggest mistakes, he lamented, was leaving out Shanghai when we launched our special economic zones. 145 That would be soon rectified, extending SEZs to the north and eastward, most crucially to Shanghai, the Yangtze River Delta, the Pearl River Delta, and Pudong New Area. At the 14th Congress of the CPC in October 1992, the PRC was officially proclaimed as a socialist market economy. With the confirmation of Zeman as Secretary General of the Communist Party, China embarked on its second and most profoundly neoliberal stage of transition. 146 Marked by a deeper integration into the international value chain and division of labor. To support its export industry, Beijing devalued the yuan by 33% in January 1994, before fixing it at a rate of 8.28 to the dollar the following April. 147. As already mentioned, China's ads model differed from previous models, notably Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, adopting a more welcoming attitude towards FDI. By 2000 almost 30% of Chinese manufacturing was carried out by joint ventures. 148 This tendency was enhanced still further when, after 15 years of negotiations, the PRC was accepted as a member of that very symbol of neoliberal orthodoxy, the WTO, surpassing the US as the world's largest FDI recipient in 2003. 149 Although increasingly, these figures were being inflated by Chinese SOEs on the mainland round-tripping to take advantage of tax rebates offered to foreign investors. 150. But while FDI was vital for modernization and exports, it is important to emphasize that it actually accounted for less than 10% of total capital formation during the reform era. As Clyde Prestovitz notes, if the foreigners were investing, it was only because the Chinese were investing more. 151 Not least on the construction of roads, railway networks, ports, and dams. This fact is often overlooked due to the biases within liberal theory, which typically overstates the importance of international trade while underplaying the significance of domestic production. China's fabulously successful export-driven growth model was only the tip of an exploitative iceberg which had its origins in the primitive accumulation first initiated by Deng. Aforementioned land and fiscal reforms. 152 Indeed, despite their differing spatio-temporal, socio-economic, and politico-cultural contexts, there do appear some striking similarities between the process of primitive accumulation initiated in 1978, and the transition to capitalism in Western Europe, North America, Latin America, and Asia, all involving, to a greater or lesser extent, the commodification of land and labor, together with growing urbanization. The commodification of land in China began in the 1980s, connected to spectacular urban growth around the SEZs in the south in Shenzhen, Guangzhou, and Dongguan, and medium-sized TVEs in the Yangtze River and Pearl River deltas. Beijing consciously promoted urban development in large cities/metropolises as a key vehicle of economic transition at the expense of the countryside, introducing a whole range of policy initiatives and fiscal and monetary measures to transfer resources from the agricultural to the industrial sector. 153. Urban development, other advanced capitalist countries had demonstrated, not only created employment and dramatically increased GDP, but a thriving real estate market, specifically private housing, helped to generate a genuine mass consumer society. This commodification of urban land greatly augmented following further fiscal reforms, allowing urban residents to purchase their own homes, and the privatizing of Danwei housing. Once a mortgage market was created, home ownership rose sharply, creating a huge property boom in the big northern and central coast cities as the upper middle classes moved into exclusively gated suburbs and the transient poor into rented older houses or subleased from established tenants. 154 Beijing, Shanghai, Chongqing, and Tianjin, particularly, were granted considerable autonomy regarding urban development, permitted to annex nearby territory, and clearing large sectors of their cities for development. But where this urban development process was most acutely felt was at the local level, which resembled the Wild West. Thanks to the land fiscal policies, local governments were given every incentive to convert themselves into profit-orientated real estate dealers, seizing nominally public terrain, often for little compensation, and leasing/selling to the highest bidders, or using it as collateral bank loans to finance a multitude of public projects. And as vast areas of land were forcibly vacated to make way for industrial parks, factories, infrastructure projects, transport networks, property development, etc., millions of people were displaced. 155 Although this real estate bonanza did benefit some peasant farmers, needless to say the main beneficiaries were very wealthy, a new powerful class of property developers, construction companies, large agribusinesses, banks, and government administrators, and CPC officials. 156 The size of the market was further greatly expanded in the autumn of 2008 when the CPC Central Committee authorized the sale of land by individual households. Much of the initial commodification of labor occurred following the large-scale privatization of the smaller/inefficient SOEs from the early 1990s onwards, intensified with further market reform, deregulation, and the second wave of privatizations coinciding with China's WTO bid. The PRC, unlike the Asian tigers before it, was undergoing its economic transition during the post-Cold War globalization age. Domestic firms now faced fierce competition from their larger and more advanced Western and Japanese counterparts, complicating the nurturing of infant industries. Unprofitable SOEs could face the axe. Others, in the name of efficiency, were allowed to merge, downsize, or rescind their obligations of providing workers required their social welfare benefits. 157 By the early 2000s, restructuring had reduced the number of people working for the SOEs by some 30 to 40 million people, many of which were left jobless, without redundancy payment or health and welfare coverage. 158 The industrial damage did not end there, however. The fate of the TVEs was intrinsically linked to that of the SOEs to whom they became subcontractors. So, when the SOEs hit a rough patch, so did the TVEs, making millions more rural workers unemployed. 159 Added to that an estimated 80 million peasants and 50 million farmers who had their property commandeered, often with little compensation during the aforementioned land grab. 160 Driven by unemployment or the desire to improve their quality of life, millions of workers left their Danwei and hence Huakao, traveling hundreds of kilometers to the expanding urban industrial centers around the Pearl River Delta, the Yangtze River Delta, and the Yellow River Valley. Still legally bound to their Huakao, where their social and political rights are guaranteed, these people are disenfranchised and treated as illegal immigrants. At the end of 2017, there were an estimated 287 million rural migrant workers living in the cities. 161 A mobile reserve army of labor prepared to the toughest, lowest paid jobs while being denied the formal work contracts, education, and basic health services enjoyed by their urban counterparts. The basis of the Chinese miracle and status as workshop of the world outlined earlier ultimately would depend on a highly efficient system of extracting surplus value from a seemingly limitless inexpensive domestic labor force who, separated from their means of production and service providing Danwei, had no choice but to spend a substantial part of their wages on consumer goods and services, augmenting domestic demand. Despite this major social upheaval, the state class made sure that the passive revolution would avoid the mistakes made by other transition economies throughout Latin America, Eastern Europe, and East Asia. The route to neoliberalism would be gradual. There would be no foolhardy Washington consensus-sanctioned cut-price sell-off of the nation's assets to foreigners, or other such shock therapy recommendations such as capital account liberalization. Rather, Beijing insisted on retaining a controlling interest over the largest SOEs and most strategic sectors, the commanding heights of Chinese capital accumulation, notably in telecommunications, banking and financial services, infrastructure construction, steel, energy and raw materials, and armament industries. Nonetheless, and although the directors were handpicked by the Politburo to ensure political consistency, these SOEs were restructured to conform to a corporate model, the executives answerable to a board of directors and their assets listed on public stock exchanges. As profitability remained the primary goal, more and more of SOE business was outsourced to the private sector. A similar arrangement occurred at the regional level where public sector assets were invested in otherwise privatized corporate-run enterprises. Thanks to these processes, by the late 1990s Chinese society was beset by growing wealth disparity, with the nouveau riche occupying the pinnacle of the pyramid. Made up of the upper echelons of the CPC, their families/friends and well-connected private individuals, these were the best situated to take advantage of national and international contacts, to take advantage of the land seizures, property development, privatizations, technology parks, export industries, or expanding domestic consumer market. 162. As a result of the party elite's growing involvement in private businesses/corporatized SOEs and role a guardian/backer of particular private businesses, it was becoming appropriate, according to Alvin Wiseau, to talk of a hybrid cotter capitalist class. A cotter capitalist class, so claims, which began, in Marxist terms, to consciously act as a class for itself, calling for constitutional reform and greater political representation to expand their class interests. 163 That some of the most vehement supporters of the continuance of a communist regime would be the richest of capitalists remained one of modern China's enduring paradoxes. The problem was that while many capitalists had joined the CPC and participated in various governing councils, their formal integration into the ruling HB lacked both legal and ideological justification for many years, endangering both their private property and ongoing business activities. Although the Third Amendment to the Chinese Constitution in 1999 upgraded the private sector from a complement to the socialist public sector of the economy to an important component of the country's socialist market economy, 164 The rewriting of official state policy did not occur till the launching of Premier Jiang Zemin's Three Represents. According to Zemin, the CPC still enjoyed a pivotal role in the modernization of the PRC because it represented three key constituencies: the fundamental interests of the greatest majority of people, the direction of advanced culture, and pointedly, the development of advanced social production forces, whose membership of the party was formally sanctioned. 165. In this Orwellian doublethink world, the restoration of capitalism found its justification in Marxist theory. References to class and class struggle were removed from official CPC doctrine. Capitalism was no longer analogous to exploitation, while entrepreneurs were classified as workers who have changed their jobs or a special type of risk-taking worker. Organic intellectuals at Chinese universities such as Renmin University of China, Peking University, Fudan University, Nankai University, and Nanjing University, explained that turning SOEs into efficient joint stock corporations was in keeping with Marx and Engels' insistence on the need to socialize ownership of production. It was not the nature of ownership that determined whether a country was capitalist or socialist, the CPC intellectuals argued. As if to reiterate the point, senior cadre followed their Western counterparts in being converted into board members of companies they had just privatized. Seemingly counterintuitively, the constitutional recognition of capitalism gave a huge boost to the Communist Party of China. But on the other hand, it made perfect sense given the omnipresence of the state party. Entrepreneurs needed to nurturing connections inside the political establishment, finding a patron at the national or local party level to help them navigate through the complex bureaucracy, win contracts, and gain access to state-controlled credit, resources and markets, and importantly whether or not to enforce existing legislation, since relationships are the law. 166 And the more capitalist incentives were institutionalized into the internal workings of the CPC, officials' promotion and salaries depending on meeting productivity, profit, investment, or employment targets, the tighter the cadre capitalist class relationship, with senior public sector managers and technicians abandoning their modest apartments in the hukou to join their capitalist class counterparts in the suburban gated communities and luxury high-rises that mushroomed in China's major cities. It was only a question of time before China's super-wealthy began to appear on the Forbes rich list. The magazine maintained that by 2018 mainland PRC had $373 billionaires, the second highest number in the world, after the US with 578.167. The Huron rich list went even further, inverting the relationship, albeit looking at Greater China. It estimated the actual number of billionaires in the PRC in 2018 closer to 819, adding 4 new ones every week, and more than 40% greater than the US 571.168. Moreover, even a conservative estimate would indicate there are at least another 1.13 million individuals on the mainland with $1 million assets. 169 New professions began to spring up to defend the wealthy, exemplified with the dramatic expansion of law firms and private security companies, while a new private property law was adopted. In a huge margin by the National People's Congress on March 16, 2007, 99.1% of the country's 2,889 legislators voting in favor of authorizing the creation, transfer and ownership of property on the PRC mainland. 170. Below this ultra-wealthy is a burgeoning middle class of small businessmen, middle and high-level civil servants, managers, lawyers, consultants, technicians, etc., many of which provide services to the very wealthy or corporate sector and have links to the CPC.171 since the turn of the millennium. This group has been engaging in conspicuous consumption for the first time, acquiring televisions, mobile phones, domestic electrical appliances, computers, and even cars. Apart from the aforementioned universities and educational institutions, the cultural bourgeoisification of Chinese society was reflected and reproduced the official media, 172 publishers, 173 private clubs, and societies. Evidently, not everyone had benefited from the reforms to the same extent. While the scale of its poverty reduction program is extremely impressive, neoliberal reform, predictably, has also manifested itself in a dramatic rise in inequality. In 1980, China's Gini coefficient stood at 0.28, one of the lowest in the world, but hitting 0.50 in 2013 according to the IMF, 174 with the PRC's National Bureau of Statistics putting it around 0.465 for 2016, with the poorest 25% of mainland households holding just 1% of the aggregate wealth, compared to the 1% who owned a third. 175, nor did that tell the whole story. The statistics leave out an important large part of the Chinese economy, the undeclared black economy, thought to stand around at 30% of the country's GDP and of which the main beneficiaries are the richest 10% of the population. 176, nor did they record the loss of goods and services peasants and workers used to enjoy free of charge from their danwei before rural reform, collapse of TVEs, the privatization of SOs, or voluntary migration. Added to that, hospitals were privatized in the 1990s, for example. It meant basic health care was beyond the reach of the lower classes, resulting in widespread public unrest at the exorbitant costs of treatment costs. In 2000, the World Health Organization ranked countries according to the effectiveness and equity of their respective health systems, placing the PRC in position 144 out of 191,177, leaving around 40% of sick people to go untreated and with only 10% with health insurance cover. 178, no doubt things have improved considerably since then, but according to the UN Development Programme's Human Development Report 2016, China ranked at position 90, medium developed country, on the Human Development Index, measuring life expectancy, literacy, education, and standards of living. 179. Herein lay the CPS's Achilles heel, of course. The People's Republic of China claimed to be Maoist/Marxist-inspired workers' state and led by a communist party in the interests of the workers and peasants who supposedly controlled the means of production. While 40 years of reforms had managed to largely eradicate Maoist ideals of the commune, revolution, collectivism, solidarity, egalitarianism, and social justice amongst all but the elderly and most politicist, liberal hegemony had yet to be imposed. Capital accumulation was seen in less idealistic and more coercive terms in China than in the West, where euphemisms such as the market constituted common sense. Indeed, American myths such as the self-made man, the American dream, and the virtues of trickle-down economics, had no equivalent in the PRC. The nouveau riche were commonly judged to have amassed their wealth through exploitation, the illicit appropriation of public assets, political connections, or corruption, rather than talent or hard work. Widespread fanfu amongst the population 180 fed into subaltern anger over increasing inequality, low wages/poor working conditions, loss of entitlements, disenfranchisement, and their own personal circumstances, and expressed itself in class conflict. As neoliberal have deepened, Beijing has become more concerned that hitherto sporadic, spontaneous, and uncoordinated protests from the subaltern classes could consolidate into a genuine popular movement, in possession of a collective will. While commonly resorting to coercive means to deal with political protests and social unrest, including resorting to detainment without trial, brutal laojiu, and even the death penalty, the CPC leadership learned from the demise of the USSR that even long-serving one-party regimes still needed to enjoy a degree of legitimacy amongst the public. Beijing has adhered to classic transformismo techniques to nurture subaltern consent, granting them minimal concessions, while seeking to assimilate them into their neoliberal hegemonic project. Increasingly, the State Council would manage internal political by wrapping up reforms in liberal democratic rhetoric. This was most clearly demonstrated by the institutionalizing labor relations, which appeared to assimilate workers' demands for greater legal transparency over workers' rights but in effect reinforce the CPC's regulating capacity, a type of authoritarian legality, 181 behind an impersonal legalistic bureaucratic smokescreen based on abstract legal norms. Such codification aimed to depoliticize industrial relations and avert political opposition away from Beijing, since the implementation of this law was cleverly delegated to the local level. 182. The process began with the 1993 regulation of the handling of labor disputes, and then more broadly with the introduction of the PRC's first labor law in 1995, covering areas such as labor contracts and dispute resolution. The Constitution was amended in 1999, referring specifically to ruling the country by law in its Article 5. In principle, there now existed a legal basis for the mediation of labor-capital relations. Over time, further labor laws were introduced, while adhering to the established template, shunning any reference to exploitation, class struggle, or indeed class per se, while codifying abstract workers' rights as individuals, rather than collectively. In addition, workers were also now free to joining unions, but only those within the officially sanctioned vertical trade union group, the All China Federation of Trade Unions, whose task as a business union was to enforce the new capitalist regime, collude with company managers and local government against workers' interests, guarantee that the latter's demands always remained within the parameters set by the CPC, and prevent a genuine independent trade union movement developing from below. 183. However weak, the new laws did constitute some form of institutional basis for the defense of labor rights vis-a-vis capital, leading to a dramatic increase in the number of cases brought before municipal courts. But since local judges were drawn from the cotter capitalist class, their interpretation of the law was usually favorable to business, which was a contributory factor in the dramatic rise in subaltern class militancy. 184. Between 1990 and 2008, the PRC witnessed some of the world's largest mass demonstrations. Though reliable statistics are difficult to come by, the number of these denominated mass incidents are thought to have risen from 8,700 a year in 1993, 74,000 in 2004, 90,000 in 2006, to around 127,000 in 2008. 185. Rising class conflict caused a reshaping of the passive revolution. According to Cheng Li, this coincided with shift of power within the 7-member Politburo Standing Committee away from Jiang Zemin and Zheng Qinghong, the so-called Shanghai Gang elitists, towards the Tuanpai popularists, enjoying greater support amongst rank-and-file CPC members and the Communist Youth League, represented by leaders Hu Jintao and Wen Jiabao. 186. CPC official discourse adopted a more conciliatory position towards labor, talking of the need to mitigate the social consequences of rapid marketization, and building a harmonious society. Continuing the transformismo process, emphasis was now placed on the third of Jiang Zemin's represents, the general public, and not just the first, insisting on modifying the economic growth model to redistribute the wealth more fairly from the rich to the poor, from coastal to inland regions, and critically, from urban to rural areas, where communities had seen both their livelihood/rights disappear and populations heading for the cities. At the annual NPC meeting in March 2006, Wen Jiabao inaugurated a new socialist countryside, promising new investments for rural areas and cultivated areas and changes in the tax system to favor rural farmers and peasants. 187. Advancements in industrial relations were also announced. Despite 18 months of vociferous lobbying from domestic and foreign companies and business organizations, the NPC Standing Committee of the NPC launched a new labor contract law in January 2008, standardizing the establishment, performance, variation, and termination of labor contracts. Under the new labor laws, employers had to offer their workers written contracts, pay their workers in full and on time, and refrain from forcing workers to do overtime or perform dangerous operations. The parts that particularly angered employer groups were Articles 4, which made the employers consult with employee representation with regards to variations in working conditions, and Articles 37 to 47, regarding the discharge and termination of labor contracts. 188. Certainly, the LCL left many loopholes enabling employers to deny their employees said benefits. Many of the rights recognized, notably those regarding redundancy payments, for example, depended on the type of contracts offered, be they fixed, continuing, or project. Nor was it made clear just what the correlative remedial or penalty provisions were in the case of non-fulfillment of obligations. And crucially, there was no recognition of the right to strike. But once again, whether employers, local/state officials or the ICTU actually took the new LCL seriously or not, workers did. As the GFC hit, many sought to exercise their newly codified rights. In 2008, there was a massive increase in the number of labor disputes going to mediation, nearly 700,000, almost double that of 2007, while the number of labor cases in civil courts stood at 280,000, a rise of 94% on the previous year. 189. Nor were workers' actions confined to legal conduits, frustrated as they were by the gulf between formally protected rights and the reality. As a result, the next 2 years saw a huge upsurge in the number of labor mobilizations, with 2010 being especially active. In the spring of that year, a number of high-profile strikes hit the international headlines. The most significant of these took place at the 400,000-strong live-in Longhua Science and Technology Park plant of the Taiwan-owned Foxconn Electronics, the world's largest contractor of electronics manufacturers. 190, where, sparked by the fourth suicide in 2 weeks, workers protested against declining real wages, and the slave-like working and living conditions. The Foxconn case not only alerted the world's public to the true scale of scientific labor exploitation in China and how integral said exploitation was to rich countries' technology and consumer requirements, it produced a domino effect of non-official strikes at other foreign-owned MNCs, first at Honda and then a plethora of other auto supply and electronics factories throughout the Pearl River Delta, the most high-profile perhaps being the Toyota-related components factory in Tianjin. 191. Beijing's relative laissez-faire approach to the unrest at the foreign MNCs in 2010, together with atypically benevolent coverage by state-run media, seemed to suggest that the CPC elite harbored certain sympathy for the workers' cause. 192. 2 years earlier it also denounced the virtual slave labor conditions endured by many workers in the brick kilns and coal mines of the Shaanxi and Henan provinces and uncovered a child labor ring in Dongguan City. From Li's perspective, as noted, this could be attributable to the ascendancy of the Tuanpai faction within the Politburo Standing Committee. Institutionalizing collective wage consultation and protecting workers' legal rights was conducive to Hu Jintao's harmonious society objective. But apart from attempting to assimilate subaltern class demands within an ongoing process of transformismo, improved higher wages, though opposed by capital, would help serve a longer-term objective recognized as vital by many CPC elites, the nurturing of the domestic market following the GFC. Beijing's immediate response to the U.S. subprime crisis was to resort to old-style Keynesian deficit spending, ordering state banks to loan out 4 trillion yuan to finance massive infrastructure and transportation projects and diverse social programs, amounting to a 50% expansion of money supply in 2 years. In effect, the State Council was attempting to compensate the loss of exports by expanding investment-led growth at home. As we have seen, local governments had already started to nurture a property market since the mid-1990s. Now, with easier access to state bank credit, this boom reached epic proportions as dozens of cities competed amongst themselves to complete massive infrastructure, real estate, and transportation projects, subways, and luxurious government complexes. 193. In 2011, Barclays Capital estimated that over 40% of the world's skyscrapers due for completion in the following 6 years would be in China. 194. Yet although blowing an infrastructure and real estate bubble proved highly profitable for corporations, even surpassing foreign trade as the single biggest contributor to the PRC's GDP, Western media began to express concern over the economic sustainability of the growth model, not least the debt situation. 195 Although state media dismissed such claims as exaggerations. 196 The investment bubble was beginning to concern CPC elites. 197 Not only was it inflationary, harming the country's export industries and devaluing the population's wages and savings, speculation left housing unaffordable for the subaltern classes, especially in the first-tier cities such as Beijing, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Shanghai. 198, while encouraging a wave of enforced evictions for urban development. Public anger was expressed in tens of thousands of protests and riots, which added more fuel to the fire of the above labor mobilizations. 199 From January 2010 onwards, the State Council introduced a series of policy initiatives to deflate the real estate bubble. 200 Announcing stricter laws to protect homeowners from eviction and promising to launch a subsidized housing program. While 201 The price of property did start to fall from the summer of 2013. The underlying problem for China was perennial overproduction/capacity. We have seen throughout this chapter the role Beijing has played in encouraged so's to go global from the GFC onwards, both to guarantee supplies of vital resources but also to crucially find new markets to dump their surplus value in. This would find its ultimate expression in the BRI projects. But the flip side of this overproduction, reflected in the reliance on foreign customers, the accumulation of billions of dollars worth of foreign reserves and real estate/infrastructure overinvestment/speculation itself, was domestic underconsumption or overexploitation. 202 Not only could capital extract surplus value from the labor process, but also thanks to job insecurity and limited welfare services, especially for those workers outside their hukou, was able to gain access to cheap credit, taking advantage of the population's unparalleled propensity to save. 203 Workers, meanwhile, saw their share of GDP/corporate profits and savings steadily decline. The CPC elite were aware that any ambitions it had of being a regional, let alone world hegemonic power would depend, first, on it moving up the international division of labor, and second, on the development of a powerful internal market, to become, Arrighi's model outlined in Chapter 1, a container of power for capital. Indeed, it was in the concern for the need to stimulate global demand during the GFC world that Chinese workers' struggle found support in unusual quarters. Not traditionally renowned as champions of labor rights and industrial action, the Financial Times defended alienated Chinese workers and their right to fight back. 204 Similarly, The Economist celebrated that pay and protest are on the rise, insisting that what the world needed now were consumers, not short-term corporate profits and overinvestment, that just a 20% rise in Chinese consumption would translate into an extra $25 billion worth of American exports. 205 The need for China to consume more, the New York Times reported, was one of the key issues reiterated by U.S. Vice President Joe Biden Jr. when he met with Vice President Xi Jinping in August 2011. 206 At the annual NPC conference in March 2011, the 12th five-year plan was approved, setting as a key objective to the abandonment of labor-intensive production towards a service-based, technologically intensive knowledge economy, and stressing the need to enhance national creativity, and arouse innovative spirit. 207 Simultaneously, it acknowledged that the present national economy was unbalanced, uncoordinated, and unsustainable, recognizing that development based upon domestic demand not only made economic sense, but was the best way to achieve whose harmonious society. The CPC prioritized increasing the Chinese population's happiness. 208 Apart from strengthening the welfare state, guaranteeing affordable housing and tackling environmental degradation, the main focus was on sanctioning a fairer redistribution of wealth and empowering the consumer. The aim was to increase the disposable income of urban and rural residents by at least 7%, in line with the GDP growth target, and minimum wage rate by at least 13% over the following 5 years. 209 Most autonomous coastal regions, such as Shanghai, Shenzhen, Guangdong, Zhejiang, Fujian, and Shandong, announced further 20% plus minimum wage increases in the spring of 2011, In 2013, a total of 27 regions raised their minimum wage by an average of 17%, 7 provinces. 30 years of low birth rates, a largely unreformed Hukou household registration to 11, and rural immigrants returning to their inland villages in Wuhan, Chengdu, Zhengzhou, Jinqing, and Taiyuan, it was argued, had led to labor shortages and hence wage rises along the East Coast and Pearl River Delta. Alarming, both national and foreign companies alike have attempted to counter rising labor costs/militancy on the coast by moving their factories to inland provinces such as Ningxia, Hubei and Shaanxi, but even their wages have remained high, forced to steadily increase minimum wages to guarantee labor supplies. By the end of 2016, monthly wages had increased fourfold relative to 2005, reaching $834 compared to $384 in Mexico and $210 in Vietnam 2012, while average factory wages had risen 64% in the 5 years. 213. Apart from labor rights, 2 other key initiatives constituted part of the Transformismo strategy: low-level democracy and the war on corruption. Cosmetic steps taken to improve democratic accountability at the grassroots began in the 1980s, bestowing on citizens the right to vote, and a certain say in choosing candidates in village elections. The 1998 Organic Law on Villagers Committees asserted that elections had to be competitive and, importantly, candidates could be independent. Multi-candidate elections were then extended to the county level, while an amendment to the election law in March 2010 granted equal representation in legislative bodies to rural and urban residents, thereby rectifying a long-established bias in favor of the latter. These changes have largely been a smokescreen. At the village level, for example, there has been a sharp increase in independent candidates putting themselves forward since the late 1990s, but they seldom manage to get voted in, often subject to insuperable official impediments and numerous personal attacks. The real purpose of these village elections, according to Landry, Davis, and Wang, was to give Beijing a way to control local leaders and, if need be, wash their hands of inadequate/corrupt officials, more a clever way to perpetuate top-down authoritarian rule than anything else. 214. Countering criticism, the official line promoted by the state media is that socialism with Chinese characteristics pays more attention to substantial democracy where all areas, ethnic groups, and classes were represented together, unlike Western-style election/separation of powers or similar multi-party revolving door system, it claimed, which were little more than game for the rich. 215. Evidently, those rights recognized in the Chinese constitution, including freedom of speech, association, and demonstration, etc., will never be honored where they challenge the regime. Democracy, where it did exist, was strictly limited to spaces within the CPC. Wen Jiabao spoke in Shenzhen in August 2010, acknowledging that the CPC had to protect rights, address corruption, and make the government more accountable in order to build a fairer, democratic, law-abiding society where even the most vulnerable citizens were protected. If we don't push forward with reform, Wen Jiabao insisted in October of the same year, the only road ahead is perdition, quoting Deng Xiaoping's words to conservatives in 1992. Similarly, in a CNN interview, the Prime Minister proclaimed, "Freedom of speech is indispensable for any country and the people's wishes and needs for democracy and freedom are irresistible." 216. Few issues have angered the public more than Guangzai, the realization that getting on in life, be it guaranteeing a decent education, job, business deals, or just getting rich, all depends on our political connections. Bribery and corruption have grown in direct proportion to the accumulation of capital, and inherent to the PRC business model. But what particularly has incensed the public is watching crooked state officials, party members, and wealthy businessmen remain immune to prosecution. To show that no one is above the law, and reinforce its legitimacy as neutral arbiter, Beijing has organized periodic high-profile bloodletting show trials to eradicate the isolated cases of graft such as the railway minister Czar, Luz Haijun, and multi-billionaire owner of retail electronic giant GOM, Huang Guanjiao. Such cases were also important to distract from the government's often incompetence with regard to the handling of, or even complicity in, a series of national disasters. 217 Inevitable, this led to a lack of public trust in Beijing. 218 Yet for all these consensual gestures, policy initiatives, and talk of harmonious society, a passive revolution has always had to rely on coercion to suppress opposition elements. 2 months after the arrest of Charter 08 activist, future Nobel Peace Prize winner, Liu Xiaobo, for example, the fourth plenary session of the 17th Central Committee in September 2009 dramatically extended the NSS to maintain better surveillance over potential dissident political groups and terrorists. Along with the military and the regular police force, Beijing also greatly expanded the resources of the paramilitary People's Armed Police, setting up 36 units across the country. In addition, the CPC mobilized an unarmed civilian militia to help keep order in the cities. The CPC had long controlled the flow of information through state-run media outlets, but in 1998 the Ministry of Public Security set up the Public Information and Internet Security Supervision Bureau to monitor the use of the Internet. Over the following years the famous Great Firewall of China was established, giving state authorities a free rein to censor content, block websites, close down any publication, and fire/prosecute any journalists spreading dangerous news or ideas. Access to most foreign news networks and social networks is prohibited. Twitter, for example, has been blocked since 2009, benefiting the heavily monitored national versions. According to Reporters Without Borders' 2018 World Press Freedom Index, China occupied position 176 out of 180.219. The CPC is still haunted by the social media-fueled pro-democracy movements that spread through North Africa and the Middle East during the Arab Spring of 2010, when it introduced draconian measures to censor information and suppress freedom of expression right across the old and new media platforms. 220 Fearful that anti-authority images and messages emanating out of the Jasmine Revolution could spark what NPC chairman, Wu Bagwo, described as a possible abyss of internal disorder unless it stuck to its correct political orientation. 221 The new annual budget announced by the NPC the following March increased internal security expenditure by 13.8% to stem what Wen Jiabao considered an abundance of threats within. For the first time, the PRC would be spending more on police and domestic surveillance than it would on defense. 222 Despite employing over 2 million internet public opinion analysts to monitor/censor content, the Ministry of Public Security clearly has its work cut out to try and block dangerous news/ideas circulating amongst the country's 730 million internet users. 223 Nonetheless, steps have been taken since the introduction of a 10-clause judicial interpretation in 2013, converting into criminal law in 2015, which established strict penalties for people spreading false information and slanderous rumors about politicians or celebrities online. 224 Until recently, for example, the well-connected and techno-savvy Chinese found a way to access a virtual private network and skirt around the Great Firewall. Stricter laws are now in place. Under state pressure, Apple agreed in July 2017 to remove VPN products from its Chinese App Store, with Android following suit, while national telecommunications companies must use government-sanctioned VPN. That December, Beijing sent out a clear signal to the public, sentencing small trader Wu Xiangyang to 5.5 years in prison for illegal business practices, selling software to access VPN. Internet companies have always exercised self-censorship, but given the huge surveillance task facing the CPC, any firm operating social media platforms, private chat groups, or sharing content are now obliged to employ in-house censors to police sites and remove any offensive material, be it of a political, sexual, or violent nature, since they are legally responsible for the content. Thanks to Beijing's increasingly conservative authoritarianism, concerns for national morality, family values, and good taste mean this self-censorship must now extend beyond politics into blogs and apps dedicated to lowbrow popular culture such as entertainment, fashion, hip-hop, celebrity gossip, and even joke sharing. 225. This internet crackdown has coincided with the naming of Shanghai Gang member Xi Jinping as the president in November 2012, marking the beginning of a new, even more, authoritarian stage in the development of the Chinese passive revolution. Chiming somewhat with Gramsci's definition of Caesarism, the strong man Xi would be granted extended perpetual executive powers to drive through important structural changes and overcome splits within elite factions. Launched at the conclusion of the third plenary session of the 18th CPC Central Committee on November 12, 2013, the package of reforms entitled The Decisions on Major Issues Concerning Comprehensively Deepening Reforms 226 promised to be the biggest single major overhaul of the Chinese FOS since Deng Xiaoping. Building up the aforementioned 12th five-year plan, the so-called deepening reforms aimed to develop socialism with Chinese characteristics, to advance modernization in the state governance system, and governance capability. According to Xi Jinping, the PRC had reached a critical moment. Citing Deng Xiaoping, he declared, "Only socialism can save China, and only reform and opening up can save China, socialism and Marxism. Reform and opening up will decide the destiny of China." 227. The saving of socialism, as we have seen, paradoxically depended upon globalization. See previous sections. The SOs were encouraged to go global to move up the value-added chain by acquiring foreign technology, know-how, intellectual property rights, and generally move up the value-added chain as part of the Made in China indicative. Domestically, the market was to play a decisive role in resource allocation, reducing government intervention in the economy, relaxing Hukou rules, granting more freedom to private capital within the market including within SOs, reducing red tape, creating a single land market, and respecting intellectual property rights. In keeping with Wen's harmonious society objectives, the deepening reforms promised a fairer redistribution of wealth both between urban and rural areas and capital and workers, and to improve access to social services and dramatically step up poverty elimination spending. Other progressive social and political measures announced included reforming the one-child policy, strengthening grassroots democracy, tackling corruption, ensuring greater transparency in, and effectiveness of, the judicial system, abolishing the re-education through labor system, reducing the use of capital punishment step by step, launching a war on pollution, air quality/ozone levels in cities frequently off the scale with 90% of groundwater contaminated. 228, and investing in renewable energy power. But there were limits to this opening up under Xi. The deepening reforms made it clear that political reform must evolve around the leadership of the Communist Party of China, which was greatly strengthened and loyalty demanded. The NSS was augmented, the PLA reformed, and all components of national security centralized under a new National Security Commission which was answerable to the CPC General Secretary. Clashing clearly with the BRI objective to encourage the free flow of ideas, Beijing announced stricter controls of civil society in order to ensure adherence to the party line. 229 Under the newly reinforced Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, the anti-corruption drive was stepped up considerably, disciplining over 1 million officials, indicating tens of thousands, including high-profile military and political figures, not to mention billionaire businessmen, something which had not been seen since the Cultural Revolution and commonly thought to have been used by Xi as a way to eradicate powerful enemies. 230. As we have seen from Bush II onwards, and in line with Polanyi and Arendt's analysis, neoliberalism and authoritarianism are perfectly compatible. In China, under Xi, this has manifested itself in nurturing the leadership cult not witnessed since Mao Zedong or at least Deng Xiaoping. During the 19th National Congress of the CPC in October 2017, the so-called Xi Jinping Thought on Socialism with Chinese Characteristics for a New Era, a 14-point guideline for a future, modern CPC-directed socialist China was incorporated into the CPC's constitution. Symptomatic of this hero worship was the release in March 2018 of the state-financed Amazing China, extolling Xi's many economic, political, and cultural accomplishments in defense of the nation and socialism which, thanks to CPC elites, block-booking cinema screenings has become the highest ever grossing documentary. The domestic challenges facing China in the 21st century are multiple and complex. Just how will a nominally socialist country manage to integrate more deeply into the global economy, making the transition towards a knowledge-rich service-based economy, and reliant on domestic consumption, remains to be seen. Certainly, nationwide rising wages or a general redistribution of wealth from coastal cities towards the rural hinterland are clearly not popular with sections of capital, least of all those national and foreign exporters based along the southern seaboard. Despite Li Cheng's differentiations between factions, it is certainly too premature to envisage the possibility of the PRC developing anything approaching a bourgeois multiparty system, or that the CPC is about to disintegrate or in any way voluntarily relinquishing its stranglehold over contemporary Chinese society. It may be, as Alvin Y. So suggests, that as the Chinese economy becomes more integrated into the global economy, that the influence of the market segment in the capitalist class is bound to increase, and that in the future this will want to complete the unfinished business of the neoliberal capitalism, including freer markets and greater legal accountability and intellectual property protection. 231. This appears the thrust of Xi's deepening reforms. The replacement of Hu's harmonious society with Xi's Chinese dream vision, an obvious nod to its American counterpart, and the lauding of the self-made man myth and entrepreneurial endeavor reinforces such an impression. That this will transpose into a coherent class agenda and seek to cut loose from the CPC, at least in the short term, seems unlikely, therein disproving classical liberal teleology, which holds that demands for greater economic freedoms automatically transposes into political freedom. Undoubtedly, there are issues of great concern amongst the middle classes, who frequently have expressed their unhappiness about a wide range of issues such as the lack of professional opportunities, pollution, housing, corruption, and civil and political rights. Hitherto, Beijing has managed to deflect much of this anger by political decentralization and transformismo, assimilating many of these demands into its official program/discourse. The growing middle class owes its newly acquired status and consumption opportunities to the PRC's incredible economic development, which few wish to see reversed. Added to that, fear of working class insurgents has meant the middle classes are amongst the most enthusiastic supporters of the CPC. Any genuine counter-hegemony must come from the subaltern class. In absolute terms, few would deny China's success in reducing poverty levels over the last 40 years, with Xi promising in October 2017 to end rural poverty by 2020, through the development of local industries, education, and health care. Wealth distribution, as we have seen, along with forced land acquisitions, corruption, and pollution remain key sources of anger. Frustrated by their lack of real legal rights under China's idiosyncratic rule of law system, not to mention independent unions, workers and peasants often taken matters into their own hands. The China Labor Bulletin indicates that strikes and other forms of mass incidents are commonplace right across the country and in every industry. 232 But despite the increasing frequency over recent decades, these labor protests, to date, have tended to be small-scale, short-lived, and predominantly economistic in scope, which can within reason be bought off. Genuine systemic transformation, as Gramsci observed, required organization and the elaboration of a hegemonic project which, ultimately depended on developing working-class consciousness. At least thus far, this has proven elusive in the PRC, thanks to the interplay of domestic and international social forces manifested in the coercive and consensual measures of a 40-year passive revolution. Nonetheless, with the working class estimated to stand around 750 million, it would only require a fraction of these to get organized to seriously challenge power relations within China, the repercussions of which for global capitalism would be enormous. Conclusion. The objective of this book has not been to prophesy on the future of U.S. hegemony in the 21st century, precluded by the complex, dialectical, open, and ontologically stratified nature of the social sphere, but rather to shed some light on dominant global tendencies underway. To that end, it was first considered necessary to develop a Gramsci-inspired, historical materialist theory of hegemony, one that draws on, but differentiates itself from, neo-Gramscian perspectives, which despite their invaluable insights display certain ontological inconsistencies, notably failing to grant structure the primacy it merits. The neo-Gramscian theoretical framework forwarded in Chapter 1 seeks to rectify this shortcoming, rooting its conceptualization of hegemony in an emergentist materialist philosophy of science. Drawing on the work of thinkers such as Giovanni Arrighi, David Harvey, Hannah Arendt, and Peter Gowan, the NNG theory then underscored some of the key characteristics of the world hegemon within a crisis-prone global capitalist system using the systemic cycle of accumulation meta-narrative as a reference point. Since world hegemony originates in the outward expansion of social forces emanating from the social relations of production within a particular national historical bloc, any understanding of the dynamics of contemporary U.S. hegemony must involve the historicizing of the present, study the historical evolution of the American state-society complex within a single capitalist world economy, special attention being paid to the hegemonic apparatus within hegemonic projects. Accordingly, Chapter 2 analyzed how, against the backdrop of uneven and combined development, manifested in a huge post-World War II wealth/power disparity between states, dominant social forces emergent from American capitalism mobilized behind a hegemonic project designed to expand global markets. This would involve restructuring domestic/core countries' SROP and form of state, compatible with the needs of a mass consumption/mass production economy orientated towards the open door. The aim was to create a world in our own image and involved the setting up of multilateral institutions organizations, the third of Cox's categories of forces to and consistent with Gramsci's second moment of hegemony. True to Gramsci's understanding, the American bourgeoisie's exercising of hegemony over core elites and subaltern classes involved an intricate interplay of consensual and coercive measures right across state-society complexes. Though it would have many important cultural expressions, American intellectual and moral leadership was founded upon the U.S. carrying two essential tasks. First, in its ability to act as a global motor for economic growth, to underwrite a new stable and expansive regime of accumulation and profitability, facilitated through military Keynesianism, foreign direct investment, technological transfer, and crucially permitting core country exporters access to its enormous internal market. Second, in its role as politico-military custodian, guaranteeing the political stability of the free world for capital, protecting it from leftist/communist insurgency, be it from within or without. The advent of the Cold War linked both of these together, launching a permanent war economy and the establishment of the NSS at home, and with military expenditure and the setting up of security umbrellas abroad around Spickman's Rimland. Military instruments to defend the realm from external attack, as James Madison noted, are usually used against the national population. The Cold War anti-communist campaign required just repression within civil society and had clear domestic class objectives, discipline the subaltern classes, curtail leftist political parties, and eradicate radical elements within the union movement as part of the restructuring of SROP, and the integration of industrial labor within the Fordist/Keynesian HB. Although the spoils were unevenly divided amongst social classes and ethnic groups, under Pax Americana and riding on the back of the post-war boom, core countries enjoyed almost 25 years of unprecedented economic growth, full employment, rising real standards of living, access to hitherto inaccessible consumer goods, and political stability. American intellectual and moral leadership was at its height. But just as capital accumulation is uneven, never-ending, and perpetually relocating, so hegemony itself is a dynamic and continually contested relationship. By the late 1960s, the very exercising of American hegemony and the social processes it unleashed began to undermine U.S. dominance. Itself, symbolized in, and magnified by, the Vietnam War, and expressed in détente. We noted in Chapter 3 how underlying class contradictions, which beset the post-war regime system of accumulation, would prove unsustainable exacerbated by dollar printing and systemic intercapitalist competition, reflected in falling rates of profits. With American hegemony apparently in decline, Western Europe, Japan, and even the Third World sought to exercise greater independence, the latter even demanding a fundamental restructuring of the international economy. While this conjunctural crisis and associated economic, political, and ideological malaise of the 1970s formed part of a long-term restructuring process, we have argued, contrary to neo-Gramscian assertions, that it did not signal the end of U.S. hegemony, but rather its reconstitution and relaunching via a new regime of accumulation, a Wall Street-based financialized neoliberal growth model, consistent with the stage of Arrighi's SCOA and facilitated by financial sector reform and, crucially, social class transformation. Ultimately, the neoliberal hegemonic project was a class program. Equipped with its own particular hegemonic apparatus, the aim was to restore profit rates, liberate capital from any social compromise, curb the population's excessive democratic demands, but above all discipline organized labor with which it engaged in an exemplary public showdown. Neoliberalism required the restructuring of countries' SROP and the FOS, not just in the capitalist core, but in the periphery and semi-periphery. At the global level, the hegemonic project found its ideological expression in common-sense Washington Consensus recommendations, but each state-society complex underwent its own social restructuring program depending on its particular class dynamics within an increasingly financialized world. Often, as neo-Gramscians such as Stephen Gill and Kees van de Pijl asserted, the transition towards neoliberalism relied on the consensual/coercive methods of new constitutionalism, using regional trade agreements to lock in disciplinary neoliberalism as part of a passive revolution. Coercion was omnipresent in this class war. This was witnessed in its more overt form, Gramsci's third moment, with the launching of the Second Cold War. Reagan's military initiative was not just designed to help stimulate the economy and consolidate his HB, like Truman's first Cold War, it was directed at subordinate classes and to reassert dominance over foreign elites, bringing the Allies back into the fold after the disasters of détente and disciplining the Third World, often by very violent means. Just how important the Cold War framework was for U.S. hegemony became clear with the fall of the Berlin Wall when, despite Bush's talk of peace dividends and a new world order, the State and Defense Departments would spend a decade searching for a viable thereat to substitute for the Warsaw Pact in its new grand strategy. We saw how American hegemony reached its post-Cold War zenith under the Clinton administration. Globalization euphoria, the Washington Consensus and the new economy all served to reinforce the common-sense validity of neoliberalism/financialization, enabling the world's upper classes to enrich themselves. Unfortunately, this optimism would prove transient. By the late 1990s, the internal contradictions of globalization and the neoliberal accumulation regime were coming home to roost and profit rates started declining in the US from 1997. Although blowing speculative bubbles was considered an inevitable, and actually desirable side effect of the financialized neoliberal regime of capital accumulation, the long-term capital management fund crash in 1998 indicated that the heartland itself could not immunize itself from contagion. Worse still, in March 2000 the new economy ran aground with the bursting of the dot-com asset bubble. It was this context of economic and political malaise that the neocon hegemonic project garnered support within the Republican Party, symbolized in Bush's presidential primaries success and the prominent positions occupied within the latter's administration. Apart from blowing yet another financial bubble, Bush's reaction to the US failing hegemony, consistent with the new right HB from which he emerged, was to augment authoritarianism at home, reviving Red Scare-style surveillance and curtailment of civil liberties under the Patriot Act and Homeland Security Act, and adopt a hawkish position abroad. Chapter 4 analyzed the significance of this new imperialism, NSS 2002, the Iraq War, the what, and even associated organic intellectuals. For many mainstream IR scholars and neo-Gramscians, the Bush Doctrine, the blatant disregard for international law and human rights norms, and the resultant loss of intellectual and moral leadership, signaled the end of hegemony in lieu of domination or supremacy. Evidently, as befits the emergent materialist nature of the social world, politics is always shifting and each government's policies are contingent on historical processes. Compared to some of his predecessors, the Bush II administration displayed a greater reticence to be bound by multilateral agreements when they clashed with perceived national interests, and a tendency to over-rely on the territorial logic of power, both to expand markets and guarantee ongoing capital accumulation via the creation of a new spatial fix, and to further American geopolitical concerns in the Middle East. Nonetheless, it is important not to overstate these differences, as the Bush II administration largely maintained continuity and coherence with the established pattern of hegemonic governance and arguably fulfilling its hegemonic function. As even liberal internationalist, Thomas L. Friedman admitted, the hidden hand of the market will never work without the hidden fist. McDonald's cannot flourish without McDonnell Douglas. Point 4 taken together with Hannah Arendt's observation, endless capital accumulation requires an endless accumulation of power. It was perhaps logically evident that a globalized economy needed a global Leviathan with the military capacity to wage perpetual war on a global scale, as Dick Cheney envisaged. Despite liberal and neo-Gramscian interpretations, hegemony is more than just consensual power relations, at least for Gramsci, as set out in Chapter 1, it necessarily encompasses domination, with periodic recourse to militarism. Similarly, the so-called neocon takeover of the Bush II administration must be placed in context, harkening back as it does to the mid-1970s and consolidated under Reagan. Indeed, as Chapter 4 highlighted, the War on Terror shared very similar national and international objectives with Reagan's Second Cold War/security industrial complex, reassert hegemony etc. Extending Karl Polanyi and Hannah Arendt's ideas, Bush II's heightened authoritarianism can be understood as a rational reaction by the upper classes to impose social control over an increasingly individualist, fragmented society, torn apart by neoliberalism. Obama's arrival in the White House also helped to contextualize the Bush II administration. First, the enthusiasm that Obama's swearing-in generated amongst a broad section of the global elite, reflected in him being fast-tracked to a Nobel Peace Prize, may have been a comment on the unpopular nature of the previous administration, but it also demonstrated that U.S. intellectual and moral leadership amongst the world's elite still lay intact, despite the Iraq debacle. Second, despite his easygoing genial style and progressive liberal internationalist rhetoric, the deporter-in-chief largely maintained and even expanded upon his predecessor's agenda, denoting the broad class agreement amongst American capital on the validity of Bush II's policies. Terminology such as the what might disappear from popular discourse under the Obama administration, but the global Leviathan still remained committed to perpetual war, intervening in an increasing number of countries, albeit clandestinely, be it by Special Operation Command, drones, cyber attacks, or financial sabotage. There might have been a recognition in NSS 2010 of the existence of other centers of power, but there was universal agreement amongst the American upper classes, unquestioned by either Obama or Trump, on the need to maintain U.S. primacy, as emphasized in NSS 2015 and NSS 2017. The final section of Chapter 4 set out to shed some light on the significance of the global financial crisis. In the short term, ironically, the GFC actually reinforced U.S. intellectual and moral leadership. The American state again could carry out its role as chief firefighter, acting as market and lender of last resort, pump-priming the global economy, reaffirming the dollar's centrality as the world's reserve currency, while offering global capital a safe harbor for its accumulated wealth in the form of treasury bonds. Yet in the medium to long term, the GFC might prove the tipping point for U.S. hegemony. It was not just that it demonstrated once more the glaring contradictions of a neoliberal financialized system of accumulation and investment/asset bubble blowing tendencies, but the scale of the havoc on the heartland itself. Flooded by incoming foreign capital, and beset by the ravages of neoliberalism, American society was simply unable to carry out its hegemonic function as an engine for growth and consumer of last resort. The capitalist system, arguably, was entering into one of Gramsci's organic movements, tantamount to the terminal crisis 5 of U.S. hegemony, reflected in its diminishing capacity for intellectual and moral leadership. In the short term, there were clashes with the German-led Eurozone over the correct fiscal response. But perhaps of even greater historical significance, the Communist Party of China elite began to reassess the sustainability of its low-wage export-driven growth model and look for alternative locations to bury its surplus value in. Chapter 5 was specifically dedicated to the challenge posed to U.S. hegemony by the meteoric rise of the People's Republic of China, bearing in mind Gramsci's criteria for assessing the power of a particular integral state within the interstate system. As outlined in Chapter 1.6, the chapter emphasized the huge geopolitical significance of China's global economic presence across the developing world and especially East Asia. And how increasingly, Gramsci's first moment was being reinforced by a burgeoning second moment with the construction of multilateral institutions designed, in keeping with Cox's analysis, to embed power relations and assimilate competing interests. Importantly, these organizations offered emerging countries alternative methods of financing than those serving U.S. hegemony. Indeed, a testimony to the declining influence of Washington has been the U.S. inability to prevent such institution building in the first place, having thwarted similar initiatives tabled by the European Union or Japan. At the same time, we also observed that thus far CPC elite have been content for these institutions to shadow, rather than directly challenge, the established institutions of U.S. hegemony, of which the PRC remains an ever-increasingly active and influential member. American regime theorists hold out hope that the deeper China gets integrated into the US-led liberal rule-based international order, which to date has served its capitalist interests well, the costs of abandonment would prove far too great. Liberal internationalists warmly received Xi Jinping's speech at the World Economic Forum in Davos in 2017, in which the president emphasized the country's commitment to global free trade/investment, market liberalization/facilitation, and open multilateral trade. 7 Paradoxically, Trump's inward-looking America First policy has served to reinforce the PRC's image as a guardian of the LBO and ongoing globalization. Beijing, as we have seen, has consistently reiterated the idea that it has no world hegemonic ambitions and is happy to work within the LBO framework. Yet as argued throughout this book, the LBO remains inseparable from U.S. hegemony and American capitalism. Conforming to the emergentist materialist philosophy of science set out in Chapter 1, institutions are emergent out of underlying social structures. The sustainability of any particular regime cannot indefinitely outlive deep social structures. It is reasonable to assume that over the medium to long term, the PRC will give greater support to those institutions which best help reproduce Chinese capitalism, which is liable to provoke a clash with the U.S. The launching of the Belt and Road Initiative, we noted, potentially constitutes a serious challenge to U.S. hegemony, both in its claim to be the motor of growth, offering a new infrastructure-based regime of accumulation, and with regards American long-standing geopolitical supremacy across Eurasia. Billed as a quasi-Marshall Plan, the BRI not only could offer Chinese SOEs a spatial fix to bury their surpluses and offset chronic overcapacity at home, it promises to pull economies across the region within its economic and political orbit, e.g. Chinese tech companies investing in Bangladesh, Pakistan, Indonesia, like the American program before it, help mold foreign SROP in line with the interest of Chinese capital, in accordance with Gramsci's first and second moments. The scale of participation on board 8, resources mobilized, and increasing institutionalist nature are impressive. At the same time, as Chapter 5 indicated, one must exercise caution when offering prognosis on the future of the BRI. Serious questions still remain with regard to its functioning, profitability, and its interaction/compatibility with the PRC's own state-society complex. The dynamics of the BRI, evidently, are contingent on internal class dynamics within China's underlying HB, albeit within a global capitalist system, hence the relevance of its ongoing passive revolution. For the short to medium term, it appears reasonable to assume that EU and US will remain key markets for China, both for its exports and for its source to acquire the technology and develop its brands. As we saw in Chapter 5, the US relationship with the PRC is highly complex. On the one hand, China is a key manufacturer/final assembler for a large percentage of its imported goods, forming part of a global production network which generates huge profits for American MNCs. It also constitutes a colossal future internal market for its firms and remains the country's top creditor in terms of TB purchases and dollars hoarded. On the other hand, Washington blames Beijing for its balance of payments deficit and is becoming increasingly concerned that American primacy is being eroded by China's technological advancement/piracy, while denouncing the Asian powers' growing regional militarism. This reflects a discernible split within U.S. capital between its transnational corporation whose production chains are dependent on the PRC, and keen to maintain the status quo, and uncompetitive or domestic-based businesses, who favor protectionism and economic nationalism. The latter sinoceptics are joined by the security establishment. Obama's pivot to Asia, we noted, largely adhered to the Eikenberry slaughter carrot and stick policy recommendations, trying to accommodate China's demands, offering it the possibility to play a greater, privileged role within a US-led RBO, while pressing them to revalue the UN, and committing to the strategic rebalancing of the Asia-Pacific region by strengthening security arrangements with the PRC's neighbors in a quasi-Cold War containment policy. Indeed, as Chapter 5 showed, the US has used its politico-military hegemony over East Asian countries to compensate for its ever-decreasing economic and political hegemony there. In recent years, Washington has exploited legitimate regional concerns over China's rising economic and military might by linking up with conservative/nationalist social forces in East Asian countries to engage in a series of provocative actions, driving a wedge between them and Beijing, therein seriously undermining any hegemonic ambitions the latter might harbor. Washington declares itself determined to take all measures to maintain its position as system shaper and to mobilize all the instruments of power at its disposal to check the PRC's assertiveness and guarantee freedom of navigation operations in Asia-Pacific. Despite its burgeoning military capacity and A2/AD strategy, to date, China has avoided direct military engagement in the area, aware of its counterproductive nature and of the US's absolute naval supremacy in Asia-Pacific. Moreover, as Chapter 5 underscored, the economic pull of the PRC is mitigating, to a certain degree, some of the territorial disputes, at least with regards to lesser Asian countries. Whether Chinese economic hegemony and burgeoning political hegemony are sufficient to realign East Asian politics towards a more Sino-centric orientation without military hegemony remains to be seen. Anti-declinist hawk Robert Kagan expresses the commonly held view in the Washington security establishment that the global Leviathan must be prepared to resort to military means to prevent the latter occurring. Point 10 As American economic hegemony recedes and domestic society is torn apart by soaring inequality and class polarization, desperate times may call for desperate measures. Militarism is a blunt instrument, however. Even as part of a broad balancing coalition, and necessarily including Japan, the risks the US would run by entering into combat with China are considerable, spanning from imperial overstretch to mutually assured destruction. But although the first two sections of Chapter 5 focused on the PRC's global role, whether China would be able to replace the US as world hegemon, and the nature this would take, will ultimately depend upon how these global social forces interact with the dynamics of its ongoing passive revolution and underlying HB. The spectacular economic ascent of the PRC and enrichment of the well-connected was born on the back of accumulation by dispossession, the commodification of land and labor, and super-exploitation of the workforce. Squaring the circle of maintaining a Wild West-style capital accumulation model and polarist class society with a nominal communist state has proven difficult, witnessed in the increased wave of political protests and social unrest. Hitherto the CPC elite has opted for a nuanced strategy to deal with the challenge from below. On the one hand, this has involved improving social policy and introducing political and legal reform in an attempt to assimilate them into their neoliberal hegemonic project. On the other hand, and especially acute under the Caesarism of Xi Jinping, the Politburo has stepped up authoritarian rule, augmented population surveillance and heightened nationalism. As occurred in the US under Truman, militarism abroad was paralleled with militarism at home. Since Wen Jiabao, the CPC has acknowledged the unbalanced, uncoordinated, and unsustainable nature of its economic growth model manifested in huge inequality, rural poverty, an underclass of migrant workers, the rural-urban divide, appalling pollution levels, and persistent investment bubbles. Xi's thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, unveiled at the CPC's 19th Party Congress in October 2017, pledged to tackle these problems, improve the people's quality of life. The aim, Xi announced, was to turn the PRC into a moderately prosperous society by 2020 and root a great socialist country by the mid-21st century. 11. Though Xi once again promised China would never seek hegemony or engage in expansionism, regardless of their developmental stage, Beijing is aware that any bid for hegemony, even at the regional level, depends upon the country becoming an engine of growth and the success of the deepening reforms. Will China be able to avoid the middle country trap, rise up the value-added chain and to compete in the service and high-tech areas with the core countries? The internationalization of the RMB and the functioning of the BRI are also important challenges facing Beijing. Again, these initiatives are being driven by social forces emerging from within China's evolving HB, but just how they will affect and be affected by the domestic class structure cannot be predicted. Fragmentation within the cadre capitalist class cannot be ruled out, nor eventual class-conscious organization and mobilization amongst factions of subaltern groups. Since world hegemony involves a country remaking the world in its own image based on its SROP and FOS, it is likely that the woe under Chinese hegemony would have a very different hue to it than that under Pax Americana. Certainly, at the time of writing, the strict authoritarian state capitalist model operating in the PRC is a far cry from the democratic, egalitarian, and ecological version envisioned by Arrighi. A problem for Beijing also is that the Sino-centric cultural character of its state-society complex does not lend itself easily to emulation abroad, clashing with the liberal universalism and open-door transnationalism hitherto considered inseparable from the exercising of world hegemony. Culture, as Gramsci stressed, forms a vital part of intellectual and moral leadership, or political hegemony. Clearly, the US has long exercised cultural hegemony over the Western world, extended globally following the end of the Cold War. Thanks to its dominance in popular cultural areas such as the performing arts, the entertainment industry, elite written press/magazines, social media, advertising, fashion, etc., the US can shape ideas, understood in the Coxian sense as collective images of social order held by different groups of people. 13. Promoting liberal values and aspirations and, into the bargain, demand for American goods, services, and lifestyle. Like the US before it, the PRC has placed great importance on globalizing Chinese culture. Much of this typically takes place through the market, especially FDI, but while American cultural infiltration, as Gramsci observed, often took place within the nominal realms of civil society, e.g. clubs, associations, and think tanks, such as the Young Man's Christian Association, the Rotary Club, the Freemasonry, and later the Bilderberg Group, Trilateral Commission, and Heritage Foundation, etc. The nature of its FOS means the PRC must rely more on overtly state-directed initiatives. The CPC, for example, has been busy setting up official media outlets around the world, financing over 520 Confucius centers in around 140 countries to promote Chinese language and culture. 14, and subsidizing foreign students' programs. Again, at least for medium term, it appears reasonable to assume that U.S. cultural hegemony will retain its attractiveness, judging by the number of CPC elites that send their children to be educated in the top American universities. It is always notoriously difficult to identify the exact moment one finds oneself within any given historical process. In this case, whether we are now entering a period of hegemonic transition. As Boscar's stratified ontological model set out in Chapter 1 indicates, events emerge from the complex interaction of an unobservable underlying generative mechanism. Nonetheless, the evidence seems to suggest at the very least we are approaching what Gramsci termed interregnum, a crisis created when the old is dying and the new cannot be born, and in which a great variety of morbid symptoms appear. 15. For world theorists, such as Christopher Chase Dunn, the demise of a world hegemon typically is followed by a fierce period of interstate rivalry, reflected in economic, political, military turbulence, and war as countries fight to prevent the devaluation of their capital. 16. According to Arrighi, this period of systemic chaos will only end when new hegemon emerges victorious and establishes itself as the headquarters of the leading capitalist agencies and prepared to launch a new SCOA. 17. Working on the established template, it must also be a sufficiently large container of power to satisfy global capital's needs to bury its surplus value and convert itself into the world's mass consumption society, par excellence. Evidently, businesses around the world are desperate to access the PRC's enormous internal market, estimated to have an urban middle class of around 780 million by the mid-2020s, and attract its FDI, students, and tourists. Herein lies the rub. With climate change and global environmental degradation already approaching critical levels, were the Chinese to consume at levels comparable to North Americans and European, the question of who exercises world hegemony might well turn out to be purely academic.